Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry and Snape were forced to survive together. Here is short summary. After being ambushed and kidnapped, Harry and Snape must rely on each other to escape. Forced into an unlikely mentorship, their relationship evolves as they navigate survival and danger together. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. There was some prophecy regarding Potter and Voldemort, but only as much as Voldemort knew. He certainly wasn't going to risk his life just to know the whole thing, but Dumbledore had impressed upon him that Potter had an important role to play and he must save him if this situation ever occurred. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. "Master, forgive me my impertinence, but if I might heal the boy some, he will last a lot longer for your pleasure." Severus groveled while saying this. Please let him take this the right way, he thought desperately. He really needed Voldemort to allow him to remove the boy to his lab, or at least somewhere that he wasn't under the direct gaze of the evil bastard and over 20 of his brainless Death Eaters. Only then would he have any chance of escaping the anti-apparition wards and saving them both. Blast, but he didn't have the emergency portkey he always carried in his Death Eater robes since he was just dressed in his normal teaching robes. He hadn't been called to this meeting. He wondered why. Did the Dark Lord suspect his spying duties, or was he just being paranoid? Voldemort waved his hand dismissively at Snape, granting silent permission for the potions master to tend to the boy. Snape had managed to give the spoiled brat a strengthening potion and was searching among his robe pockets for other useful potions when a new Death Eater rushed into the room and bowed low before the Dark Lord, keying his robes. "Riss, you have news SSSS. Voldemort hissed. "Yes, Master. I was able to slip a mild truth serum into Mundungus Fletcher's fire whiskey this evening as he was drinking at the Leaky Cauldron. He told me the name of the spy for the Order of the Phoenix is Severus Snape." The masked man gasped out. "Did you think I wouldn't find out about you? That the Muggle-loving fool has corrupted you?" Voldemort was so angry he was spitting as he cast the Crucio curse on the potion's master. Severus fell at the feet of Potter, where he was slumping in the arms of the two Death Eaters holding him up. Snape writhed in agony as each nerve in his body felt as if it was on fire. His spine bent backwards in unnatural ways as he repeatedly banged his head against the cold stone floor. His violent convulsions totally flipped him over several times before Voldemort released the cruel spell from his quivering body. Voldemort stood and slinked closer to his two victims, cackling insanely. With another evil look at the man collapsed face down on the ground in front of him, Voldemort spoke again. "It is time you joined the other Muggle-loving fools that stand in my way. Too bad my plans allow no further time to play with you, Ava." Potter roused himself to yell, "No!" and wrenched himself free from the arms of the two startled Death Eaters holding him. He threw himself down on Snape, protecting him with his own battered body. Snape knew he was dead. He had failed Dumbledore and now both he and Potter were dead. But if he was dead, why did he have a blinding headache and why was it so bloody hard to breathe? He felt like he had 100-pound dead weight on his chest. No, wait, he did have 100-pound dead weight on his chest. Potter's body was draped across his back, making it impossible to draw a deep breath. Now he was really dead. He had survived and Potter was dead. It was only a matter of which master killed him first. He felt a shallow breath against his back, followed by another one. Potter wasn't dead either. He let out the breath he didn't know he had been holding and listened as hard as he could. No sounds of Death Eaters, no curses being thrown, no, nothing, but the sound of Potter's painful, ragged breathing and his own heartbeat pounding in his chest and the top of his head. He forced his eyes open, expecting to still be in Voldemort's throne room, only to be surprised with the view of a meadow bathed in early morning sunlight. He was vaguely aware that it had been the middle of December when he and Potter had been kidnapped, and the air now felt like early morning of late June. He was aware of the feeling of dewy wet grass under his face and the sound of birds in the dense forest that encircled the meadow. So they were safe, at least for now. No birds would be singing if there were Death Eaters tramping through the forest looking for them. He could find out where they were later. First he had to assess the boy and heal him as much as he could. He had a few potions secreted about his person because he was never without them, but not the normal stash of emergency stocks he had stashed in his Death Eater robes. He only had his normal heavy wool teaching robes. At least he still had his wand. The Death Eaters hadn't removed his wand from its pocket before the Dark Lord, and he would never have to call that sadistic bastard that again. Dumbledore and Potter called him Voldemort, or even Tom. He really liked the idea of calling the insane idiot Tom. Blast, but his mind was wandering badly as he forced his thoughts back to the situation at hand. His head was pounding and his whole body was trembling and shaking from that bloody curse. He gently ran his hand through the hair at the back of his head. Feeling a disturbing amount of wetness, he gingerly touched the large lump he found. Ouch! He could barely brush his finger across it without blinding pain. He was aware that his vision was blurry and he was having a terrible time catching one thought long enough to act upon it. He brought his hand forward and found a disturbing amount of blood upon it. I hope that's only because scalp wounds bleed so freely. He thought, cursing Voldemort again. Forcing his mind once again back to the immediate problem, he returned to thinking about the boy. He pushed himself up on his arms while moving Potter as little as possible. Using his chest for leverage, he managed to turn over onto his back while wiggling to a sitting position under limp child. He gently picked up Potter while holding his head and neck as still as he could. He scooted out from under Potter and laid him down in exactly the same position on the wet grass. Well, that couldn't be helped. He couldn't put a pillow or even a robe under him until he had assessed the boy's injuries. Albus would kill him if he saved the boy's life, only to kill him while trying to heal him. Though to be absolutely accurate, the boy had saved him, but he wasn't going to admit that to anyone if he didn't have to. Maybe the child wouldn't remember what had happened. Blast! His mind was wandering again. He used his hands to gently feel the boy's head and neck. Too bad he wasn't very good at healing charms and diagnostic spells. There was a reason he had been drawn to potions instead of that silly wand waving, as he told his students in their first classes with him. Truth be told, he wasn't very good at anything except dueling, and Madame Pomfrey wouldn't appreciate him doing that to her golden boy. His father had made sure he could do all kinds of dark curses and hexes, but everything else he discouraged his son from practicing. He had of course mastered transfiguration and charms while in school, but that had been a long time ago. After school, he had promptly forgotten most of what he had been taught. After all, how often is the knowledge of how to transfigure a rat into a water goblet needed? Bollocks, he thought, my mind is wandering again. He cast a quick undressing spell and sighed with deep relief when he found no major injuries to the boy's head and neck. Too bad he couldn't say the same for the rest of him. Between Malfoy's attack and then Voldemort's even more attack, the boy's body was a mess. Thank Merlin, the torture had only just gotten started and Voldemort hadn't thrown cutting and slashing curses. I couldn't handle massive bleeding in a bloody meadow all by myself, he thought. Both arms and legs were broken in several spots and he was a mass of bruises and cuts, but the most dangerous injuries were to his ribs. Snape could tell at least 5 ribs were broken, one even poked through his skin just below his left shoulder, and he hoped none of them had punctured his lungs. Snape knew he wasn't prepared to treat that kind of devastating injury while in the middle of a meadow. He could be a mile from Hogwarts or a million miles away because it made no difference if he didn't know where they were. The boy could not be moved at all because of the risk of perforating his lungs and the probable internal injuries that he had no way of diagnosing. And he couldn't apparate with his own head injury even if he had been willing to leave the stupid brat. After a long and stressful 2 hours he had the boy bandaged as much as he could. He was glad for once that the boy remained unconscious. He had kept one eye on the boy as he searched for anything that might help him as he scrounged for suitable sticks among the surrounding underbrush. He had been able to set the broken limbs and splint them with the sticks he found, and bandages he conjured from his wand. He had carried just 1 vial of bone-set salve which had moved the broken rib back under the skin when he had rubbed it into the skinny chest. He stopped a moment, deep in thought, as he realized from Potter's memories exactly why that chest was so skinny and the boy was so small. Even Death Eaters feed their captives, and this was their own nephew. How could you starve your own nephew for days at a time while you lock him in a dark cupboard? It just proved not all sadists were Death Eaters, some were muggles. With the rib back in place, he tightly wrapped the boy's ribs. He rolled up Potter's shirt and used it to make a pillow for the boy, making his breathing ease somewhat, and wrapped him up in his own heavy wool cloak for warmth. He was wearing the boy's threadbare cloak, which obviously didn't fit, but he was moving around enough to keep warm, and he didn't think he was in danger of going into shock like the child was. It was getting warm enough in the sun that he wouldn't need it much longer anyway. He took a couple of deep breaths to calm and center himself before taking stock of their situation. He knew he had injuries himself since he was having a hard time concentrating on a single thought. Though his mind wasn't wandering as much as it had been when he first woke up. At least he hoped it wasn't. He noticed his vision was no longer blurry. That was something to be thankful for. It probably meant his own head injury wasn't getting worse, thank Merlin. It was difficult to properly diagnose one's own mental status after all. His headache had dulled, so he was no longer seeing double, but he was still made painfully aware of it if he moved too quickly or tried to bend over. He continued with his mental assessment of their predicament. No one had come looking for them while he bandaged the boy. Therefore they were not likely to be rescued any time in the near future. He had about 3 days worth of pain potions, 4 days worth of strengthening potions, 2 days worth of fever reducer, and 5 days worth of nutrient potions, but absolutely nothing for internal injuries or blood replenishing. He had only had the 1 vial of bone set salve and had no post-cruciatus potion at all. And he could really use some right about now for both of them. At least, Voldemort hadn't held the blasted curse for very long before Potter had done whatever he had done. Snape still didn't know exactly what he had done. Now that the child was stable, Snape gathered firewood and several herbs and pieces of bark he had found and returned to the brat's side. He used his wand to clear a space and surround it with rocks, start a fire and conjure a small cauldron. He filled it with water from the small stream that flowed through the side of the meadow and started the water to boil. He could make a mild pain and calming tea from the herbs and bark he had found, but he had found nothing to make it very strong. He could also make a salve to ease the numerous cuts and bruises on the boy's body with the ingredients he had scavenged along with the few he had in his hidden robe pockets. Luckily he had several boxes of his favorite tea that he had been carrying from his quarters to restock his office supply. Potter really didn't want to be around him without his tea in the morning. Thank Merlin he didn't like it with anything added to it, or he would be out of luck. Catching a stealthy movement out of the corner of his eye, he quickly cast a stunner at a rabbit that was too slow to run to safety. Good, he could make a broth to feed to his patient, and some roast rabbit would be fine as his evening meal. He could add those wild carrots and onions that he spotted earlier too and make a fine stew for the morning. The surrounding country looked familiar to him. At least it appeared they were still in Scotland and perhaps not too far from the castle. He had no way of explaining the apparent change in the time of year or the climate. But no one would know to look for them here, and he didn't dare risk apparating. The boy was too badly injured, and between not knowing how far from Hogwarts he was and no idea how bad his own head injury was, it would be too dangerous for him to. No, there would be no one looking anywhere close for the two of them. If anything, the Order would be searching to rescue them from Voldemort's current hideout, wherever that was. Snape took a moment to relish his freedom from spying. He never had to grovel at that insane idiot's feet again. As far as anyone in the Order would know, he had blown his cover to save their golden boy, and he would bask in their admiration and praise. Then he could just retire to making his potions and terrorizing Gryffindors like he liked. And he would never have to beep up to the likes of Malfoy and pander to the Death Eater's idiot children anymore. Now if he could just be rid of the responsibility of caring for this pampered brat who would not die and was continually a pain in his ass, his life would definitely be looking up. Oh, and get rid of this pounding headache. Snape still sat in the blasted meadow 3 days later. The only thing that had changed was he was finally rid of the headache, as long as he didn't forget and try to scratch the itching scab on the back of his head. He took a small bowl and spoon he had conjured out of some twigs and dished some squirrel broth for the boy. He sat it beside the herbal tea he had already cooling in the shelter he had made from Potter's old cloak draped over the string the boy had been using to keep up his humongous pants. The string in his 2 shoelaces tied together had been long enough to tie between 2 trees and drape the cloak over. Time to try to wake Potter and get him to swallow something. Potter didn't really wake up, but at least he was aware enough to swallow if Severus took care to dribble the liquid down the inside of his cheek. He had gently picked up Harry's head and shoulders, then slid his long legs down either side of the boy's body so that Harry's shoulders were supported against his own chest. Potter's splinted arms were supported by Severus' thighs and his broken legs were between Severus' own long legs. He had the boy's head draped over his left arm with his neck tilted back so he could drip the last of the potions down the boy's throat without choking him. He had the bowl of meat broth cooling beside him to feed him next. Luckily, the stream drew small game to it and he hadn't missed yet with his stunners. Neither of them would starve, though he was getting pretty tired of Rabbit and Squirrel. "Come on, Harry, just a little bit more and you can rest again. Merlin, when did I start calling the boy Harry and talking out loud to him? Of course, 3 days tending to a semi-conscious child gave you ample time to digest all those disgusting memories that the boy had blasted into his mind. How had he gotten past my mind shields? He didn't think even Albus could do that and he knew Tom couldn't. For all the evil ones bragging, he really wasn't that powerful in Occlumens or Legilimens." With nothing but time to think, he had realized he really had known nothing at all about the boy. "I thought my father was cruel but he had nothing on Harry's family. And I had my mother and grandmother to love me. Father was a terrible taskmaster and brooked no disobedience but he didn't break bones and burn me. The house elves made sure I always had plenty to eat and did all the household chores. Even as much as I hated the stupid child, I wouldn't have locked the boy in a blasted cupboard for years bringing him out only to work as a house elf. How has this child remained so loving and caring? He should be the next Dark Lord by his upbringing alone. No wonder he never goes to an adult with his problems. I wouldn't trust them either. And he certainly has no idea how to express any emotions. Any time he expressed anything his aunt slapped him and his uncle beat him. Was I as cruel as his memories of me? If I am going to be honest with myself, yes I was. I am going to have to change how I treat him if I am going to be able to help him. Do I want to help him?" Severus mused, quietly talking to himself while spooning broth and herbal tea into the slack mouth of the child he held tenderly in his arms. Severus never noticed the pain-dulled green eyes open and staring at him. Finished with his task, Severus continued to cradle the broken child to his chest as he pondered his disturbing thoughts. He didn't even realize he was gently running his right hand through Harry's unruly hair while murmuring nonsense-soothing sounds at the child. He continued out loud, "Yes, I do want to help him. I have been pushing him away all these years because I was afraid to care for him. He looked so small and helpless at the sorting feast. I can't believe Hagrid had to tell him he was a wizard and how his parents died. But after seeing his memories I believe the truth is more horrific than anyone could have even guessed. I can't let Albus return him to those muggles. And now that my spying days are over I can reinforce the wards on Snape Manor so that no one can enter without my express permission. Albus will certainly be my secret keeper. I haven't been there in 10 years so I don't think any of Voldemort's idiots will think to look for us there. I'm sure the house elves have kept everything in working order. I don't think Fudge will let me file for official guardianship. How am I going to get custody? Well, maybe I can have Albus just not inform the ministry that I have Harry. We don't have that long until he's 17, I don't think, and then he can stay with me forever without anyone being able to stop us." Snape continued to muse softly to himself as he gently stroked the boy's hair. Harry held back a soft beep as he closed his eyes. He must be having hallucinations. He hadn't just heard his most hated professor, the evil git who hated him, talking like he wanted to take him home. He curled into the man's warm chest, relishing the feeling of being held and comforted. No one had ever held him and cared for him when he was hurt, well except for hugs from Mrs. Weasley, Hermione, and Ginny, but no one had ever just held him in warm comfort. He thought, I could get used to this feeling. Is this what a parent feels like? Why does Ron push his mum away if it feels like this? Was his last thought as blackness overtook him once again. Severus gently laid Harry back on the bed of fresh rushes covered by Harry's old clothes in the makeshift shelter that protected them both from the gently falling mist in the meadow. It had been almost a week since they had escaped from the Dark Lord. Harry still only woke up long enough for Snape to spoon his herbal pain reliever and a few spoonfuls of broth into him before Harry would pass out again. Snape was very thankful that Harry appeared to have escaped puncturing a lung, but he still couldn't move him anywhere yet. He knew the herbal tea wasn't keeping much pain away, and it hurt him to look at the child and know there was so little that he could do for him. And now he had developed a fever. Snape had found echinacea and goldenseal to brew with his other herbs, but he would soon have to give him one more of his precious fever reducer potions, and he had only had 1 doses of them to begin with and no way to brew any more. He was bathing Harry with cold water and dosing him with tea whenever the boy showed any signs of consciousness, but he was afraid it would not be enough. He was stretching the remaining 6 doses by administering them every 6 or 8 hours instead of every 4 like Madame Pomfrey would, but that would still only be a couple of days' worth. He hoped that would be enough. Harry, I need you to wake up now and take some potions and eat. Come on, my stubborn child, you can do it. Wake up, wake up. Snape was concerned that there seemed to be no response at all. Snape felt Harry's forehead again and knew he would have to be more aggressive in dosing the child or the fever would get out of control. Snape took his knuckle and rubbed it harshly against Harry's bone, trying to miss any healing ribs or bruises. It might be a crude Muggle method, but it did work, and it was a lot easier on the body than an enervate spell. Harry beeped and tried to move away from the pain. With a sharp gasp and a soft groan, Harry opened his eyes. "Professor," he croaked. "Where are we?" He asked this question each time he regained consciousness. Snape knew he would have to keep repeating information until Harry was aware and well enough to actually remember information from one awakening to the next, but he didn't mind. He didn't know why he had so much patience with this child. Well, he really did have nothing else to do. "Hush, Harry, I need you to swallow this potion to bring down your fever." "I am sorry, child, but I don't have any pain potion left. I have some tea with herbs for you that should dull the pain some, and then I need you to drink as much of this broth as you can. You really need the liquids to help you heal," Snape said gently as he lifted the boy's shoulders and slid his body behind him so he could rest Harry's upper body against his chest. He didn't even notice anymore how naturally and easily he cradled the child against him. "This should help you breathe better and help you to swallow." Snape felt himself choke up as he noticed the tears of pain running down Harry's cheeks. What kind of monsters taught a child to cry completely silently? And why did Albus return him year after year to their care? Surely the old coot had checked on him from time to time, hadn't he? He absent-mindedly brushed the tears off the cheeks of the boy as he contemplated different tortures that he could vest upon the Dursleys. "Professor, are you all right?" The quiet croak startled him from his increasingly black thoughts. "Yes, Harry, shush now. Here, drink this and then I'll feed you some tea and broth. I know it tastes bad, but not as bad as Skele-Gro," he chided. After drinking the vial, Harry whispered, "Or polyjuice potion." Startled, Snape hissed, "When did you taste that, Potter?" Harry unconsciously cringed at the professor's harsh tone and the return of his surname. I just heard about that from Moody," he stammered quickly. Neither of them was satisfied with that answer, but Snape let it go. It took almost 3 minutes of slow spoonfuls of tea and broth before Snape let Harry stop swallowing. He had told him of their predicament and where he thought they were and what injuries he had and how he was going to have to treat them once again. Snape could tell that the boy was tiring but in too much pain to sleep. He was secretly happy that Harry had made no motion to leave his spot leaning against his chest. Harry started to squirm uncomfortably in Severus' arms. "It's okay, Harry. I kind of like you right where you are. And I think you are breathing much better propped up. It's not that, Professor. I need to, use the loo." Severus took out his wand and made a quick motion with a softly spoken incantation, and Harry felt instantly better. "What?" Severus smirked. "Surely you have had Madame Pomfrey perform that spell many times in all of your stays in hospital." "Well, yeah, I just didn't expect you to know it. And I usually don't stay in the hospital wing once I regain consciousness, sir." Severus actually smiled. "Well, sort of. I had noticed that about you. But think, it's not possible to leave the Dark Lord's side just to use the loo. And there are many times that brewing potions involves very long hours of precisely timed brewing. I would hate to have to begin again just because I had to leave for a few minutes. They teach you that spell when you begin making complex potions that require more than a couple of hours to brew. I also know that most professional Quidditch teams use that spell too. Some of their games can go on for many hours or even days with breaks few and far between. Oh, well, yeah. I guess I never thought about it. It would be rather bad to lose your potion or explode the dungeons because you were, well, you know. And I would certainly hate to lose a match because you needed to pee. Plus I guess it would piss off old Tom enough that he might kill you himself. Harry had to stop for a breath between every couple of words, but he seemed to be able to talk better after the herbal tea. Glad you realize, Mr. Potter. And even if it is just the two of us, watch your language. It's Harry, sir. Just Harry. You were calling me that earlier. Quote. Then you may call me Severus when we are alone, or in front of Professor Dumbledore. I can't wait to see his face the first time you call me that in front of him. But if you call me that in class or the halls, I will pickle you and use you for potion ingredients. He smirked at Harry, but there was no malice or anger in his face and there was a smile in his dark eyes. Okay sir. I guess. Boy, that's weird. Severus. Harry almost turned as bright red as Ron's hair. Severus couldn't help himself now and actually smiled while he gently hugged Harry tighter to his chest. He even laughed when he heard Harry mutter, "No one is going to believe this." Severus gently rocked Harry against his chest, talking softly about nothing as the boy fell back to sleep. This time he was actually sleeping. Severus awoke after another night of cat naps interspersed with feeding Harry, tending the fire, and checking the perimeter for incipient dangers. He fed and dosed Harry again, noticing his fever elevating again. He racked his brain for another solution than what he was already doing. He had searched diligently but in vain for more helpful potion ingredients, but there was nothing available in the area. He was unwilling to leave Harry for very long or to range further than he could comfortably hear or see the child. Severus had tucked Harry in with his cloak after propping him up as much as he could to help his breathing. It had been a relief to see the boy in a restful, healing sleep instead of the semi-conscious state he had been in for the past week. As Severus carried the pot over to get more water from the creek, he whipped around suddenly, wand at the ready. A wagon with two men in the front pulled by a large bay mare came into view and stopped when they noticed the armed and alert wizard. "Hail, fellow wizard, we come to offer help. We noticed the surge of raw magic that originated from this meadow last week. My granddaughter saw a vision of your need and sent us with supplies to bring you back to the castle where the boy can be healed. My granddaughter, who is also at the castle, is a renowned healer. There are bandits in this area and many wild animals that will be drawn from the surge of power. Keep your wand up and see in my mind that we mean you no harm. I can tell by your mind shields that you are an Occlumens also. I will allow you access." The older of the two called across the clearing. The old man looked a lot like Dumbledore with a long white beard and hair. His robes, however, were plain earth tones with a sash of gold belted at the waist. He carried a thick staff with intricate carvings and a large green stone on the top. The younger man looked to be in his 30s and was dressed plainly in brown robes, clean-shaven with his nondescript brown hair tied neatly in a short ponytail that hung just past his shoulders. Both men wore simple sandals. Severus met the bright green eyes of the older wizard and felt his probe being allowed inside the man's mind. He could see a beautiful woman with dark black hair telling the old man about a child and his guardian needing their help and that it was imperative that they be brought to the castle for their safety and the good of their world. He also felt an overwhelming sense of goodness and caring, just as he felt when Dumbledore let him past his shields. Severus nodded at the two and dropped his wand hand. With a gentle flick of the reins, the younger man pulled the wagon up near the shelter and the two climbed down. With a sprightliness that made the old man seem much younger than he appeared, the two men started to unload supplies from the back of the wagon. Severus poured the water into the cauldron to simmer by the fire and hurried into the tent to be beside the boy before the strangers could enter. He may trust them to help them, but his trust only went so far. He would not leave the boy alone with them until he was positive they meant him no harm. As the younger man started preparing a meal at the fire from the supplies he had unloaded, the older man knelt beside Severus and handed him a box full of potions and salves to inspect. Each carefully labeled vial matched the proper color and consistency, and the potion master carefully sniffed, visually inspected, and finally tasted each one cautiously. He found strong pain relievers, sleeping potions, nerve strengtheners, bone strengtheners, and fever reducers. Finally, with a nod of respect, Severus gently scooted behind Harry and gently propped him up against his chest to feed him the potions. "Harry, child, you need to wake up and drink these potions. Harry, wake up, child." Harry groaned and fought to open his eyes. He knew the voice speaking to him. He knew it fed him and cared for him, but in his fever and pain, he wasn't too sure who it was yet. Understanding flooded him and the stabbing pain surged through his battered body again. "Don't want to. Hurts too much," he croaked in a whisper. "Harry, this man has brought real potions to heal you, but you need to wake up to take them." "Real? Heal me? Yes, silly child." The tone in the voice made the insult almost a pet name. Harry opened his eyes and obediently opened his dry, cracked lips to accept the offered potions. Only after swallowing what seemed to be dozens of potions, Harry noticed the old man sitting beside them. Because he didn't have his glasses, he had at first thought it was Dumbledore, but no, this man had green eyes like him even though his beard and hair looked like the old headmaster's. "Who are you?" he mumbled. "You may call me Emrys, my child. My companion, Artemis, and I felt the magic and knew you were hurt and came to find you to bring you back to my castle where my granddaughter can heal you. She would have come herself, but she is very much with child and it wouldn't be safe for her to travel right now. After we get some more potions in you and a couple of meals followed by a good night's sleep, we will load you and your guardian up into our wagon in the morning and take you back to the castle. It is only 2 days from here. It took us longer to get here because we weren't exactly sure where you were, and it took us several days to find you." Harry felt the immediate relief of the magical potions flowing through his body, healing him with a feeling of warmth and comfort. He relished the touch of the man gently cradling his body against his own chest. He wasn't sure he wanted to be healed. He had come to care for the evil git that was holding him like a father. Whenever he was awake, Severus had talked to him, explaining how they had escaped, how his injuries were doing, and a myriad of other subjects. Merlin, they had even calmly discussed why Harry did so poorly on potions when he did so well in all of his other magical classes. Severus had told him stories of wizarding history and culture, of his own feelings towards Harry, and why he had acted like he had hated him. They had even discussed about how they would act toward each other when they returned to the castle. Harry had to admit that most of the discussions were pretty one-sided as he was unable to make more than 1 or 2 word responses because of his ribs. Harry hadn't yet discussed his childhood with the professor, but he knew the older man was only waiting until he could actually say more than 1 or 2 sentences without the pain in his ribs flaring up. Severus still didn't know that Harry had heard him musing about taking custody of him. So that subject hadn't been broached. Harry was afraid the man would reject him after having been such a burden to him the past week. His Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia had spent his entire life letting him know that he was a burden, not worthy of anyone's care or love, and he knew that once Severus realized this he would turn away and abandon him just like everyone else. So for now he would lean against the strong chest, comforted by the gentle rise and fall of his breathing, and sleep with the rumbling vibration of his deep, silky voice above him talking to the old man. Harry woke to the smell of a delicious aroma of sausages and hot bread with melted cheese. Severus still had him against his chest and was eating while talking quietly to the old man. "Hello, child, how are you feeling? I know you are not completely healed, but you should be feeling a lot better." Emrys asked gently after putting down his own plate. "Are you ready for some broth? My chest doesn't hurt when I breathe anymore and my head feels almost normal. But my arms and legs still hurt, though not as bad as they did," Harry admitted, "and food smells wonderful." Severus laughed and said, "It may smell wonderful, but you only get broth, a small piece of bread, and tea for now until we know that your stomach can handle more. You have been out of it for over a week." Harry squirmed slightly against the man holding him. "Severus, I need your Special spell, though before I eat anything. Harry whispered so only the man sitting behind him could hear. Severus chuckled and whispered the incantation, making Harry feel much better. Artemis brought in a bowl of broth and a piece of soft bread for Harry, who looked rather disappointed at his dinner. Severus laughed outright at his expression and explained that he had to keep the broth and bread down, and if he did all right on the simple fare he could have the other food in a couple of hours. Harry had gotten over his embarrassment at being fed and cared for over the last week, but he was still grateful that the two strangers went out while Severus fed him and then changed his bandages and cleaned him up. The supplies included clean clothes for both of them, and Harry felt much better actually wearing the soft warm robes instead of just being wrapped in Severus' cloak and his pants and socks. Luckily Severus knew the proper spells to dress someone who had bandages everywhere. "Ah, Harry, you look much better. Perhaps Harry and I can visit while you get cleaned up yourself, Severus. I will be sure to call you if he needs anything. Artemis has hot water in your cauldron down by the stream so you can wash if you like." Emrys smiled as he ducked into the makeshift shelter. Severus looked grateful to Emrys and took the folded pile of clean robes and undergarments the old wizard had in his hands, and left the two alone to become acquainted. Severus knew from his talks with the wizard that he was completely trustworthy. He knew the old man was keeping something secret, much like Albus always did, but everything he had told him was truthful. He had just not told all of the truth yet. After Severus left to get cleaned up, Harry learned that Emrys lived in a castle about 2 days' travel from where they were. His granddaughter and her husband as well as his grandson and his wife lived in the castle. Emrys' granddaughter was a healer and her husband was a potions master, and they had made the potions that Harry had taken. His grandson and his wife were both scholars, and his grandson's wife was a well-known seer as well, and had seen Harry's and Severus' plight and sent them to bring them back to safety. As the old man quietly talked to Harry, his eyes blinked slower and slower until he could no longer keep them open. Just as Severus came back to the tent, clean and freshly clothed, Emrys ducked out the front and smiled, saying, "He's asleep again. Perhaps you would take this opportunity to sleep also. The back of the wagon is well padded for our journey, and Artemis or I will wake you if he needs you." Since Severus had only managed a series of short naps while tending to Harry alone for the past week, he gratefully accepted and was asleep almost as soon as his head hit the pillow. Harry barely woke long enough during the afternoon and evening to eat, swallow potions, and go back to sleep. Severus never woke at all. Artemis and Emrys took turns watching while sitting by Harry while the other slept that night. Severus opened his eyes to the smell of sausages. Directly overhead the blue sky shone with fluffy white clouds. "Why am I sleeping on the floor of the great hall?" he thought until memories came crashing back. Severus groaned softly. He really wasn't a morning person. Perhaps there is strong hot tea with those sausages. He sincerely hoped so. He gingerly climbed down from the wagon to find Harry propped up against a log, tightly wrapped in his cloak while Emrys fed him small pieces of bread with melted cheese on it. "Severus, come join us. We were just making Harry's acquaintance. I have changed his bandages this morning and it looks like his fever is down." Severus knelt beside Harry and assessed the boy himself. He did appear to be much better today. "How are you feeling, Harry?" he asked as he brushed the unruly fringe off the boy's forehead and ruffled his hair even messier with an affectionate touch. Harry looked startled at the touch and the concerned tone from Professor Snape. He knew the man had told him to call him Severus, but he had too many years of the Dursleys changing the rules without letting him know just to give them an excuse to scream at him and beat him. And the professor had hated him for years. He wasn't ready to completely trust his supposed change of heart. Habits are much too hard to break that quickly. "I would like to get these splints off, but Emrys says my bones aren't completely healed. I could bend or even break my bones again if I put stress on them. My ribs don't hurt as much either. I can talk without too much pain. I still can't take a deep breath or move very quickly. I can't even sit up by myself yet, but it is much better than yesterday." Harry could actually say a full sentence without stopping for several breaths as he spoke, but Severus noted he still spoke in short choppy sentences so he could breathe shallowly between them. After getting washed up in the crisp river water and changing into clean robes, Severus sat beside Harry and took over feeding him bites of sausage between drinks of tea. Harry was full rather quickly and Severus ate his own breakfast as he talked to Emrys. He realized that Artemis had said not one word to anyone. Emrys noticed Snape's quizzical looks at the younger man and answered the unspoken question. Artemis is a mute. He can understand you perfectly. He is very smart and a powerful wizard, but he was terrorized by an evil wizard when he was just a young child and his tongue was cut out. Harry cringed and gasped, but Artemis looked directly into his eyes and Harry heard a voice in his mind assuring him that it was a long time ago, and that Artemis had developed other ways to communicate. He talked to me in my head. He's a legilimens. Correct, young Harry. How is it that you recognize that? That is not a common talent and usually not even known about by someone so young. Emrys queried of the youth. Harry looked at Severus and stammered, Professor Snape has been trying to teach me occlumency but I can't do it yet. I guess I really haven't tried hard enough. His eyes were downcast as he sounded ashamed of his failure. He was careful not to make eye contact, fearing an outburst of the temper that had characterized their occlumency lessons all year. When Snape said nothing, Harry looked at him through a veil of hair and swallowed hard. Before either could say anything, Emrys reached over to Harry's forehead and touched his cursed scar. He closed his eyes and murmured several phrases in Latin. He looked at Severus with a startled gaze. How is it that this child is so pure in thought and soul, and yet so surrounded by evil? Turning back, the old wizard looked directly into Harry's eyes and Harry could feel a gentle touch wash over his mind, soothing and caressing him. Harry could feel the hurt and anger at the Dursleys, and the guilt and sorrow at his parents and Cedric's death's ease. He knew the pain and guilt were still there, but they were no longer aching and tearing him apart. Harry looked wide-eyed at Emrys. What did you do? My scar doesn't hurt anymore. He turned to Severus and explained, ever since Tom took my blood to resurrect himself, my scar has always hurt some. It can be blinding or even make me pass out, and the scar even bleeds when he is very angry or ecstatically happy. And I always feel the crucio being cast as if it was cast upon me, just not quite as strong as when he cast it on me in the graveyard. And now it's gone. Severus looked startled and very upset. Albus had told him the boy was connected to Tom through his scar, but he had never dreamt they were that connected. He shuddered at the thought of how often Tom liked to use that particular curse and the unendurable pain the boy spoke about so matter-of-factly. Severus and Harry both turned to look quizzically at Emrys. I placed a mind shield within Harry's mind to contain the evil one until we can permanently sever the connection. Severus, you cannot occlude your mind against someone who is always already inside of it. He softly chided the man, and then turned back to Harry. I believe, young Harry, that you have been caging this evil presence within your mind as best you can, but since it is already within, you can no more completely block it than you could block your own thoughts from yourself. So when the evil one feels great anger or great joy, you feel the backwash and it spills over your barricade and into your mind. Harry looked panicked. I don't want to be a Dark Lord, and I can't be like him. No, no, I won't. Hush, child, there is no way you will be like the evil one. The thirst for power at any cost, the delight in another's suffering, the blackness of the soul is not in you. I have seen your soul and it is as pure white as that of a unicorn or a phoenix. Not only is it not in your nature, I do not believe you could become dark even if you wanted to. Your mind and soul have been battling darkness for so long that it is almost as if you are allergic to evil. That is why your scar burns so when evil comes near you or tries to break out of your mental cage. Severus turned a tormented gaze upon Emrys. You said you could break the connection. How? I know the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, has tried for the past 14 years to find a way to remove the cursed scar from Harry. And the past year, Dumbledore has had everyone in the Order working on a solution to break the connection so Harry doesn't have the visions and the agony of that curse. Dumbledore feels it is only a matter of time before Voldemort discovers the link between Harry and himself, and uses it to either possess the child or to send false visions to set a trap. Yes, there is a ritual to throw evil from the heart and soul of an innocent. It is an ancient ritual known by very few and can only be performed in one exact location. I can execute it, and the spot where it must be implemented is not far off of our route home. But you would have to be willing to purify yourself to perform it. It can only be done by someone who knows and cares for the one cursed, and must be done with only the purest motive. I like young Harry, but I cannot be the one to cast it because I do not know him well enough to be classified as one who cares for him. Plus, I am the only one who knows the ritual to cast it, and it must be cast upon you. You cannot cast it upon yourself. Then we are doomed, for I am not innocent. I am a former Death Eater and now I spy for the light, but there is blood and death upon my hands. Severus admitted with pain in his dark eyes and a feeling of a crushing weight of despair in his chest. The pain and sorrow in his eyes was clear to see. Emrys took Severus' face into his two hands and looked deeply into his eyes. The two men were locked together for many long minutes. Severus let Emrys see deeper even than he had let Albus see. Something about the older wizard compelled him to be totally honest about his life. Emrys broke his gaze and moved his hands down to Severus' shoulders and squeezed him gently. My boy, you have redeemed yourself many times over to everyone but yourself. The good you have done has paid your debt in full. You will be able to cast the spell for Harry. You cannot lie in your mind, and I have seen the love and caring for the child you are beginning to care for as a son. Your parents gave you no choice in taking the dark mark, but you took that great evil that was forced upon you, and made it a force for great good. You have been in a war, and in war, sometimes the light must do things that they would never do on their own. And as any soldier, you have done what you had to do in order to survive and continue the fight. Emrys, words were spoken with compassion and without judgment. Albus had tried to tell Severus the same thing many times, but the sincerity and conviction that Emrys, a total stranger, had spoken with finally reached Severus' heart. The cracks and chips that Harry had made over the past week now split the wall around his heart, and the younger man openly wept on the older man's shoulder. After several minutes, Severus turned to Harry and carefully picked him up into his lap, and they both cried together for the promise of the end of the evil cursing them. Harry and Severus awkwardly broke apart. Harry's lip quivered and his voice shook when he asked Severus, "You still want to be around me? Even though I'm a burden? Everyone who gets close to me gets killed. It's my fault they died. My parents, Cedric, Voldemort killed them all because of me, and it's my fault." The last was said barely in a whisper. Severus hugged him closely, being careful of his splinted arms and legs. "Harry, I have seen all of your memories, remember? I know what your family tried to tell you. And if you can care for me and Emrys says I can be worthy of redemption, there is no way you are guilty of anyone's death. Remember what Emrys said about your heart and soul. The Dursleys' verbal abuse of you is just as evil as anything the Death Eaters spout. The Wizarding Worlds claim that it is your fault that you haven't defeated the Dark Lord yet is just as evil as what Tom advocates. No matter how often Tom espouses his pure-blooded nonsense, it does not make it true. No matter how often your relatives preached their evil, it did not make it true either. And I will always want you, if you will have me." Neither of them had known much love in their lives and didn't even know that they knew what it was, but they each felt it for the other at that moment. Neither knew how to tell the other exactly what they were feeling, but the fierce hug made words unnecessary. While Severus and Harry were working out their new relationship, the other two had quietly packed up the entire camp and loaded everything into the wagon. Emrys came over to them and said, "We must be getting underway, particularly if we want to make the site where we must conduct the cleansing ritual by nightfall. I do not want to travel after dark if we do not have to, and the ritual must be done at daybreak." Severus gave Harry sleeping and pain-relieving potions and went to pick up the child as soon as he was asleep. After handing the much-too-light boy to Artemis, Severus climbed up into the back of the wagon and situated himself comfortably into a padded corner of the bed. Emrys and Artemis handed Harry up and laid him carefully onto the padding so his head was on Severus' lap and all his broken bones were padded and protected for the journey. As the wagon traveled steadily and carefully through the forest, Severus told the two men the story of Harry's life, from surviving a killing curse at the age of 1 to the Dark Lord's terrible resurrection and the killing of Harry's classmate before his eyes only 6 months before. He had a hard time retelling the troubles of the current year, especially the horrible visions, the pain he had not known Harry felt of multiple cruciatus curses the child endured during them, and the horrible experiences of occlumency lessons. Severus talked steadily except for short stops to eat and to water the horse. They roused Harry enough to feed him more potions, but put him back to sleep, feeling it was a kindness to spare him the inevitable bumps and jars of the wagon traveling through the forest. By early afternoon, Severus' voice gave out as Harry's story was completed and the wagon traveled in silence for the next hour as they all contemplated the horrors of that one small child's life. The wagon had left the forest behind for over an hour before the travelers came to stop in a clearing beside the shores of the most crystal-clear lake that Severus had ever seen. The lake was fed from the north by a spectacular waterfall that was over 20 feet tall and sparkling like the finest cut diamonds in the afternoon sun. The lake was almost perfectly round and a small river exited the lake directly south of the waterfall. Severus thought it was almost too perfect to be natural, but he saw no signs of it being man-made. Artemis and Emrys quickly and efficiently set up the small camp and had the small tent and the bed for Harry made up before they came back to the wagon to lift Harry off of Severus. Severus had enjoyed holding Harry and keeping him propped up so he could breathe, but now both legs were asleep and he wasn't sure he could climb down from the wagon without assistance. He managed with only a shoulder from Artemis and carefully walked the stiffness out by taking a bucket down to the river to bring water back for the camp. Emrys had made a point of telling him to fetch water only from the river, and then only past the first bend beyond the lake. Knowing the kinds of things that lived in Hogwarts Lake, he thought there must be something similar living in the lake, and if Emrys wanted river water he would get. He noticed the water in the river was so clear he could see every rock and pebble on the riverbed, but he noticed not one fish or plant growing. There must be something in the lake then. Artemis and Emrys were skilled and experienced travelers who worked together like a well-practiced team. Almost before Severus had the water back to their camp, Artemis had a fire going with sausages cooking with onions and carrots that Emrys had gleaned from the clearing they were camping in. Severus gave the man the bucket of water to heat in the cauldron sitting on the side of the small blaze. Artemis had all the supplies laid out to brew tea and make more of his filling and delicious toasted bread with melted cheese. Severus supposed that the two men had used up most of their supplies while trying to find the meadow, but now it was more important to get Harry safely back to the castle than to complain about the sameness of their traveling fare. At least it wasn't squirrel and rabbit. Severus knelt beside Harry and gently shook his shoulder to wake him up. He was glad to see the boy no longer flinched away from the slightest touch. When they had first appeared in the meadow, each time he touched the boy, Harry had flinched while trying futilely to protect his head. Even with two severely broken arms, he had tried to cover his head and curl into a ball despite his broken ribs. Severus knew in his semi-consciousness and fever, the boy had thought that he had been his uncle, but it still hurt to know the child was so afraid of him. He had had to work very hard to keep his tone unthreatening and soothing before the boy relaxed enough for him to treat his injuries during the long hours of the first 2 days. As the days stretched longer, Severus had sat and examined each of Harry's memories, knowing how badly he had misjudged the boy's life. Severus had searched through his own memories of their encounters to match them up with Harry's. He had sadly and reluctantly come to the conclusion that he had been the instigator and had escalated their enmity by constantly berating and belittling Harry and his dead father. And he could not honestly find a reason that Harry would engender such blind hatred. He had not liked James, but they had managed to work together on projects for the Order on several occasions, just as he did not like Sirius but could still at least work with him. As the long days and even longer nights blurred together into a never-ending repetition of caring for the boy's physical needs and just sitting, thinking while watching to keep the child safe, he had wondered more and more why this boy could elicit such emotions from him. To everyone else, Snape was an emotionless man, who never allowed his face to show how he felt, but he totally lost control around the young Gryffindor. And by the end of the week he could still find no real reason for it. He had taught the children of people he did not like without blind rage at the mere sight of them. For heaven's sake, he had taught Cornelius Fudge's daughter and could barely remember what she looked like. And Severus hated Fudge more than he ever did James Potter. After all, Fudge had thrown him into Azkaban and it had taken Dumbledore 5 long weeks to free him from that hellhole. Severus knew that he was a mean bastard with a tendency to be cruel to his students, especially Gryffindors, but he would never physically injure one, not even Potter, even when he still hated him. It had been a long 8 days, but Harry had at least grown to trust him enough to not flinch when he was touched while asleep. It was a large step forward, but Severus knew there would be a long battle ahead for both of them, before they could completely break through their own demons and trust the other completely. He just hoped Harry would let him try and that with time he could overcome Harry's hate of him. Snape carried a now awake but still groggy Harry over to eat supper. He was so tired it was difficult to feed him without him falling asleep between bites. Harry still wanted Severus to feed him. He really hadn't been awake and aware enough the last 2 days to build a trust of the two men who were still strangers to him. He liked them, but was still more comfortable with Professor Snape feeding him. Merlin, but he wished his arms would heal so they would remove these splints. He hated being a baby and he felt so vulnerable being totally dependent and helpless to do anything for himself. After the four had eaten quietly, they sat around the comfort of the fire and sipped strong tea. The crackle and spitting of the dying fire filled them with peace while the night sky twinkled with thousands of stars flickering in the heavens. The evil of Voldemort and his Death Eaters seemed a lifetime away. Emrys looked at the two leaning together on a log. Harry had his head pillowed on Severus' shoulder and the man had his arm protectively encircling the child's skinny shoulders. He hated to break the solitude and peace of the night, but they must know something of the ritual they would be a part of in the morning. He sighed and put down his mug and began to tell them of the ritual they would invoke in the morning. The ritual of innocence goes back to the ancient Druids and was used to exorcise demons that had possessed young children, turning them dark. This lake is called the Lake of the Innocent, because a long time ago, an evil wizard kidnapped all the women and children of a nearby village and wanted to sacrifice them in blood rituals to gain immortality and power. During the night, the women took their children and themselves into the middle of the lake and they all drowned willingly rather than be used for such evil purposes. Since that time, anyone invoking the proper ritual and asking the spirit of the lake for purification has had any evil that does not belong to their own soul cast from them. An evil person would still be evil after the ritual. It would have no effect upon them. But someone, like Harry and you too Severus, who has had evil thrust upon them, will be purified and become innocent again. I will need you, Severus, to seek purification first, then I will need you to assist Harry and carry him as needed. His bones are not strong enough for him to bear weight on them, he must not walk at all without his splints and he cannot wear anything into the lake. I cannot explain the ritual to you, you must come to the lake without any preconceived ideas of what will occur. But I will direct you out loud whenever I can, and Severus, you must allow me to send messages to you through legilimency as I need to. You must both try to keep your minds as clear of other thoughts as possible, especially between the first casting and the second one. You will understand what I mean in the morning. Now we need to sleep. We will be leaving directly after the ritual so that we may reach the castle by nightfall. There are still bandits in this area and they will be looking for us. After deciding watches for the night, the men quietly prepared for night, each still lost in their thoughts about the upcoming ritual and wishing for freedom for the frail child that had suffered so much in his short life. They settled back into their blankets and hoped for sleep. Harry, once again dosed with pain-relieving potion, slept blissfully unaware of the other's thoughts. Severus had had the first watch last night since he hadn't been driving the wagon and had slept the entire night before. He had still not totally recovered since losing so much sleep caring for Harry, and the opportunity to hand over the responsibility for the boy's welfare, if only for a few hours, allowed him to release his mind into truly deep sleep. He was normally a very light sleeper. At times his dreams rivaled Harry's and he had used so many sleeping potions over the years that they no longer worked for him. But total exhaustion is nature's best sleeping aid. And for once, he was sound asleep, without a nightmare or needing a sleeping potion. Still, when Emrys shook him on the shoulder to wake him, Severus was instantly alert, wand in hand. Luckily, he stopped before flinging a curse when he realized who had touched him as he slept. All of the Hogwarts house elves knew not to touch Professor Snape when he was sleeping. Emrys chuckled at the look of chagrin on Severus' face and moved on to wake Harry. He stooped to gently wake Harry. Come child, it is time for the ritual to begin. We must do it exactly at dawn. Come child. Severus, can you carry him down to the lake? Severus carried Harry through the dewy, wet grass and through the gravel to the edge of the lake and laid him down carefully on the blanket that Artemis had spread for him on the shore near the southern river. Emrys stood facing the eastern sky where the first gray light was beginning to glow on the horizon. He held his staff aloft and invoked the ancient power of the sun and the lake to bless their endeavor and to save the innocent. On the shore, Emrys removed his robe and stepped, naked, onto a rock about 2 feet out into the lake that was completely surrounded by water in the southern part of the lake. Artemis stopped and held a rough gray stone bowl aloft, and although he made no sound, it was apparent he also called upon the sun and the water to bless the ritual. Artemis took 7 steps to stand directly in front of Emrys. The brown-haired man bowed and knelt to Emrys while holding the bowl up to the old wizard with both arms stretched over his head. Emrys took the bowl from Artemis and bowed to him, then turned and held the bowl aloft to the sunrise that was starting to paint the lake in soft pinks and yellows. Emrys silently directed Severus to disrobe and to stand directly in front of him in the lake. Somehow Severus knew that he was not to speak unless asked a direct question. Most ancient rituals were very stylized and must be performed exactly. He did his exercises to completely clear his mind of all thoughts but the coming ritual. Severus had quickly but deliberately disrobed, and entered the water walking to stand in front of the older man. He stood in front of Emrys and bowed respectfully. Severus was surprised that the water wasn't cold and actually felt strangely as if it was body temperature. The water in front of the stone was not quite up to his knees and was so clear he could see every pebble on the lakebed clearly. Emrys used both hands to lift the stone bowl above his head while directly facing the sunrise. The red glow of the sun was just keying the horizon and the lake was almost glowing with the power of the sunrise. A soft white glow came from the water and up the rock. It rose magically up the wizard's body until it spread completely around the wizard and the bowl in his hands. It shimmered for several seconds that seemed an eternity to the 3 watching. The power was so palpable they found themselves involuntarily holding their breaths. The white light pulsed outward and then contracted, and then disappeared with a flash completely into the bowl. Emrys handed the bowl to Severus and directed him to spread the softly glowing substance everywhere from head to toes while facing the sunrise directly to the east. Severus complied, and was told to take exactly 10 steps to the south and to stay completely submerged for at least 1 minute. Severus carefully counted 9 swishing steps, carefully making no splash. He stopped and took several deep cleansing breaths, then a deep breath, held it and sank into a deep sinkhole with his 10th step. Severus felt as if the substance he had spread on his body was now reacting with every cell in his body. He felt on fire, but not a fire like Crucio, a fire like the warmth of a cozy winter fire when you come in from the snow. Or the wonderful feeling of a warm summer sun on your skin after a swim in a cold lake. He thought it felt like he was bathing in pure love or joy. His world stood still as he lost himself in the amazing feeling of total peace. He realized he had forgotten to count the time and started hurriedly counting. For good measure, he stayed underwater until his lungs burned from lack of oxygen. He turned around and took 1 step back onto the lakebed. Quietly gasping for breath, he tried to recapture the feeling that he had felt flowing through every artery, vein, and capillary. He felt strange, somehow at peace, but with a curiously empty mind. He couldn't describe it, but it didn't feel bad or good, just there somehow. His mind was strangely blank, as if his head was filled completely with a peaceful white fog. He turned obedient eyes onto Emrys and waited for the man's next instructions. Emrys called for Severus to return and undress the boy while remaining with his feet in the water. Artemis had removed the splints and bandages from the child while Severus had been cleansed. Severus stood with the water lapping at his ankles and reached for Harry, who was being held upright by Artemis. Severus leaned the boy up against one shoulder and started to remove his robe from his right arm. He noticed Harry's face was turning red, so he looked deeply into his eyes and sent feelings of trust and caring to the child. Harry stilled and understood the man's unspoken message that the ritual was right and that he should not speak. This man cared deeply for him and had taken care of him for the past week. There was no reason to be embarrassed at being undressed. Harry kept his eyes on Severus' face as he was gently turned from one side to the other to be disrobed. Of course, Emrys and Severus were both naked already, so it couldn't be too embarrassing, could it? And without his glasses it somehow didn't feel as bad as he thought it would be. The old magic he could feel flowing all around him made the ritual much easier to bear. When Harry was naked and cradled like a baby in his arms, Severus carried him to stand directly in front of Emrys again. Emrys repeated the chant over the stone bowl until the white glow flashed and disappeared in the bowl, and then reached down and completely covered the front of Harry with the softly glowing white substance. Severus turned Harry over in his arms until he was facing the water and watching Severus' feet. Emrys then spread the substance over the back of Harry until he was completely covered head to toe, front and back. Emrys was upset to notice the word, "freak," carved into the pale skin and the thin white scars that crisscrossed the boy's back. After Emrys nodded at him to turn the boy back over, Severus carried Harry the 9 steps to the south, waited until he saw Harry's nod that he had a deep breath held. He clutched him tightly to his chest and stepped off, letting both of them sink into the strangely clear, warm water. Severus was amazed as he saw Harry's body start to glow with the same light that had surrounded Emrys as he chanted. He then saw the light turn gray, then darker, and finally completely black before it was completely washed off the boy's body and flowed like an evil dark cloud down the river and out of the lake. He gripped the youth tightly to his chest and stood up on the lakebed once again. Both men were gasping for breath. Severus looked with great concern at Harry, but he didn't seem to be in pain. Harry's face mirrored the white fog that still blanketed his own mind as he strode through the water, returning them to stand in front of Emrys again. Emrys stepped down into the water and placed one hand on Severus' forehead and the other one on Harry's. He walked backward, slowly leading them while maintaining contact with their foreheads. He chanted continuously as they slowly walked through the waist-high water. He led them north until they stood directly in front of the waterfall, where he continued chanting in his deep bass voice in the unknown melodic language as they stood at the base of the magnificent, glittering waterfall. A golden glow gleamed brightly around all three when Emrys stopped a meter in front of the cascade. He removed his hands and stepped aside, turning to face the glittering waterfall with the two beside him. Both Harry and Severus felt strangely bereft of something. Severus grasped Harry firmly and took 7 regal steps forward until they were both completely inundated with the falling water. The sparkling light coming from the water intensified until Harry thought they must be standing inside a rainbow. A feeling of euphoria washed over him, taking the white fog that had blanketed his thoughts. He felt that he never wanted to leave from under the cascading flow, but his air quickly ran out. Harry's lungs were burning and he began to wonder how long Severus could hold his breath. Certainly longer than Harry could. Harry touched Severus gently on his cheek and was astonished to find tears streaming down his professor's face. His tears mingled with the crystal water from the waterfall and fell on Harry's chest, enveloping him with a feeling of peace and tranquility. Harry's gentle touch broke the trance that had held Severus, and he looked at Harry as he realized the boy's damaged ribs probably meant he couldn't hold his breath very long without pain. He quickly keyed Harry's forehead before he lost his nerve and carried his boy out from under the water. Emrys was waiting to help Severus climb out of the water. Artemis handed a towel to the wizard, who dried Harry, and then Severus laid him gently back on the blanket so his splints and bandages could be reapplied. Severus gasped as Emrys removed the towel he had been drying Harry's hair with. Harry's scar was faded and almost non-existent. He had to know where to look to even see it. "Harry," he exclaimed, "your scar is almost gone. The ritual must have worked." Harry was making noises and opening and closing his mouth as he pointed at Severus' arm. Severus looked down to see what was wrong with the boy. Certainly he knew he bore the dark mark. He knew that the child knew he was a spy. He glanced at where the boy was looking. He startled himself. Severus Snape was speechless. His dark mark was gone as if it had never been. No scar, no blemish, no pain, he was free. Severus fell on his knees and dropped his face into his hands and wept. He felt Harry pulling him down to wrap his thin arms around Severus' neck. They both wept as the realization of true freedom from the Dark Lord's touch sank in. Harry was beginning to hurt again when he felt Emrys and Artemis kneeling on either side of the two and wrapped 2 sets of arms around them for a moment of support and caring. Reluctantly, Emrys said, "Severus, Harry, we need to get you dressed and fed so we can get underway. We still have a long journey and young Harry needs to have his injuries re-bandaged before we leave." With one last squeeze, Severus laid Harry down to allow Artemis to give Harry pain potions before re-splinting his arms and legs. He pulled on clean undergarments and robes and knelt beside Harry to support him while Emrys wrapped his ribs. He smiled as he realized all the scars from Harry's uncle were gone. The boy's skin was unblemished and perfect. He gave a quizzical look at Emrys. All evidence of evil was washed from both of you. Your scars are also gone, Severus. Any other marks from accidents or such will remain. Only marks given deliberately with anger and evil are gone. The two men smiled as they finished rebandaging the now groggy youth. Severus kept pulling back the left sleeve of his robe as if to check that the despised mark was still gone. He felt as if a heavy weight he had not known was there had been lifted from his mind. How had the mark disappeared? He thought only his death or Tom's demise would remove the mark completely. The four traveled in the wagon in silence, each lost in their own thoughts about the daylight ritual. Harry had been dosed, though not as heavily as the day before. He dozed off and on while settled comfortably on Severus' lap. His teacher would absent-mindedly brush the fringe off his forehead and run a finger over the faded scar and then look at his own bare left forearm and mutter to himself in amazement several times each hour. After several hours, quiet conversation started again, but almost by an unconscious consensus. Talk remained inconsequential and avoided any deep issues. They stopped several times that day for a brief rest to eat and feed and water the mare. Severus was careful to climb in and out of the wagon without disturbing Harry, who was once again heavily dosed against pain and asleep. The constant bumps and jars of the wagon had caused him so much pain that Severus had decided the risks of drugging him were less than the damage caused by tensing and fighting the movement of the wagon were. They came to a clearing next to a rapidly flowing stream just as the late afternoon sun was reaching the tops of the trees and decided to stop for the night. It would still take several hours to reach the castle and no one wanted to travel in the open after dark. Harry's pain potions should be wearing off soon and Artemis wanted to fish for their supper. Emrys informed Severus that Artemis had mentally sent him a message that he was tired of sausages and bread with cheese. They left Harry sleeping in the wagon while Severus and Emrys set up their modest camp. Artemis had pulled a string and hook out of a pocket in his robe and tied them to a long stick he had found before setting off up the river to find a quiet pool to fish. Emrys started a fire while Severus went to fetch Harry, who had woken up and called to him worried about the absence of movement of the wagon. After Severus picked the child up, Emrys gathered the bedding out of the wagon bed and fashioned a bed against a log for Harry to sit by the fire so they could talk about what had happened that morning. After a wonderful dinner of fresh trout and fried potatoes with wild carrots and onions, the four sat back drinking hot tea in contemplation. Emrys began to speak first. The first ritual is used to cleanse the body of any evil and dark magic. It broke the mental connection between the evil one and his marks, both the scar and the brand. Without that connection, the physical mark had no anchor to remain. Harry's scar is still there because there was a deep physical wound as well as the curse. I found evidence in both of your minds that the evil one was draining magical power as well as physical life force from each of you. Much more from young Harry than from you, Severus, but it was there for each of you. Harry, when the killing curse rebounded on the evil one, the connection of your scar allowed him to use your life force and magic to remain alive. Now that he is out of your mind, you will find your magic will greatly increase very rapidly. You might not notice for a while because of your injuries, and the release of the draw on your physical body will probably mean you will be subject to a rapid growth spurt after you have healed. He has been using you to keep himself alive, especially since last year when he used your blood to resurrect himself. He turned toward Severus, and the evil one feeds upon anger, pain, and darkness. He used your mark to encourage those feelings in his followers. In essence, he worked to stir up those negative emotions in you. I feel he has bound each of his followers in this manner to allow him to maintain his unnatural body. He has bound the life and magic of each of his followers to his own life. When he dies, anyone wearing his mark will also die. I have truly never heard of one so evil before. He must be stopped. We will help you in any way we can. Severus looked thoughtful. Is that why my emotions have been so difficult to control around Harry, since I felt the dark mark beginning to return in Harry's first year of school? And why the mere sight of Harry's face was enough to make me fill with unreasonable and unfounded hate and rage? Yes, you were being fed those emotions through the mark. The mark on your arm allowed the evil one to access your mind. Not enough to read thoughts, but enough to feed each of his followers false emotions. It became a destructive loop that he used to strengthen his shade until he could build a golem and imbue it with his shadow last year. When you and Harry escaped and appeared in the meadow, you were beyond his reach, and without his constant prodding, your own emotions were able to come forward. You were able to each see the other without the anger and hate that the evil one fostered. I do not believe you could have changed your opinion of each other as quickly as you have, were you still under his influence. Harry perked up. If you know how he came back to life, do you know how to destroy him? I know he keeps trying to kill me, and my luck is bound to run out sooner or later. I mean, each time someone has done something to help me get away from him. I certainly can't kill him. I'm only 15, for goodness sake. Emrys looked speculatively at the youth. 15. I thought you were much younger. The evil one really has been draining you of life energy. Harry just hung his head while Severus explained. Harry had been living with his aunt and uncle, who worked him as an unpaid while withholding adequate food, and sometimes they would starve him for days at a time as they tried to beat the magic out of him. They, of course, are non-magic themselves and hate anything to do with magic. Ah, that explains much that I saw. I could not understand how Harry had been so wrapped in hate and evil unless he had been bathed in it every day of his life. Harry smirked. Yeah, that kind of describes the Dursleys' care pretty well. So do you know how to defeat him for good, so I don't have to return to their loving care each summer? Emrys reached over and patted Harry on the shoulder. Yes, child, I do. He lives on negative emotions. We will battle him with the opposite, powerful positive emotions. Like those used to produce a Patronus. Have you heard of those yet, Harry? Severus laughed. Asked Harry how old he was when he first produced one and what his Patronus is. His voice reminded Harry of Uncle Vernon when he talked about Dudley winning his boxing championship. Could Severus be proud of him? Harry thought hopefully to himself. Harry smiled with pride. I produced a corporeal Patronus when I was 13. Emrys looked startled and asked Severus, corporeal? Has he faced a Dementor then? Severus smirked and answered. He drove off over 100 Dementors all by himself when he was 13. Emrys looked surprised, very surprised. I can tell you will be very powerful when your magic peaks on your 16th birthday if you were that powerful with the evil one draining your magic. We must train you up or the magic within you will burn you up from the inside. Artemis and Emrys stared into each other's eye, and then both men nodded as if they had reached a decision. Artemis refilled their teacups and then sat back again as Emrys began telling Severus and Harry a tale. Harry, do you remember exactly what you were thinking when you threw yourself in front of Severus and you two appeared in the meadow? Yeah, kind of. I just thought, sweet Merlin, please keep us safe. And then I yelled, Merlin, help me. Harry said quietly. Emrys smiled. And it worked. My full name is Merlin Emrys. My grandson is Godric Gryffindor. His wife is Rowena Ravenclaw. My granddaughter, the healer, is Helga Hufflepuff, and her husband is Salazar Slytherin. By the stories you have told us about your adventures and Harry's history, I assume you recognize all of these names, gentlemen. It took more than 5 minutes before Severus was able to pose a coherent question. What year is it? The year of our Lord, 994 AD, was the quiet answer. And Godric and Helga are actually great-grandchildren, as I am over 2 years old. Severus and Harry were unable to formulate any more questions, so they listened as Merlin talked to them for the next hour. He told them about the troubles in his lands, how Salazar had gotten drunk at the age of 14 and had a fling with a local maid who gave birth to a son who was now rampaging the countryside claiming to be Salazar's heir and waging war against all the non-magical communities because he hated his mother and father, but most especially his grandfather, the local barman who made him work for his keep, and the local villagers who shunned him and called him a bastard. Salazar had not even known of his existence until 2 years ago, when the then 16-year-old started tormenting local townspeople and telling everyone that his name was Slytherin. Salazar had tried to talk to him, but the boy was too full of hate and had actually nearly killed him. Godric and Sal were reluctant to go against the boy, but he was becoming more of a danger to the area with each passing day. He was also gathering a following of thugs and highwaymen about him that were running lawless through the villages. That was why Merlin and Artemis themselves had come to fetch the travelers. Merlin of course was very powerful, and most people underestimated Artemis because he was a mute, but he was able to do soundless spells quite well and was powerful in his own right. Merlin explained the 5 of them ran a very small, select school for young witches and wizards, and that each of them would train between 4 and 6 apprentices each in their chosen field. Salazar's and Helga's fields they already knew, but Godric was a master in both charms and defense, both magical and physical. Rowena was an expert in transfigurations and arithmancy and could also teach the occasional seer, though true seers were very rare and she had no apprentice in that at this time. Artemis taught soundless magic and herbology, as well as legilimency and occlumency. Merlin himself only took 1 apprentice on at a time as he taught elemental, wandless magic, and shape-shifting, as well as having his apprentice learn all the other subjects taught in the castle. His apprentice must be exceptionally powerful and able to command magic with great control. He had not found a suitable apprentice in 13 years since his last apprentice had left to travel to the Orient. Harry, we don't usually accept an apprentice until they are at least 16 years old because it is hard to know how strong someone's magic will be until they reach magical maturity, but you are already more powerful than most of our older students. Would you consent to become my apprentice? I know that you will need training in magical control before your birthday simply because of the cutting of the connection that was draining you. From what Severus told us, your magic was forced to become active at only 15 months old, when you survived the killing curse and the scar connection was forged. Most children's magic does not become active until around 7 or 8 years of age, and some even later than that. You must know that the younger a person's magic manifests itself, the more powerful the wizard. Before Harry had a chance to respond, Artemis and Merlin both stood and turned to look out into the darkness. Artemis had his wand drawn and Merlin's staff was pointing in the same direction. Only a second later, Severus also stood, wand in hand. Harry felt useless. Merlin started to glow as he swung his staff into a circle above their heads. The circle spread out until their campsite was enclosed within the glowing gold dome. Flaming arrows sped through the night only to stop and slide down the dome, causing the grass outside the protective circle to catch on fire. A second volley quickly followed the first and was equally ineffective. Artemis and Severus were firing stunning spells at the shadows that could be seen flitting through the light of the burning grass. With a last arrow that completely missed them, the attack ended as quickly as it began. Emrys stood holding the shield dome in place as Artemis hitched the mare to the wagon. Severus gathered up their belongings and stashed them into the wagon. When everything was secured, the 2 men picked up Harry, bedding and all, and loaded him into the bed of the wagon. Only after everything was ready to leave did Emrys drop his staff and almost collapse into Artemis' waiting arms. Severus and Artemis helped Merlin into the back of the wagon with Harry while Severus climbed up on the seat beside Artemis. The thin grass of the glade had burned out as the mare pulled the wagon into the encroaching darkness. It was a long time before Severus or Artemis relaxed into talking quietly, even though neither man put away his wand, as the 2 in the back of the wagon slumbered on in exhaustion from the long, eventful day. Neither of them noticed when they arrived at the castle 3 tense hours later and they were carried, in Harry's case, or levitated, in Merlin's case, into their beds for the night. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, sat at his desk with his head in his hands and thought of a deeply troubled 15-year-old boy. Not just any boy, but Harry Potter, a boy that Albus was beginning to realize he loved as a grandson. Over the many long years of his tenure as Transfiguration professor and then headmaster, there were many students that he thought of with great fondness, but none had touched his ancient heart as much as one skinny, green-eyed, black-haired stubborn boy. Albus had always suspected that Harry's life at the Dursleys' house had never been as idyllic as he had hoped it would be when he left the infant on their doorstep only hours after the murder of his parents. But he didn't know for sure because Harry stubbornly refused to tell anyone exactly what went on behind the closed doors of number 4 Privet Doctor, and until Albus had something concrete to take to Wizarding Children's Services, the idiot Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, would not let them place Harry anywhere else. And the ministry kept such close tabs on Harry's magical signature that they would know if Harry was moved without their knowledge. Especially since that hag, Dolores Umbridge had made it her personal vendetta to get Harry expelled and hopefully locked up. Albus didn't know why Umbridge hated Harry so, but he suspected that Tom Riddle was behind her in some way. She didn't bear a dark mark, but that didn't mean she didn't sympathize, especially with her unreasonable hatred of all Muggle-born and half-breeds. Albus was particularly upset this evening because he had to tell Harry that he must return to his aunt's house for the Christmas holidays this year. Something the boy had never done and was very unwilling to do now. First he had begged to be allowed to spend the holidays at the Burrow with the Weasleys, and then he asked to spend it at Grimmauld Place with his godfather, Sirius Black. Harry had in fact volunteered to be Argus Filch's unpaid helper in cleaning the castle if he didn't have to leave for the holidays. And that was something no sane child would ever do. But when Albus had pressed for details of his aunt and uncle's care, Harry had clammed up and refused to give specifics no matter how the headmaster pressed. Dumbledore knew that if he had pressed further, Harry would be even angrier with him, if that was possible. Well, he had almost 2 more weeks. Perhaps he could get the boy to open up before then. Or maybe he could convince Severus to transfer some of the boy's memories into a pensive so they could document Harry's treatment. Severus adamantly refused to admit the boy's upbringing was anything but pampered. How could his 2 boys be so stubborn? For Albus had grown to love the irascible, bitter potions master like a son. He just didn't understand Severus' illogical hatred of Harry. Usually Severus kept his emotions under such tight control that it was difficult to ascertain exactly what he was feeling. But he had no control around Harry, it seemed. Albus looked at the clock on his mantle, 1 p.m., curfew. And he knew if he kept beating himself up over the treatment of the boy he would have a headache in addition to the heartache he already felt. Albus cleared his desk as he prepared to leave his office for the night. As he sighed in frustration again, a loud gong reverberated throughout the castle and he felt a deep, shuddering grind of stone on stone. Albus stopped for a moment as this sound had not been heard in years and it took him a moment to realize just what had happened. Someone had cast a dark curse, and unforgivable, in the castle. A quick glance at the wards, monitors as he rushed out the door showed that there were no intruders in the castle, and the curse had been cast in the dungeons only 1 corridor away from the potions master's office. On the landing outside his office door he shouted, "Potions master's corridor," and swept through the door that appeared on the wall next to the spiral staircase. He pushed through the back of a portrait, to be instantly standing outside Severus' office. He knew instantly something was dreadfully wrong. Severus Snape never, ever left his office door open. The man was paranoid about locking and warding his office before leaving, no matter how soon he expected to return. His long strides making him seem much younger, Albus rushed around the bend in the corridor, brushing aside the curious Slytherin students who had crowded out of their common room. The headmaster stopped and surveyed the scene. The stone walls had swiveled and shut off access to the corridor, effectively trapping everyone involved inside. He knew the corridor walls on the other end had also swung shut, awaiting the releasing password that only he alone or a combination of 2 heads of house could give. "Headmaster of Hogwarts, Fox Flames," he stated quietly. At the proper identification and password, the stone walls ground slowly aside and allowed passage. Dumbledore threw a quick barricade behind him to prohibit students from following and strode forward to glare down at the 3 stunned students lying in the middle of the corridor, surrounded by the animated suits of armor the castle used to defend its students. All 3 had been stunned and were lying with their wands on the floor beside them, all facing the wall. The wall and floor were covered in blood spots and 2 bloody handprints had trailed down the wall in front of them. On the floor next to a frighteningly familiar wand was a cracked and shattered pair of equally familiar glasses. Albus felt his heart wrench with pain as a single tear slid down his aged cheek. The headmaster shook himself and forced his emotions deep into his mind to take control of the situation. He bent and pocketed the wand and glasses before turning to look at the 3 stunned students with a look of disgust. He knew who they were likely to be without even seeing their faces. With a deep screech of stone on stone, the other end of the corridor opened in front of Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. Albus forced an expression of neutrality on his face and turned to face the 2 silent, shocked professors. Dumbledore just glanced at the 2 heads of house, stopping for a moment to take notice of Professor Flitwick's yellow-footed pajamas. My goodness, Headmaster, what has happened? Exclaimed Professor McGonagall. She pinched her thin lips together in an expression of distaste at the sight of the three unconscious boys. Her dark, green dressing gown billowed to show her sensible green tartan-plaid flannel nightgown as she stalked down the corridor. She stopped at the sight of the blood pooling on the stone floor. With her hand coming up quickly to cover her mouth, she gasped before turning the three on the floor over to see who they were. Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe. Why am I not surprised? Albus, who did they attack? And where is he? He must be injured to have lost this much blood. She gestured at the puddle of blood and the streaks down the castle's wall. She looked almost afraid to hear the answer. In her heart, she suspected who their target had been. I'm afraid, Minerva, that I have recovered Harry's wand and glasses from the floor. I have no doubt that it was Mr. Potter that was thrown against the wall. It appears he was attacked from behind. Both Phileas and Minerva looked distraught at this information. With a look of grim determination, the three professors turned their attention back to the students splayed out in front of them. I was just about to revive these students and escort them to my office for questioning. The alarm means at least one of them has used an unforgivable within the castle, but I don't know yet the circumstances. Please help the students to return to their common rooms and do a head count to see if anyone is missing. Then join me in my office. I will need all the heads of house to attend, and I will need to contact 2 Aurors to witness and take the offenders into custody. Flitwick looked around. Where is Severus? All the Slytherins seem to be here, but where is he? It was a testament to the gravity of the situation that no one had mentioned anything about the child's bright yellow-footed pajamas that the tiny charms professor wore. I don't know. His office was open and unwarded when I arrived, so he would not have been called and left. I admit I am very worried about his absence. He was closest, so he should have been here before me. He could have heard the alarm and left his office to investigate without warding it in his hurry, but then where is he? Dumbledore looked around and noticed Mr. Filch standing among the students. Argus, will you see to the Slytherins and bring a head count of them to my office? Certainly, Headmaster. Argus looked at the students with glee. They took one look and fled back to their common room without comment. No one wanted to give the bitter old caretaker reason to take notice of them. After pocketing the 3 wands that he found near the students, Dumbledore conjured handcuffs on the 3 unmoving students and cast an enervate to revive them. He dismissed the armor and cast protective wards to keep everyone and everything, including Peeves, from the corridor until the Aurors could investigate and collect any evidence needed. Ah, Misters Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. Why am I not surprised? Please lead the way to my office. The headmaster's voice was cold and the trademark twinkle was absent from his bright blue eyes. He walked behind the miscreants, holding a wand steadily on them the entire time. In less than 3 minutes, all of Hogwarts' heads of house were present except for Severus Snape. There were 4 students missing, the 3 sitting in front of the headmaster's desk, bound and awaiting the arrival of Ministry Aurors, and Harry Potter. Apparently Dolores Umbridge was also missing and could not be found. With a green flash of flow powder, Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks appeared in Dumbledore's office fireplace, followed by a street Mungo's healer and a ministry clerk with a recording quill and parchment clutched in his nervous fingers. The clerk sat at Dumbledore's desk, if anything looking more nervous at sitting at the great man's desk than recording the interrogations. At a nod from the clerk, Dumbledore began. The proceedings of December 1, 1996 may begin. Present are Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, representing Gryffindor House, Professors Flitwick and Sprout representing Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff houses. Missing from these proceedings is Professor Severus Snape, head of Slytherin House, who is also missing from the castle. At 1 p.m. this evening, the castle alarm signifying the casting of at least one unforgivable curse was sounded. The castle's protections caused the corridor on either end of the incident to automatically seal, and they remained sealed until the proper passwords were given. I was in the corridor outside Professor Snape's office, which was uncharacteristically open and unwarded. When I entered the next corridor, I was blocked by the castle. Upon giving the password, the corridor opened and I found 3 students, stunned and surrounded by 3 wands. The corridor had blood on the wall and the floor, including 2 bloody handprints that looked like whoever made them was sliding face first down the wall. I also found a pair of shattered glasses, a wand, and a pool of blood on the corridor floor. He looked at the oars and said, "Professor Snape's office and the corridor have been sealed. All of the students have been sealed into their respective common rooms. The head count was completed and the only ones missing from the castle are Professors Snape and Umbridge, and Harry Potter. The wand and the glasses have both been positively identified by all present members of the staff as belonging to said Harry Potter. No trace of either Mr. Potter or Professor Snape has been found." Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick verified that they had also witnessed the scene, though from the other end of the corridor. Tonks inspected each of the 4 confiscated wands to verify ownership and then cast Priori Incantatem to show any spells cast in the last 4 hours. Harry Potter's wand shows no spells cast. Draco Malfoy's shows an Expelliarmus, a Reducto, a Stunner, and 2 Crucios. Vincent Crabbe's shows a Cutting Curse and a Crucio. Gregory Goyle's wand shows a single Crucio and a Bone-Breaking Curse. Intoned Tonks for the record. Everyone present showed various expressions of horror and shock, that students of Hogwarts could be so cruel to another student, no matter how much they disliked each other. The order of spells cast proved that Draco had cast Crucios on Harry while he was already gravely injured and stunned. Harry had been totally helpless since the first Expelliarmus had thrown him face first into the unforgiving stone of the old castle walls. The attack had been not only vicious, but cowardly. Kingsley Shacklebolt stepped forward. "Since Draco Malfoy and Gregory Goyle are both 16 years old, we will lawfully administer 1 drop of Veritaserum. The casting of an unforgivable makes the mandatory sentencing guideline life in Azkaban, thereby giving the Ministry the duty to administer the Truth Serum. Mr. Crabbe, being 15, will not receive any, but he will have a truth spell cast upon him before he testifies, and will be removed from the premises to await further questioning. Professor Flitwick, if you will escort into the antechamber until we call him back." He called the healer forward to administer the potion to Malfoy first since he had cast the most curses. After the single drop, Malfoy's eyes glazed over and Shacklebolt began questioning him. "Your name and age?" "Draco Lucius Malfoy, age 16 inches. Explain what happened tonight beginning at 9 p.m. Crabbe, Goyle and I saw Potter going down to Professor Snape's office. He looked upset and didn't even notice us, so we followed him. He was only in Professor Snape's office for about 1 minute when he ran out, leaving the door open. Professor Snape yelled at him to stop, but he didn't. When he ran past us, I hit him with an Expelliarmus and a Reducto. He hit the wall face first, really hard. Goyle and Crabbe also hit him with spells and then I stunned him. We had all hit him with Crucios when Professor Snape ran around the corner. He had just rolled him over when I threw a portkey onto Potter's chest. They both disappeared and then somehow we were stunned. I woke up with Dumbledore standing over me. He spoke with a flat, emotionless inflection. "Where did the portkey take them? Where did you get it?" "I don't know where it took them. My father gave it to me and told me to throw it on him tonight, but not to be touching him when I did it or I would wind up somewhere I didn't want to be." Malfoy kept answering questions and admitted his father was a Death Eater and an unregistered animagus. Everyone there snorted when he told them his father was a ferret. Malfoy had no idea where the Death Eaters were meeting and had only one more bit of information that was both surprising and very useful to the Order. "Are you a Death Eater? Do you have the Dark Mark?" asked Tonks. "Yes, and I have the new Dark Mark. You can't see it unless you cast a Revealo on it." Tonks pushed up his left sleeve to show his unmarked left arm and cast a Revealo. Sure enough, the dark mark glowed for about 3 seconds and then disappeared back into his skin. No further information was gleaned from the testimony of the 2 other boys. As expected, they had only followed Malfoy's lead and done as he had planned. It was a shame they were going to be spending the rest of their lives in Azkaban for simply being too stupid to think for themselves, but that fit the profile of many of Voldemort's followers. As the professors and the Aurors were discussing the disappearance of Potter and Snape and how they might effect a rescue of the 2, a portrait hanging on Dumbledore's office wall called to the headmaster. He stepped over to the portrait and softly questioned the man portrayed within it. He smiled at Professor McGonagall and spoke softly to her. Apparently Mr. Malfoy is here to see his son. Would you bring him up here so that they can visit with each other? Delighted to, Headmaster. Dumbledore noticed the feral grin on Minerva's face and thought about how much she looked like a cat about to go eat a rodent, a ferret in fact. Lucius Malfoy had disapparated from the Dark Lord's presence intent upon inflicting severe punishment upon his son, but the walk up from the main gate in the night's cold air had cooled his anger. Perhaps he could use this to usurp Snape's position next to the Dark Lord. Snape's usefulness as a potions master made him indispensable to his lord, so Malfoy had to step carefully around him. But he was vulnerable. Almost everyone was, since the man was so paranoid after his resurrection only 6 months ago. If he could get Draco's treatment of Potter as somehow necessary and unavoidable because of the terrific battle that Potter had put up and Draco had managed to eventually overpower the Breath, then he could explain. His musing and plotting was abruptly halted by the arrival of the stern, prudish McGonagall. The old witch hasn't changed any since I attended school, still cold and ruthless against Slytherins, the old bat. He thought maliciously. He thought he should lay it on a bit thick. Professor McGonagall, excuse my late arrival at the castle, but Narcissa has taken ill, and only my promising to bring Draco home to her would soothe her. I am afraid I don't know how long I will have to keep him home. His mother is rather anxious to see him. He smiled his most endearing and gracious smile at the old bat. Her smile back at him made him start in surprise. She looked delighted to see him. In fact, she looked like the proverbial cat that caught a rat. She nodded her head slightly in his direction. We will need the headmaster's permission, but I don't see why he won't let the two of you go together tonight. The two of you definitely need to be together. I am sure the headmaster won't object to the two of you staying together and having a nice, long visit. She seemed to be accentuating the word, together, but he was in too much of a hurry to return to Voldemort's side and explain his son's actions to notice. Lucius also failed to notice the evil glint that flashed in her eyes as she waved him up the spiral staircase in front of her to the headmaster's office. Lucius Malfoy was terribly surprised to be met with 2 Aurors in the headmaster's office, where he was promptly arrested for the kidnapping of Harry Potter and Severus Snape. Yes, he and his son were going to be together for a nice long visit courtesy of the Aurors in Azkaban. The proceedings in Dumbledore's office, followed by inspections of Professor Snape's office and the corridor where the assault had taken place, had taken all night. The students had been released from their dorms and most were heading into the Great Hall for breakfast when the Malfoys, Junior and Senior, Goyle, and Crabbe were escorted out the front doors in magical handcuffs by Aurors Tonks and Shacklebolt. More than 3/4 of the students in the entrance corridor and the Great Hall cheered and clapped as the 4 were removed from the castle. Hermione and Ron were too upset to cheer as they looked frantically through the crowd for their messy-haired friend. Ron had told Hermione that Harry's bed hadn't been slept in and no one had seen him since he had left to go to the headmaster's office after dinner last night. They both knew he had detention with Professor Snape after that, and they were always worried about how angry and upset those lessons always made their friend. Hermione spotted Professor McGonagall in the crowd and hurried up to her. Have you seen Harry this morning? No one has seen him since his detention with Professor Snape last night. Ron added worriedly, and his bed wasn't slept in either. McGonagall pursed her lips and waved the children aside. Follow me, we can talk in Professor Ferenzi's classroom without others hearing. Professor McGonagall drew the pair into Professor Ferenzi's classroom and told them the little that they knew about their friend's disappearance. Their head of house swore the pair to secrecy before escorting them from the room. The pair clung to each other in shock as they were ushered to the hospital wing for a calming potion. Hermione didn't even object to missing class. Albus Dumbledore looked every one of his 15+ years as he stood quietly at the staff table. His face looked grave and the twinkle was missing entirely from his clear blue eyes. The Great Hall fell silent without a word being spoken. Dumbledore spoke barely above a whisper, but everyone in the Great Hall heard every word clearly. Last night, in an unprovoked and cowardly attack, a fellow student was ambushed and gravely injured. Harry Potter was waylaid by Draco Malfoy, Gregory Goyle, and Vincent Crabbe. Professor Snape was injured while trying to render assistance to Mr. Potter. The 3 students involved in the attack have been arrested after admitting to casting an unforgivable curse on a fellow student. They are awaiting sentencing and are being held at the Ministry for Magic as is Mr. Malfoy's father, who was also involved in the assault. Mr. Potter and Professor Snape have been removed from the castle to allow them to heal in a quieter location. We will let you know as any further information on Mr. Potter's and Professor Snape's condition is available. Classes are dismissed for the day. Please finish eating and return to your houses. Thank you. Dumbledore asked Professor Umbridge to follow him to his office, where they were met by the same two Aurors. As a revealo cast by Shacklebolt revealed the new dark mark on her left arm, she was arrested as a conspirator to kidnapping and assault to commit murder. Her childish protests to her innocence fell on deaf ears. The others in the office were too worried about their missing student and colleague to stand for her babbling. They wanted answers now and quickly. Each minute that the two injured remained missing was another minute that the two were in grave danger and pain. Kingsley Shacklebolt administered 3 drops of Veritaserum to the now bound, former Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher and began the questioning in his deep bass voice. Name: Dolores Jane Umbridge. Are you a Death Eater? Yes, she answered the questions in the same flat inflectionless voice that Draco Malfoy had used only a few hours before. Do you know who sent Dementors against Harry Potter and his cousin last summer? Yes, I sent them. Dumbledore had long suspected Umbridge but had been unable to prove it. Who told you to send them? Everyone expected her to say Voldemort, but she surprised them, Cornelius Fudge. Why did he send them? Was the startled question from Tonks. He's a Death Eater and our Lord told him to discredit or kill the boy. Potter has escaped him too many times and he wanted the boy locked up or destroyed. He also wanted his credibility destroyed in the public's mind to shore up support for Minister Fudge. Umbridge went on to reveal several other top ministry officials, including the names of several Aurors, none of which really surprised Shacklebolt or Tonks. She admitted the ministry was riddled with Death Eaters in several crucial positions. Dumbledore quickly began notifying key members of the Order of the Phoenix to start investigating those named by Umbridge so they could begin arresting them quietly. Luckily Madame Bones, the head of magical law enforcement, was not named. And none of the top unspeakables were named so they could be used to start purging the ministry. This must be done as quickly and quietly as possible so the public didn't panic. And Harry Potter's and Severus Snape's disappearance must be kept quiet as long as possible. There were less than 2 weeks before the students left for the holidays, so that should give them some time before more questions about the two's disappearance were asked. As Dolores Umbridge was led out the front doors, the entire student body stood and saluted her as she left with a magnificent cheering roar and the tossing of hundreds of hats into the air. She was still raving about, taking everyone else down with her, as she was dragged out the steps and across the grounds to an undisclosed location safe from the ministry's meddling and corruption, where she would join the 4 arrested in the castle this morning. Dumbledore had been preparing a special place for captured Death Eaters that were too important to let stay at Azkaban. After all, how many times did he want to catch the same Death Eaters? The early evening of December 1st, before the disappearance of Potter and Snape. Rita Skeeter didn't know if she was more pissed or happy. After that little witch, Hermione Granger had kept her trapped in a jar since the 3rd task last summer, she had plotted how to escape and get revenge on her and her friends. And tonight she had managed. The girl had been distracted about something, Skeeter didn't know what, and it was too hard to hear anything from inside a stupid jar after all. But the girl had left the jar standing only half on the nightstand beside her bed, and Rita had been able to bang against one side of her jail until it fell and broke on the floor. Rita had transformed back into human form from her beetle animagus only long enough to heal herself of the cuts her escape had given her and transformed back. Now she was winging through the castle in search of dirt. It had to be really good to pay back all her humiliation and degradation. Nobody trapped Rita Skeeter without regretting it, and regretting it bad. Ah, ha, there was Potter running through the halls, it was almost curfew, perhaps he was going to meet up with some girl. The scoop on Potter's love life would rate the front page of the Daily Prophet and get me right back on top. My editor would just have to believe I have been on the trail of this story. Right, if I hide myself in his robe pocket, he won't even notice me and I can hear everything. Hey, what's that noise and oof, watch it. Hey, you're squashing me in awe, pain, agony, Skeeter fell into unconsciousness, still in her beetle form, trapped in Harry Potter's robe pocket. She was still unconscious when she was unwittingly portkeyed into Voldemort's inner sanctum along with Harry Potter and Severus Snape. Rita crawled out from inside Potter's pocket and scurried away from him as quickly as her 6 little bug legs would allow. No one noticed the small beetle with the weird markings scuttling into the shadows. Wow, this is even better than Potter's love life. If he kills he who must not be named, I have a front row seat to report all the details. And if he dies, I still get the story. Maybe I better fly up into the shadows on the ceiling so I don't get stepped on. From Rita's hiding place in the shadows made by the flickering candlelight she watched, wishing she had her quick quotes quill, but oh well, she could always just make up what she didn't remember or too far away to hear clearly. Too bad beetles didn't really have good ears, she couldn't hear everything they said clearly. But she could still hear enough to retell the story. She watched as 2 Death Eaters hung Potter up between them. He dangled lifeless and limp between them, their holds on his arms the only thing keeping him upright. Potter looked to be in bad shape. His nose was bleeding and it looked like he had smashed his face into a wall. His glasses were missing and he was just suspended between the 2 goons. She noticed that Snape had stood up only to bow down and grovel at the Dark Lord's feet. After checking to make sure she was completely hidden, she sat back to just watch. After all, a good reporter watched the news, it wasn't her responsibility to get involved. Not that she could do much as a beetle anyway, she rationalized to herself. Voldemort stood up and stepped toward Potter, running a long, skeletal finger down the boy's cheek. Potter seemed to shudder even though he was still obviously unconscious. Voldemort turned toward a tall, regal-looking Death Eater. Was that Lucius Malfoy? Could the boy have been right? Voldemort began speaking in a low, deadly hiss, "Yisss Potter in SS such SS shape. I told you to bring him to me in one piece." He raged, "Not half kill him." Snape told the Dark Lord that the Malfoy boy had attacked him and tortured him after he was already stunned. If anything, Voldemort was even more angry. "Lucius, if you do not punish your SSSON, you will take the punishment for him." Malfoy sputtered apologies and backed out of Voldemort's presence. Rita could hear the pop of his apparition from a long way away. She almost giggled. He must be a really weak wizard to make that loud of a pop. He almost sounded like a bloody house elf. Snape was groveling again and asking permission to take the boy away to heal him in his lab, but Voldemort didn't want him out of his sight. Snape fumbled in his robes and found a potion which he forced down the boy's mouth. After a minute, Potter picked up his head, stood on shaky legs and glared at Voldemort and Snape. "I wonder why Snape isn't dressed like a Death Eater. Everyone always knew he was one, and now I can prove it," she thought with glee. "I'll never join you, Tom." Potter was screaming. Voldemort was so furious he was spitting, but he was talking too softly for her to hear. Voldemort started cackling hysterically as he cast a bone-breaking curse at first Potter's right arm and then his left one. Potter groaned and shuddered, but he didn't cry out. Voldemort then cast the same curse at his left leg. The 2 goons still standing to either side of him grabbed Potter quickly to keep him from falling to the floor. Voldemort, screeching hysterically, blasted his right leg, shattering the poor boy's kneecap. Harry finally screamed with agony. The only thing holding the boy up was the tight grip of the 2 Death Eaters who were laughing at him. They almost lost their grip on him when a blasting curse hit the boy forcefully in the chest, nearly ripping him out of their hold by the force. Rita was getting sicker as the minutes passed. What did this have to do with keeping the wizarding world pure? This was just senseless torture for some bizarre, and sadistic pleasure. And the bastards really appeared to be enjoying torturing a defenseless boy outnumbered about 2 to 1 and being held down to be tormented cruelly after being injured to begin with. This was pure-blooded supremacy. Rita was beginning to doubt the wisdom of not joining in the fight against these bloody bastards. If they did this to Potter, what would they do to everyone else if they win? A new Death Eater rushed in and groveled at Voldemort's feet. Rita couldn't quite hear what he said, but Snape turned pure white and Voldemort started to curse him. Potter stood up. "Boy, that must hurt." She unconsciously flinched at the sight, and then the battered and bloody child fell on top of Snape, who looked totally flabbergasted. Avada Kedavra. screamed Voldemort, but before the green light hit the two huddled together on the floor, Rita saw a bright white light envelope the two on the ground and then, with a flash, they disappeared. The green light passing through where they had been only a moment before. It killed a Death Eater that had been watching the spectacle from directly behind Potter. He was too petrified with shock to even realize he was dead before he hit the floor. She wasn't surprised to see every Death Eater, including Voldemort, thrown to the floor by the flare of pure magical energy. Several had also been blasted backwards into the walls. Voldemort was the first to stand up again, and he started screaming and casting random curses at everyone around him before they even stood up again. The screams echoing throughout the chamber were even more horrific because Voldemort had stopped hissing and started laughing maniacally as his followers were reduced to quivering masses scattered on the floor at his feet. Rita took the opportunity to escape while no one was in any shape to notice her. She flew out of the chamber and down dark corridor after dark corridor following the scent of outside air, until she finally found a way out through an old oak door with a deep crack at the top that she could squeeze through. She flew to a nearby tree and landed totally exhausted and shaking from reaction to the horrific events she had unwittingly witnessed. Now that the adrenaline had worn off, she was trembling so hard that she couldn't move, much less fly. Even as a beetle, she was nauseated and disgusted at what she had witnessed. And she knew that when she transformed, her human feelings would be almost unbearable. Rita had never really thought about which side was right in this war, but she understood she could no longer remain neutral. That fact had been driven home to her most forcefully tonight. No matter what she thought of Potter and Dumbledore, no one deserved to be treated like that. And Voldemort and his followers were insane, sadistic madmen. She knew she would have to take this story to Dumbledore. Maybe he could get the truth out around the chokehold Fudge and the Ministry had on the Daily Prophet. Too bad she hadn't seen anyone's face except Malfoy and Snape. Not that Fudge would believe anything against his financial backer, Malfoy. She had heard of more than one reporter losing their job because they tried to print something detrimental to Lucius Malfoy. Perhaps she could talk Dumbledore into putting her memories in his pensieve before someone could hit her with a memory charm or just make her mysteriously disappear. She looked around trying to determine what time it was. She knew she wouldn't be able to find her way to Hogwarts until after daylight. She knew it had been around 10 when she had been portkeyed along with Potter. The whole disgustingly, nauseating torture and Potter's escape had taken a couple of hours, so she must have left the death chamber around midnight. After resting for another hour, she started to notice Death Eaters dragging themselves out of the dark manor house and then apparating away. Most of them kept their masks on until they disappeared, but she was surprised to notice Umbridge, Avery, Nott, McNair and several others she recognized, but didn't know the names of, before they disapparated. She waited the several more hours until daylight to try to find her way to Hogwarts. First she flew to the nearby village and noticed the name of Little Hangleton. Bollocks, she had no idea where that was. She returned to the manor for one last sweep so she could describe it precisely to Dumbledore. It must be about 7 am, so it would probably be safe to take one last look around inside. Her curiosity was beginning to overcome her fear. Surely all the Death Eaters had disapparated before now. She had always been too curious for her own good, which was what made her a good reporter. Well, that and her ability to stretch the truth to give her readers exactly what they wanted to read. But she had to get as much information as she could. Maybe there would be a map inside that would let her know where she was so she could get a safe distance away from the now quiet manor and apparate. She really was too tired to fly much more as a beetle without a long rest. She buzzed back in through the same crack in the wooden door she had escaped through, and followed her way back down the corridors, using the instinct for directions that was part of the bug's instincts. She entered the death chamber only to find it completely empty. She heard low voices coming through a door behind the throne, and flew into the room, keeping to the dark shadows flickering in the dim candlelight. She found Voldemort being tended by that weird little rat-faced man. Oh, how creepy. Voldemort looks more snake than human, and there he is curled up on a bed in front of the fire with a huge, nasty snake wrapped around him. They almost look like lovers. How disgusting. Ugh, is that venom he's drinking? She thought, more horrified if at all possible. Voldemort was talking. Wormtail, We must call my followers here again tonight to see if they know where the traitor and the brat have escaped to. How did they leave despite the wards? Rita had the idea that he was really talking aloud to himself and didn't expect any answer from Wormtail. Was that really his name? Well, it sort of fits him, I guess. Rita was preparing to leave when Voldemort started screaming and grabbed his forehead in agony, just like she had seen Potter do when she had witnessed him in his divination class. What could be causing him such pain? It seemed like forever, but it was probably only a couple of minutes when the unholy screaming stopped abruptly and Voldemort collapsed against the pillows, unconscious. Wormtail tried for several minutes but was unable to revive his master, even using an enervate spell. Wormtail then yelled as loud as he could for help, but it seemed all the Death Eaters had managed to recover enough to leave. He wrote a quick note saying he was going for a healer, dropped it on Voldemort's chest, and left the Dark Lord's side. Rita left the building on her way out to go to find Dumbledore with her information, when she spotted another Death Eater creeping out of a different door than she had escaped from. She didn't know the man's name, but recognized him as a sales clerk from a shop in Diagon Alley. She took a chance and flew down and latched herself to the back of his hood. Thank you, Merlin. The Death Eater and his unsuspected rider appeared in the alley behind the leaky cauldron. She slipped away while he removed his mask and transfigured his robes into everyday green ones. As he tapped the bricks to enter Diagon Alley, she snuck into the back room of the leaky cauldron. Good thing she knew where the cracked glass in the hallway window was, that was big enough for a beetle to slip through. She flew into the ladies' room and transfigured back into human form. She scourgified her robes, cast a quick hairdo repair spell and walked out into the pub room of the leaky cauldron where she quickly and silently took the flow to Hogsmeade. She only stopped long enough in the Three Broomsticks to say good morning to Madame Rosmerta and made her way to the castle. Less than an hour later, she was sitting in Albus Dumbledore's office drinking hot tea with her hands still shaking badly at her close escape, and trying to tell the old headmaster her story in a coherent fashion. So you were in Harry's pocket when he was attacked outside Professor Snape's office. The old man hadn't said a word when she admitted to him that she was an illegal beetle animagus. She had the uncomfortable feeling that it was not new information to him. Yes, though I didn't know he had been attacked or that we had been portkeyed anywhere until I crawled out of his robes and found myself in front of VV Voldemort himself. She continued her haltingly told story to the sympathetic old man. She had only told him the bare outlines of what had happened until Potter's and Snape's disappearance in a flash of blinding white light when he halted her. Please wait here, Miss Skeeter. I must notify several people who need to hear your story, confidentially of course. Please enjoy breakfast until I can return. I am certain after your harrowing adventures of last night you must be famished. He had snapped his fingers and a generous plate had appeared on a small table in front of her. She was so hungry from her ordeal and flight that she just nodded and started to eat, surprised that it tasted so good after the horrors of her night. Almost an hour later, Dumbledore himself came to escort her to a small conference room that was full of people sitting around a majestic oak table with 12 comfortable-looking leather chairs, only 2 of which were empty. She recognized Professors McGonagall, Vector, Flitwick, Sprout, and Hooch, as well as the half-giant, Hagrid. The ministry was represented by Arthur Weasley, Nymphadora Tonks, and Kingsley Shacklebolt, and Remus Lupin was there with a big, black dog, that looked something like a Grim, at his feet for some reason. Dumbledore gave her a half-smile that did not reach his eyes as he seated her. He sat next to her, and handed her a small vial that she recognized as a mild calming potion. She noticed he looked tired and suddenly much older than she remembered him, and his trademark twinkle was gone from his eyes. She thanked him, took a moment for the potion to take effect, and with a deep breath recounted her harrowing tale to those present. Rita was emotionally and physically drained by the time she had finished retelling the experience, even with the calming draft. Each time she had had to tell it, she had furthered her understanding of just how evil Voldemort and his Death Eaters were, and strengthened her resolve to join the fight to defeat him. The group sat around the table in stunned silence as each was lost in their own thoughts of the previous night after she finished talking. Dumbledore was the first to break the silence. Am I correct, Miss Skeeter, that you are no longer sitting on the sidelines in this war? You were willing to join us in fighting for the light against Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Yes, I am not willing to directly fight as I would be killed in the first volley of spells, but I am willing to return to spy in VV Voldemort's hideout. There are enough shadows in the rooms and corridors that I will not be noticed. But I need some way of reporting back to you without having to fly back each time. And I would be too conspicuous apparating into Hogsmeade frequently. I also don't know where Little Hangleton is, do you? The room erupted in 12 people talking all at once until Dumbledore had to call for silence once again. He turned back to the group around the table and asked for them to please ask questions one at a time, so that everyone would get a chance and one and all could hear the answers and not repeat questions already answered. So, Harry and Severus are gone. Voldemort does not have them, nor, apparently judging by his anger, does he know where they are. And Harry was badly injured. How was Severus? Asked Lupin anxiously. No, I don't think he had anything to do with them disappearing. They disappeared just as he was firing a killing curse at them. I'm sure it was something Potter did, not Snape. Snape looked just as stunned as the Death Eaters at the magical outburst. And I know Potter's arms and legs were all broken with bone-breaking curses. And I'm pretty sure his chest is a mess. That was a very strong blasting curse he was hit with. He was also hit with 3 or 4 Crucios. I only saw Snape hit with 2 Crucios, but they were held for a long time and Voldemort was very angry when he cast them. I don't think either of them is in too good of shape, but Snape was definitely better off. Rita clarified as the group started talking again, all of them horrified at what had happened to their 2 friends. And you say that Voldemort was hit with a debilitating pain in his forehead. How long after they disappeared? Dumbledore asked quietly. He was afraid the connection between Harry's scar and Voldemort had been broken, and that the backlash had hit Voldemort causing the pain. Unfortunately, the only thing he could think of that would break the connection was the death of one of the 2 connected. And since Voldemort was still alive, he was afraid that Harry had died at that instant. His eyes were moist with tears he dared not shed. He could not dash the hope of rescue that he saw in his dear friend's eyes. And he dared not believe in his own heart that it was over. He too needed hope, and they must find Severus even if the worst, oh, please, not Harry, not my boy, had happened. The anguish he felt in his heart must be crushed down. He needed to stay strong and be their leader. His face hardened in further resolve to find the missing 2. They disappeared right about midnight, and my best guess was the pain hit Voldemort about 8 hours later. Rita had no idea why that was significant, but she had been a reporter too long to not notice Dumbledore's reactions. After several hours of sometimes nearly hysterical discussion, Rita left to return to her flat. After agreeing that she would go back each night for several hours to Little Hangleton to spy for the Order. She had been given a pendant that she could use to contact Dumbledore if there was any information that was urgent. Otherwise she would return every 4 days to give the group an update. She needed to pack up some belongings to stay at a friend of Dumbledore's who lived only a 15-minute flight from Little Hangleton. The fellow was a 90-year-old squib, so he had escaped the Death Eaters' attention. They had not been attacking anyone near their hiding spot, so far not wanting to draw any attention to the area. She would be able to sleep during the day and use her pendant to report anything not urgent. She could use the flow to the 3 broomsticks where she would transform and fly as a beetle up to Dumbledore's office when she needed to report in person. He had spelled his office window wards to accept her as it did Fawkes. As soon as Rita left, the black dog transformed back into Sirius Black. Since he was still wanted by the Ministry for Magic for being a mass murderer and escaping Azkaban, he could not transform in front of Rita Skeeter. She might have agreed to spy, but she was still a reporter for the Daily Prophet, first and foremost. The other members of the group would quietly search for the 2 injured friends, and keep their eyes and ears open for any information they might glean from the usual sources. Dumbledore knew that if it was in any way possible, Severus would let them know where they were. That he would care for the boy and protect him with his life, even if he hated him. But Sirius and several others there were not so sure that Snape might not finish off the job Malfoy and then Voldemort had started. After all, he could always claim that the boy was too badly injured and that help was just too far away or too slow in arriving. After what seemed like hours of arguing, Dumbledore had had enough and sent everyone out to search for the two injured men. Albus Dumbledore walked with a heavy heart through the corridors of his beloved castle, feeling bereft of the two people he held closer to his heart than any others. When he returned to his office, he was unfortunately alone with his increasingly gloomy thoughts. After Grindelwald had killed his wife and two young children 50 years ago, he had vowed never to let anyone get so close to his heart. And for the most part, he had kept that vow. He was fond of his staff, well, most of them, and he was genuinely fond of his students, some more than others, but he had let Severus Snape into his heart after the Dark Man had placed his life on the line to begin spying for him after his parents had drugged him and dragged him off to be marked only 2 days after he graduated from Hogwarts. It had only taken 6 months for Severus to gather up enough courage to ask to meet with his former headmaster, and to offer up any information that he had. He had only asked for Dumbledore to accompany him to the Ministry to turn himself in for judgment, and was utterly astounded that Dumbledore would offer him a way to redeem himself and atone for his sins by helping to defeat Voldemort. And after all these years of spying, the man still didn't believe himself worthy of affection, let alone love. It had taken several years for Dumbledore to come to care for him as a son, but he had to admit to himself that Severus had held that place in his heart for many years. Even if the stubborn child refused to acknowledge the fact that Albus loved him. He had fallen in love with the moment those big, green eyes had looked up at him with such trust as he placed him on the Dursleys' doorstep so many long years ago. Ah, if only he had listened to Minerva and his own heart, he knew he could have found somewhere better for the child. He could have fought the Ministry for custody or at least guardianship. Then seeing the child again, so small and wide-eyed at the sorting feast when he turned 11, it had broken his heart. The poor child had looked like he was only 8. Hagrid had told the staff about his relatives and how he had not even known about his parents or that he was a wizard. And over the years, the bits and pieces from his friends, Mrs. Figg, who had watched over him all those years, and the yearly tirade he got from Madame Pomfrey the first time she treated the child each return to school, made him certain that the boy's life at the Dursleys wasn't good. Poppy would rant on about malnutrition and borderline starvation, neglect, and downright abuse, but the child never said anything directly. He never complained about anything specific so that they could remove him from the Dursleys' care. He knew the Medowitch slipped nutritive potions and vitamin tonics into every potion she treated him with. Dumbledore wouldn't be surprised to find out she had coerced Dobby into slipping extra nutrients into the boy's pumpkin juice. It would be fairly easy to do. He and his friends sat at the same spot for almost every meal and the boy always took the pumpkin juice. He should ask Poppy. If she wasn't, maybe he could suggest that they might do that. Simple vitamin supplements wouldn't harm anyone else who inadvertently shared the same pitcher of juice after all. His thoughts continued to center around his beloved grandson. He could not have been prouder of the lad after the fiasco with the Sorcerer's Stone if he had been his own grandson. And each year, Harry had made him prouder and prouder. He cursed the decision he had made to not talk alone to Harry after the Toad Umbridge sent those Dementors. He thought his heart would explode when he heard the danger she had put the poor boy in. And then he didn't talk to the boy once except to tell him he had to spend Christmas at someplace he absolutely hated. His heart broke as he thought he might never get the chance to talk to the child again, to try to make amends for the shabby treatment he had given the boy this year. Both of his boys might be gone before he could tell them how he cared about them and loved them deeply. He sat lost in his thoughts as he absent-mindedly stroked Fox Feathers, the calming trill of the phoenix's song soothing his aching heart. Breakfast the morning of the students leaving for the Christmas holidays a week later was somber. The empty seats at the Gryffindor table and the one at the staff table were a constant reminder of their missing friends and teacher. The continued absence of Malfoy and his goons had made the rivalry between houses almost non-existent, and classes were much more productive and quiet. The arrival of the Daily Prophet that morning was a glaring reminder of how insidious and sinister the spread of the Death Eaters had become. Minister for Magic arrested for being Death Eater was the most startling of the headlines, as was the list of ministry officials confirmed as followers of you-know-who. There was another exciting announcement that would have made the students much happier if their friend had been there to share the news with them. Madam Bones named new minister, and Arthur Weasley named new director of magical law enforcement. Ron, Ginny, and the twins accepted the congratulations of their classmates graciously, but they didn't seem to have too much enthusiasm for anything right now. They were the only four at the school who knew, besides the staff, exactly why their friend Harry and the potions master were still missing. Everyone else thought the two were recovering from injuries received in the attack and would return after Christmas holidays. Who would have thought we would be hoping that Snape is okay and that Harry is with him? Ron was almost too upset to eat, but it had been 10 days and he was a growing boy. Hermione just picked at her eggs as she answered her friend, I always said, Dumbledore trusts him so we should too. But I know what you mean. Yeah, I'd even take potions classes over the holidays if it meant Harry was here. Ginny was equally as gloomy. It's just so hard not knowing where they are and how they are doing. Do you think Dumbledore knows and is just not telling us? Nah, said George. I saw Professor McGonagall wiping a tear from her eyes before class yesterday when she thought no one was in the next class yet. And your class would have been the one just finished, so she was obviously thinking about Harry. It's just so hard thinking about schoolwork when we don't know where he is and how badly he's hurt. I don't think the adults are telling us everything though, they act like they are hiding something, especially Dumbledore. I have never seen him look so old and tired, Hermione stated. The four decided that they would have to all listen and be quiet over the holidays so that the adults might forget they were there and let something slip. They quietly finished their meal and headed back to the tower to quietly say goodbye to their classmates for the holidays. It had been settled that all the Order members who could would be staying at Hogwarts for the holidays. The Ministry was in too much turmoil at the present time to renew the wards. It was decided that everyone should be available at a moment's notice in case they were needed. Hopefully for a rescue. Harry opened his eyes to a sea of white. White, familiar smell, the hospital wing. Wait, he wasn't at Hogwarts. He remembered everything that had happened the day before and groaned. He heard a familiar voice asking him how he was feeling. And don't tell me, fine. I have heard too many complaints from almost all of the staff, especially Madame Pomfrey and Headmaster Dumbledore, saying you could have fallen off your broom, been attacked by 10 Death Eaters and have a temperature of 15 and you would still answer, fine. Severus' face was blurry, but familiar enough for him to recognize him even without his glasses. But he wasn't sure he would ever get used to seeing the man smiling at him. That was just so weird. I just ache all over now. Nothing is really in sharp pain, and it's really weird that my scar doesn't hurt at all. It has hurt constantly for years, so it's weird that it doesn't. Nice, but weird. I need to use the loo. Everywhere that is bandaged itches. I'm starved, and I am sick of being in bed and helpless. Oh, and I expect to be very bored very soon. Enough information, sir. Harry smirked at Severus. Impudent brat. Severus smirked back at him, though it was really lost since the boy couldn't see him clearly anyway. Harry took a big chance. The man after all seemed to like him now, greasy git. He joked back, realizing what he had said, and who he had said it to. He immediately regretted opening his mouth. He quickly dropped his head in silent fear. That really had been too much. The man would now revert to the snarky bastard. He was sure he would yell at him, but he was pretty sure the man wouldn't hit him like Uncle Vernon, but he wasn't absolutely positive. To his utter surprise, the man started to laugh, really laugh, and to Harry's surprise, he just patted him on the head, ruffling his hair. Insolent child, Severus muttered while still chuckling at the new, more daring Harry. He couldn't help laughing out loud at the shocked expression on the poor boy's face. It was priceless, he thought. If I had known how much fun it was to joke with people, I might have acted like this years ago. Well, probably not, but it is nice to be liked. Their conversation was interrupted by the entrance of a lady dressed in a very bright sunshine yellow robe. Even with his poor vision, Harry noticed that she was very, very pregnant. She was also very cheerful. What was it with healers being so cheerful? Ah, Harry, it is all right if I call you Harry. At his nod she continued, now that you are awake we can finish giving you some potions and use a few spells to accelerate your healing. I imagine you are really tired of those splints now, aren't you? Yes, ma'am, but I really need to use the loo before we do anything else. He looked relieved as she muttered the same spell that Severus used in the meadow to empty his bladder, but he really couldn't wait to be able to do it the old-fashioned way. She used her wand to perform several diagnostic spells over the lad, muttering ominously as she worked. The longer she waved her wand, the darker the expression on her face became, and her muttering was increasing in volume with each pass over Harry's body. Severus looked anxiously at her as her examination concluded. "He's healing all right, isn't he? I did the best I could in the meadow, but we were alone for over a week. He's going to heal all right, isn't he?" Harry had never heard his cold potions professor babble, but that sounded like what the man was doing. Harry could hear the worry in Severus' voice, and that starting to worry him. He had felt so much better, he was sure he was going to be all right, but now the doubt started to creep into his thoughts. "Oh, yes, he'll be right as rain by the end of the week. It just makes me mad to see what one human being will inflict on another, especially an innocent child. It's just evil. Grandfather told us your story this morning. I hope that was all right, but we needed to know, so we knew what to treat." Harry said hurriedly, "That's fine, I really don't feel like telling it, but I don't mind you knowing the story. I mean, almost everyone in the wizarding world at home knows the story, what's a few more?" She nodded and left to fetch several potions. Severus recognized Bone Strengthener, Nerve Regenerator, and a few nutrient potions. He was surprised that she didn't just bring Skelegro and have it done in one dose rather than the slower Bone Strengthener potions, and then he realized that it didn't exist yet. After feeding the foul-tasting potions to Harry, she had Severus help the boy get cleaned up and into clean pajamas. She had just finished up when Merlin entered, followed by two men and the most beautiful dark-haired, fair-skinned women that Severus had ever seen. Harry squinted at the newcomers, but he really couldn't see anyone clearly. Merlin looked at him and asked, "Would you like me to repair your eyesight for you, young Harry? The spell only lasts about a month, but it can be renewed until I can teach you how to repair your eyes by yourself." Severus and Harry both looked at the old wizard in astonishment. Merlin chuckled, "Let me guess, the spell has been lost to your time." At the nod of both dark heads, Merlin laid his hands on Harry's eyes and chanted with the deep, resonant bass voice they remembered from the ritual at the lake. Harry felt a warm wash of magic flow through his eyes. When Merlin removed his hands, Harry opened his eyes to a blurry world that cleared more with each blink of his eyes. He looked around in wide-eyed wonder. "Wow, that's great, what do you mean, teach me to heal myself?" The adults all laughed at the child's curiosity, but Merlin said that he would leave that for another day when they had more time for him to explain. "Harry, do you remember last night before we were attacked? I asked you to be my apprentice. I know I haven't given you much time to think about it, but I need an answer soon because your magic will be growing, both because the connection draining your magic is broken, and because you will be growing and strengthening physically also. As well, you are rapidly approaching your 16th birthday when your magical core will mature. Although I do not know when your birthday is exactly." He turned to Severus and introducing the others said, "Severus, you have met my granddaughter Helga. This is her husband, Salazar Slytherin. This is my grandson, Helga's brother, Godric Gryffindor, and his wife, Rowena Ravenclaw. Salazar, I believe you had something you wanted to ask Severus." "Yes, Severus, I understand that you are a potions master and teach potions at a magical school in the far future. I am the potions master at this small academy and have studied and researched many ancient potions that are not widely known. I propose that we collaborate in teaching potions, and teach each other the potions of our own times. I am certain you know many potions that have been developed in your time, and I am certain that I know many that are lost to your time, or are even very rarely known now." Harry didn't have to hear Severus answer. His face looked like a child let loose in a toy store and told he could have anything he wanted. Severus was so shocked that he almost stuttered as he tried to speak so quickly that his words tripped over themselves. "I would be honored to learn at your side, Lord Slytherin," he said humbly, unable to believe that his idol and lifelong icon was asking to work with him, let alone learn potions from him. "Great, just call me Salazar, or preferably Sal if you like. I have a feeling we will be working side by side." Helga rolled her eyes at their enthusiasm and told the two with a mocking scold, "But no talking about potions at the dinner table. It takes my appetite away. It's bad enough you have to smell like them, I don't want to know what's in them." Salazar leaned over his wife's shoulder to give her a quick key on the cheek, while he rubbed her pregnant belly with his right hand. "How's my little potions master doing? Aren't you about ready to come out and help me brew potions for Mama?" Helga just laughed at him and swatted his hand away. "Not before the boy is 10, Salazar, you promised." Salazar rolled his eyes and looked at her with a mischievous glint in his brown eyes. "Yes, dear, whatever you say, dear." Everyone laughed at the total insincerity in Salazar's tone, especially his wife. Harry giggled but then quickly stopped laughing at the two being silly together. A wistful look of longing appeared on his overly thin face. The others could all tell, without him saying a word, that he was wishing that he had a family that loved each other, and joked together, and laughed with each other. Severus reached over to Harry and wrapped a warm arm around his shoulders as Merlin gathered up his hands and held them in his own calloused and weathered ones. Harry squared his shoulders and sighed deeply. Harry looked up at Merlin with awe in his voice and spoke softly, "I am honored that you consider me worthy to become your apprentice. But I am not a very good wizard. I just get by in class and I can't do anything like that shield you used against that attack." Merlin released one hand to brush the hair out of the child's eyes, and smiled. "Harry, you are more powerful now that you know, and you will continue to grow in your magic as you get older. Do not doubt your power or your abilities." Severus sat on the edge of the bed and took Harry's chin in his hand. "Harry, what happened when you did better than your cousin Dudley in school?" "My uncle would beat me and lock me in my cupboard and Aunt Petunia wouldn't let me eat anything for days," was the quiet reply. Harry tried to look down. In his experience any complaint would be dealt with harshly, evenly. But somehow, after the cleansing ritual and the purification ritual in the lake, it was almost as if those things had happened to someone else. For the first time in his life, he was able to tell others without feeling ashamed or afraid of what people would think if they knew about what had happened to him. In a way it was kind of liberating to finally tell people, especially people who cared about him, what had happened. Severus didn't let Harry break eye contact as he continued, "And how old were you when your uncle started beating and starving you for unexplained happenings, which you now know were your magic showing itself?" Harry finally managed to look down. Even though Severus still had hold of his chin, "I don't know how young I was, I never remember a time that they didn't. My earliest memories are of the darkness and hunger of being locked in my cupboard. I must have been just 2 since I remember still wearing diapers that my aunt refused to change for days at a time." Severus pulled Harry into a hug as he whispered into his hair, "Never again, child, you will never have to be there again." He sat back and pulled Harry's head up so that he could look the boy directly into his eyes again. "I think you have been blocking your magical and scholastic abilities for so long that you do it unconsciously. And remember what Merlin told you about Tom draining your magic for years to keep himself alive. I think you are much more powerful and intelligent than you have willingly let yourself be. I know that now that you are going to be allowed to excel, you will do fine. In fact, much better than fine. Remember, I care for you and I will never yell at you for doing your best, no matter if it's much better than I can do. And no one will ever beat you or starve you again. That's my promise, and I always keep my promises." Harry looked around at the faces that surrounded his bed. He expected to see pity, but all he saw was concern and caring. They weren't angry or upset with him. They didn't think he was worthless, or that somehow it was his fault that he had been abused. Maybe he could get through all of this and put the Dursleys behind him after all. Harry wasn't sure he totally believed Severus, but what he and Merlin had told him made a lot of sense. And he knew he deliberately kept his grades below Dudley's. Could he be doing that so that people didn't notice him any more than they already did? It kind of made sense to him. Sometimes things came so easy to him that he frightened himself. He knew he hated being different in any way. But maybe being different could be in a good way. He didn't know for sure, but he would really think on it. Merlin touched his arm gently and said, "Harry, could you try something with me? I promise not to hurt you and you can stop at any time you like, if you get tired or frightened." Harry looked up at Merlin, a man he thought of as his savior. He had broken the connection between Voldemort and himself. He couldn't refuse the wizard anything he asked. After all, he owed him his life. Green eyes meeting green eyes, he said, "Yes, sir." Merlin touched his hands to either side of Harry's temples. Harry could hear a gentle bass voice in his head telling him to think back on the feeling after the first ritual, when his mind had been totally blank. Harry did that easily. He wondered briefly if that was what Severus meant when he told him to empty his mind. He felt a chuckle in his head. Yes, child. Now watch what I do. He felt Merlin's presence delving deep inside of him to find a brilliant core of swirling silver and gold power. He watched as the old wizard pulled a strand of power and pushed it through his body until it reached the fingers of his right hand. It seemed to attach by itself and stayed there while the old man left his mind with a gentle mental caress. Now Harry, use a Lumos spell. But I don't have my wand, sir. I don't know where it is. Ah, but Harry, you don't need a wand. Just point with your hand. Harry looked skeptical, but he would humor him. After all, he was Merlin. If he told him he could do it, he knew that he would be able to. Lumos, he yelled. Harry's whole hand glowed with a bright light, much brighter than his wand ever lit for him. Wow, how did I do that? Look, Severus, it's so cool. The adults all laughed at the expression of joy on the boy's face. It made him look about 12 years old. He laughed with glee and almost bubbled as he continued, what else can I do? Accio. A pillow flew into Harry's hand from across the room. Wingardium Leviosa. Oops. The last was said because he had accidentally levitated Severus off of the side of his bed, levitating him about 3 feet above the mattress, and not lifted the pillow as he had intended to. This is so fantastic. His green eyes sparkled with the fun he was having using magic so effortlessly. Harry was actually giggling as he lowered Severus gently back to the bed. Helga looked at Merlin askance. I believe that's quite enough. He is not healed by any means. You will tire him out. Merlin was laughing. Please, granddaughter. As you can see, he is not tired at all. One more tiny thing. Now child, release the magic from your hand and then draw it back yourself. Can you do that? With a look of intense concentration, Harry zoned out for about 5 minutes before saying, Lumos. His hand again lit up. He shrieked with happiness and Severus hugged him, messing up his hair even more than it had been, if that was possible. Merlin looked at Harry with an expression of mock ferocity. Don't ever tell me a second time that you are not a powerful wizard, Harry. And don't claim that you are just an average student ever again. Harry looked up at him. But that wasn't hard. The way you showed me it was really easy. Anyone could do it. Harry looked around at the others beside his bed. They all looked both shocked and unbelieving. What? Salazar and Rowena both told him that they could not do wandless magic like that even though they had tried for years. Godric told him that it had taken him over 6 months of daily lessons to show his first Lumos, and Helga said her wandless magic was limited to a few minor healing and diagnostic spells. Harry looked from Merlin to Severus for confirmation. Harry, I am limited to lighting a few candles, showing a potion on the blackboard and opening and shutting a door. And they all make me tired, so I don't do them often. Albus can do a few more, but he cannot lift more than a small book, certainly not someone as heavy as I am. And he certainly doesn't have the control to lift me 3 feet in the air and then put me gently back on the bed exactly as I was sitting. Merlin nodded at the boy and said, Harry, I am very accomplished at wandless magic, and do almost all of my magic with my hand. As you will soon be, I am unable to use a wand without it either exploding from excessive power or burning up in my hand. This is why we must begin immediately to train you to use your power so that it does not injure you or others. But you learned much faster than even I did. He smiled at the flabbergasted youth. Apprentice Potter. I will try my best to learn all that you can teach me. I would like that very much, sir. Harry was somewhat subdued after the wild euphoria of playing with his magic. He decided maybe he could do everything they wanted him to after all. Just then young serving girl entered into the hospital with a tray full of food for Harry which he accepted eagerly. Merlin laughed. We'll leave you now to eat and then I'm sure Helga will want you to sleep some more. He paid no attention to the boy's grumbling as he started to eat. Harry was so starved he dug right in and barely noticed when Godric, Merlin, and Rowena left his room, still shaking their heads at the boy's seemingly effortless display of tremendous magical power. Salazar and Severus still stood at the end of his bed, deeply engrossed in potions talk to the exclusion of everything else. Severus was describing the benefits of Skele-Gro in treating broken bones quickly, and he had the founder intrigued as they walked out of the infirmary together. Helga laughed. Well, we won't see either one of them again for a long while. Now eat up, young Harry, and I will try to find a book or two that might interest you for a while. And then you will sleep. Perhaps you will be able to go to the hall to eat dinner tonight, if you promise to come right back. Would you like that? Harry just nodded, too busy with the best ham, cheese, and mushroom omelette with fried potatoes that he had ever eaten. He barely noticed when he was left alone in the infirmary and had already fallen back to sleep by the time Helga returned with several books. Laughing, she placed them on the nightstand for when he woke up later, and took his tray to return it to the kitchen. Severus and Salazar returned to the hospital wing late that afternoon to find Harry sitting up in bed deeply engrossed in a thick book about controlling magic and how to moderate the amount of power you used in spells. Severus was carrying a goblet of something that smelled really rotten, and he had an evil smirk on his face. Helga came waddling out of her office and gave her husband a quick hug and key before asking what was in the goblet. Severus has shown me how to make Skele-Gro. It is a potion that heals or completely grows new bones with only one dose. And it works in a matter of hours. Salazar was much more excited about the potion than Harry was. He had tasted the stuff before after all. Helga was now even more excited than Salazar. No splinting, no staying off the bone for weeks. Just hours and it's as good as new. Yes, though it does taste rather vile, as Harry can attest to, can't you? Yes. I had a professor that was incompetent, and instead of healing a broken arm, he completely removed the bone. My arm just flopped like a dead fish. Madame Pomfrey healed it though, and it was fine the next day. It was a little stiff and sore for a couple of days, but otherwise I could use it just fine. That's a miracle. Here Harry, drink up. Can he have some hot chocolate afterwards to kill the taste? Helga was asking Severus. Certainly. He can eat or drink anything without affecting the efficacy of the potion. Though, as Harry knows, adding any sweetener to the potion makes it ineffective. Right, Severus, you just say that so can make your potions taste really vile. Harry gagged the potion down and immediately grabbed for the mug of hot chocolate Helga held out for him. Impertinent brat, snarled Severus. I'm not. Harry spit out around the hot chocolate, which hadn't completely masked the taste of the Skele-Gro. Then you are an impudent, little monster. Better, smiled Severus. Harry rolled his eyes. I do know that they are the same thing, Severus. I did pass primary school English class, you know. He smiled back at the man he was starting to care for. Helga fussed around him and gave him a sleeping potion as she ran her diagnostic wand over his arms and legs. The last thing he heard as he went back to sleep was Helga Hufflepuff demanding to know how to brew Skele-Gro from Professor Snape as she unwrapped the bandages and removed the itching, blasted splints. Harry would have enjoyed dinner in the Great Hall more if Severus hadn't insisted on carrying him from the infirmary. Harry had noticed that the castle reminded him a lot of Hogwarts, but that it was quite a bit smaller, which made it seem cozier, but somehow really weird. Like it was almost familiar. The infirmary only had 6 beds. The Great Hall that was just down a corridor from it was only about 1/4 the size, and had several round tables, not long house and staff tables. The staff and the apprentices seemed to be a lot closer than the staff and students at Hogwarts, but he assumed that was because it was so much smaller, with only 6 teachers and just 19 apprentices at the current time. The strangest thing though were the human servants that carried platters of food that they served to everyone. He missed the house elves and the magic of the food just appearing on the tables. The ceiling wasn't enchanted either, just lit with chandeliers full of candles with torchlights along all the walls. Harry was placed by Severus into a comfortable chair on the right side of Merlin, and then he sat to the right of the boy where he could make sure the child ate. He would also be able to judge if the child became too tired. Severus knew Harry wouldn't complain because he wouldn't want Severus to have to leave his meal. Harry was getting tired and really full. It seemed every time he took a drink of pumpkin juice, Severus snuck more roast pork or steamed carrots, or pickled beets on his plate. He finally had to just refuse to eat another bite. He did let the man serve him a large piece of chocolate cake, but he could only eat less than half. Severus, I am full. I haven't eaten in a long time and I'm sure you don't want me to be sick on the Great Hall floor, and I will be if I try to eat one more bite. Besides, you need to eat more and you don't see me putting more food on your plate," Harry had said, beginning to whine in his tiredness. Before Severus could answer Harry, a disheveled man dressed in farming clothes that looked familiar from old woodcuttings in ancient books, ran into the hall. "My lords, the village is overrun with brigands. They are attacking the villagers and burning the houses." Without a word, every male at the tables grabbed the cloaks that were hanging on pegs by the doors. The older ones summoned staffs from a box standing by the door of the great hall, and dashed out the entrance. The women and girls began renovating the hall to house refugees from the stricken village while Rowena cast a mobilicorpus spell on a protesting Harry, who had tried to follow Severus and Merlin, and floated his body, complaining all the way, back to the hospital ward. Helga tucked him tightly back into his bed and forced a sleeping draft down his throat. As he tried to force his eyes to remain open one more minute, he heard her promise, "I will wake you when they return. I promise, young Harry, now sleep." Harry awoke to the sound of Severus cursing loudly at a laughing Salazar Slytherin. "Bloody hell, Sal, watch where you are aiming. That was my head you rammed into the door." Sal just laughed harder. "Sev, you are complaining louder than Harry did. I need to get you into my wife's gentle hands so I can go brew that fantastic potion once more. Too bad we didn't keep 2 doses yesterday." That said, he placed Severus Snape into the bed next to Harry while yelling loudly, "Precious! I have another unwilling victim ready for your tender ministrations." Helga came out of her office, brandishing her wand to smack Sal upside the head with every unused pillow in the infirmary, laughing at him all the time. "Remember, Sal, I am much better at wand work than you will ever be." You could tell it was an argument they had had many times. Sal tried to reach around his wife's stomach and was unable to encircle it. "Woman, when will you pop this child so that I can once again throw you over my shoulder and win an argument again?" Helga smiled and keyed him on the cheek. "What makes you think you ever won one, dearest?" She observed the new patient on the bed next to Harry and became all professional as she caught the sight of a disheveled and hurting Severus lying on the bed with a bloody left leg. She drew her wand and waved it over him, head to toe, as she spoke aloud to those in the ward. "Obviously broken left leg, bruised ribs, and a minor concussion, not too bad. Sal, are you able to brew some of that miraculous potion for me? Or perhaps there is some left from your brewing yesterday." Sev groaned and said, "We shouldn't have thrown it away, but I was sure he was going to have me brew it 10 more times to perfect it. And I wouldn't have bruised ribs and a concussion if he hadn't dropped me on the steps and then banged my head into the doorframe, twice." Sal completely ignored Severus' very vocal complaints. "At least you did write all the directions down. I will return in several hours with your potion. In the meantime, tell Harry all about the courageous battle and your bravery under fire." With that, he exited the infirmary, his laughter echoing down the hall. Harry turned a curious and concerned face towards Severus and asked, "What happened to you? Are you going to be okay? Was anyone else hurt? Are the villagers safe?" Before Severus could answer even one of Harry's questions, Merlin and Godric entered, both laughing heartily. "How was your ride?" asked Godric with a deep smirking grin. "Next time you might wait for someone else to levitate you down the hall. How many times did Sal drop you or bang your head into the wall? You knew he would do that. And you let him take me without warning me. When I get up you will wish you hadn't been born." Severus sputtered while the two just chortled with glee. Merlin stopped laughing first. Now boys, nothing too deadly, keep it clean and in fun." Harry looked bewildered, from the two still smiling to his frowning potions teacher. "What happened, Severus? What are they talking about?" Severus clamped his mouth shut and glared at everyone. It didn't appear that he was going to answer Harry's questions anytime soon. Godric drew up a chair and sitting in it backwards. He leaned against the top and started to talk. "It was the same group of lawless bandits that attacked you on the way here 2 nights ago. Luckily they were more drunk than organized. Several of the farmers had used pitchforks to good use before we got there. The apprentices rounded up the remaining 6 and took them into custody. None of them was magical, just incredibly thick-skulled. They will be facing Lord Victor, since the village is technically on his land and magic wasn't involved in the attacks. We were able to rebuild most of the houses magically after we extinguished the flames. Godric's apprentices are remaining to make furnishings for the homes that were destroyed. Some of the women and children want to stay in the castle for a few days to get over their fears, but only one elderly woman died, probably from the smoke, and several of the farmers have cuts, minor burns, and one has a broken arm. The worst injury was to Severus here. I have never tried to duel against a drunken archer while on horseback before. It was more difficult than it appeared, or I would have dismounted before sending spells. It appears the horse took exception to spells shooting between his ears while having a flaming arrow shot at him. Severus explained in a regal, aristocratic tone. He sounded just like Malfoy as he tried to explain why he didn't deserve detention for some infraction. Of course his disheveled and dirty appearance spoiled the effect somewhat. That and it's hard to look haughty and regal while lying in a bed with others laughing at you. Godric leaned over towards Harry and whispered, loud enough for everyone to hear very clearly, "He fell off his horse." The two started laughing again. And then that bloody Slytherin dropped me on the entrance hall steps and banged my head twice against the infirmary door. Severus looked even more irritated when Harry and Helga joined in the laughter. And these two bloody fools didn't warn me about his lousy wand work. I could have walked with an arm for support, but no, he had to levitate me. Stupid man. With the last word, he turned so he was facing away from his tormentors. With a friendly pat on Severus' shoulder, the two turned and left the infirmary, leaving the time travelers alone with Madame Hufflepuff once again. She flicked her wand and changed Severus into hospital pajamas, cleaned all his cuts and bruises, then handing him a sleeping draught, she checked on Harry again before gently keying the boy on the top of his head and walking out to tend those in the Great Hall. Harry watched Severus closely until he relaxed and his breathing evened out, telling him he was asleep. He quietly snuck out of his bed, gave a shy hug to the man, brushed his hair out of his face and whispered, "I'm glad you're okay, Severus." He tucked the covers in around Severus, climbed back in his own bed and picked up his book again. He continued looking at the man sleeping peacefully beside him every few minutes, silently echoing the vigil the man had kept over him last week. Harry had tried to keep his mind on the book he was reading, but it was no use. Severus had started to make restless noises and was shifting his weight from side to side trying to get comfortable. Harry scooted off the side of his bed and climbed into Severus. He lay beside the man with one arm lying protectively under his neck, and stroked his hair with the other, as he whispered meaningless sounds of comfort to him. Severus stilled almost instantly and leaned his head into Harry's hesitant touch. Helga stepped out of her office and stopped, her eyes filled with tears at the sight of the abused child offering comfort to one he had hated. If it had not been Merlin recounting the story of the two, she would not have believed it seeing the two of them now. The sound of footsteps coming towards the infirmary doors broke her quiet reflection. Sal entered carrying a goblet of foul-smelling potion, followed by two serving girls carrying laden trays with soup, sliced pork and bread pudding for the two inhabitants. Harry scooted quickly back into his own bed, hoping no one had noticed him. "Ah, gentlemen, time for some lunch," Helga said cheerily. Sal handed the goblet to Severus, who evaluated it in a manner reminiscent of a student sample from Harry's feared potions classes. He looked at the color and texture, dipped a finger to test the consistency, smelled it with his overly large nose, and finally tasted just a drop. He nodded without a word to Sal and drank the entire goblet in one long gulping swallow. He turned to Harry and smirked as if to say, "See, that's how it should be drunk." No making faces, no snide comments. The whole effect was spoiled, however, when he gagged on the last little bit, and had to gulp several times to keep it from coming back up. Sal just smiled as he helped him sit up in the bed and placed a tray on his lap as Helga did the same for Harry. Merlin and Artemis entered just as the two were finishing up their pudding and drew up chairs to sit between their beds. Merlin asked Helga how each was doing and if it was okay to have a long discussion with them, followed by a short lesson for Harry. She assured them it was and let Sal lead her back to their quarters for a nap. It had been a long 3 days and the baby was making her tired also. Merlin began the conversation by reminding them of what he had told them of the cleansing ritual as they camped beside the lake. Now I never got the chance to explain the purification, or second, ritual to you. The first night you were too tired and then we were attacked. Then the attack last night. There hasn't been enough time to have this discussion. I hope you don't think I was trying to keep something from either of you. As you know, the first ritual cleansed you of all dark magic and removed the touch of evil that had been placed upon you from external sources. You remember how clouded your mind was. That was the gaps and spaces where the evil one had been. If we had not done the second ritual, you would have filled in those spaces on your own with memories and experiences, or the evil one would have been able to reattach his presence to you once you returned to your own time. But the second ritual, the ritual of purification, filled all those spaces with pure goodness and love. The evil one will never be able to reforge his links to either one of you because there is nowhere for him to attach his evil. You both, but especially you Harry, are now unable to cast a spell using a negative emotion. It will be difficult for you to become angry unless it is a righteous anger, which is necessary because your magic out of control could become very deadly both for you and all those around you. You will be able to defend yourself or others, and your magic will be unaffected in most ways, but you must understand that you will not be able to instigate combat or indeed any aggression against another. I understand that Harry wanted to be an Auror, which I understand to be some kind of magical law enforcer, somewhat like our sheriff. Is that correct? Yes, that is what I wanted to do, but I don't think so now. I can't imagine having to follow Fudge's or Umbridge's orders, and they think Professor Lupin and Hagrid are animals that don't deserve the rights of people. I can't follow people like that, even if that is the law. It's not right no matter what the ministry says. Harry was indignant by the end. Well, that's very good, Harry. After the purification ritual, you would not have been able to capture someone unless you were defending yourself or someone else. You would be unable to subdue someone without them spelling or physically attacking you first, and that would make it difficult to apprehend someone easily. It might have been very difficult to manage a job such as that. What do you think you would like to do now? Merlin asked, relieved at Harry's response. He had been worried that he had taken away the child's dream without asking or explaining. But the two rituals had to be done at the same time, and he had been horribly afraid that the evil one would somehow renew the connection as soon as Harry and Severus returned to their own time. And without the second ritual, that had been a distinct possibility. Severus was pleased. He had thought he would have to talk Harry out of being an Auror. He had heard Harry, Ron and Hermione talking about their goals in the halls on more than one occasion and had serious misgivings about how Harry would take to being an instrument of a corrupt ministry. If the bureaucrats and Aurors had been righteous and moral it would be different, but many of them were after the same kind of power being a Death Eater gave. Just not quite so blatantly. Cornelius Fudge just used others to carry out his wishes as he strove for wealth and limitless power over the wizarding community. I have been teaching a student club, in Defense Against the Dark Arts since the beginning of the year, and I really enjoy it. The others really seem to like the way I teach, and so, I think I would like to be a teacher. If you think I would be able to, Harry looked through his fringe at Snape, looking with hope for validation or approval. Both Severus and Merlin nodded. I think you will be a marvelous teacher, Harry. Severus responded, obviously proud of the boy's reasoning and resolve. And what does this mean for me, sir? He questioned Merlin. Severus, you obviously cannot continue spying. Foremost being your arm no longer displays the evil one's brand. The first meeting, the evil one would kill you. I assume you would continue brewing potions as you have been, though I suspect that any without a good use would be ineffective if not totally unable to be brewed by you. So no poisons or other potions that can only be used for harm, such as those the evil one had you brew. What about wolfsbane? It allows a werewolf to keep his human mind during transformation, but several of the ingredients are poisonous if not used correctly. Since I am not a werewolf, they would be deadly to me, for example. Severus was getting concerned. He was now willing to begin a friendship with Lupin, especially for Harry's sake. And he certainly didn't want Harry spending much time around Lupin if the werewolf had no access to the wolfsbane. I do not know of this potion, but your intentions, it would seem to me, are to help the werewolf, so you should be fine. I suggest that you speak to Sal about this potion. He may know more about it than I do. Merlin merely shrugged his shoulders, conceding his lack of knowledge. He does not know this potion since I developed it myself less than 10 years ago. I am still making improvements to the brewing and efficacy though, and would be happy to discuss it with him to see if he has any ideas for improvement. Severus looked perfectly willing to have many long discussions with Salazar Slytherin about potions. Harry was sure he would not like to be present when the two really got deep into their shop talk. Now, Harry, if it's all right with you, Artemis would like to begin occlumency with you. If you feel up to it, that is. And Severus, if you like, I could see if Sal would like to discuss this potion with you. It sounds like something he would like to know about. I know he is interested in helping werewolves and vampires, as well as something to control or destroy dementors. I know you are stuck here in bed for several hours and might enjoy the diversion. As well, I think he might owe you an apology for not mentioning his problems in levitation spells. With Severus' eager acceptance, Merlin swept out of the room. I've got to learn how to make my robes billow like him, that is so cool. Thought Harry, he does it even better than Professor Snape. Harry suspected he would have a hard time consistently thinking of his teacher by any other name for a long time. Artemis sat on the end of Harry's bed and grasped the boy's chin in his strong hand. Harry was apprehensive. Occlumency lessons with Snape had been downright painful and humiliating. He understood the need for them. He just wasn't looking forward to the actuality of learning them. Artemis smiled gently at him, apparently reading his apprehension. Well, duh, he is a legilimens. Thought Harry. Of course he knows how I feel. Just like with Merlin, he heard a gentle voice speaking within his head. Unlike Merlin's deep melodic bass, this man's voice was a mellow, caring tenor. Harry, look deeply into my eyes and allow me access. Do not fight me or it will cause unnecessary pain to you. Good, now think back on the day at the lake and think of the fog. That's right, you've got it. Now we need to begin to order your mind. As if a light had been turned on, Harry could see a room with about 2 doors appear. The center was still filled with fog, but the individual doors were clearly visible. We will start with this door and mark it Merlin. I am sure you have no painful memories associated with him, so it is safe to begin here. He opened the door by laying his hand on it. Inside was a series of bookshelves, all totally empty. There was a small table in the middle of the room and an empty book lay upon it, open to the first page. Artemis, voice said, let's start with the first time you met him. Think of it clearly, and imagine a picture of it appearing on this page. Not bad, now make it clearer. Harry's mind supplied more details than he knew he remembered. In no time at all he had a very clear picture of their first meeting, even though he had been barely conscious at the time. Like all the wizarding pictures that Harry was familiar with, this one moved. Now Harry, turn to the next page and put the next memory on it. Excellent. To organize your mind, you make a door for each person, event, class, subject, or whatever makes sense to you. It will take you several weeks to completely organize your thoughts and memories, but after the initial time, it will only take a few minutes each night before you sleep. You can put a password on each book or just on each room if you like. A memory can be in as many different books as makes sense to you. You will find as your magic grows, that you will be able to access any memory much faster than you do now, because you will go directly to that memory. I expect you will find that you quickly develop your memory so that everything you read is written directly onto the page in your memory and will be forever accessible to you. Now, I will leave you to start organizing your thoughts. I will check back with you in a couple of days to see if you have any questions or need further help with anything. Take care, young Harry. The whole lesson had taken only about 20 minutes and hadn't hurt one bit. Harry delved back into his own mind and began organizing all the memories he had of the founders, Merlin and Artemis. It only took him about 30 more minutes before he was satisfied with his efforts and was beginning to tire. He left his mind and looked around. Snape and Sal were deep in discussion of some disgusting potions ingredients. Sounded like they were talking about whether pickled pig embryos were better or fresh ones. Harry shuddered. He hoped he never had to take whatever they would be making with any pig embryos in it. He picked up the book on wandless magic that Merlin had left for him and began reading until dinner time, hoping he could still eat after an afternoon of listening to Snape and Slytherin discussing potions. No wonder Helga wouldn't let Sal talk about potions at meals. Harry and Severus had both been discharged from the infirmary after breakfast the next day and escorted to guest quarters on the 4th floor, which was the top floor of the castle, not counting the 5 towers that loomed another 3 floors above the main building. They had a luxurious sitting room with a small area for eating, another for reading, and a large fireplace directly across from the corridor entrance. One side had 2 bedrooms with a bathing room between. Harry was pleased to notice that they had something similar to flush toilets. It was a chair you sat in with a porcelain chamber underneath that emptied itself automatically when needed. He hadn't been too sure what to expect. On the other side of the main room there were 2 more doors. The first was a small library complete with working desks, oil lamps and bookshelves. It also had a smaller fireplace, and one entire wall was windows that looked out over a luxurious forest. The last room was a completely stocked potions lab that was set up for just 2 or maybe 3 people to brew in. Snape looked like he had died and gone to heaven when he read the potions ingredients, many of them no longer available in the future. Harry knew he would have to drag the man out to eat or sleep, but since he intended to spend just as much time in the library, it evened out. Harry bounced on his bed in his room. He had never been so happy. He had not had a single nightmare since the rituals. He had an adult he felt he could talk to, who had said he would always be there to talk to him and care for him. He was going to be Merlin's apprentice, Merlin's for Merlin's sake. He idly thought he would have to think up some different phrases because it was awkward to say, for Merlin's sake, when he ate dinner with the man every night. He felt like he was dreaming. Life had never been better for him. No Voldemort hanging over his head, no Death Eaters trying to kidnap him at every turn, no Order members having to watch and guard his every move. He could be a kid. Sure, the other apprentices treated him differently, but he was only 15 and Merlin's apprentice. But that was something he was earning, not fame because his mum and dad died, or people thought he was going to defeat the Dark Lord, or he was the bloody boy who lived. He sighed. It would be perfect if he didn't miss his friends, and most of his teachers, and Sirius and Remus, and his firebolt. They didn't have Quidditch here at all. Maybe he could introduce the game. After all, no one really knew who started the game, and it had been around since the founder's time. He knew that from reading Quidditch through the ages about 10 times. Harry brought his mind back to his task. Artemis wanted him to begin sorting through his memories and categorizing them. He said, to begin with innocuous ones, like school work, flying, having fun with his friends. He said it would be easier and faster as he got better at it, and by the time he had to start on memories that he didn't want to remember, he would only have to begin one and then move on. He wouldn't have to relive the whole thing or even concentrate on it very hard. Severus, Artemis, and even Merlin had all made him promise that he wouldn't do traumatic memories without one of them in his mind, helping to guide him and remove him if he got stuck in one of them. He certainly knew he had gotten caught in enough flashback memories before about Cedric's death or abuse from his uncle to know that was a bad thing, so he didn't mind promising. After an hour of focusing, he had all the good memories up until the end of his first year of Hogwarts sorted. There hadn't been that many with the Dursleys, but he had been very surprised to find several of him with his parents that he had not known he had until he started sorting and focusing. He now knew his parents had loved him and he had better memories than of them being murdered or his dad being a git to Snape. He especially liked the memory of his dad sneaking him out on his broom for flying lessons one day when his mum hadn't been home. Of course she had found out, because as soon as she got home, Harry kept saying, "Fly, fly, fly, da-da." Their argument sounded remarkably like the one he had overheard between Sal and Helga. He went to sleep thinking about the classes he would be beginning the next morning, a smile upon his face for the first time in ages. Severus quietly opened the door and walked across the room to look down fondly at the boy sleeping there. For the first time in his memory, Harry looked like a normal teenager, no longer holding the weight of the world on his shoulders or traumatized by horrendous nightmares and visions. As Severus awkwardly tucked the boy in, he hoped he could remain the child he now was, after they returned to their own time. He almost wished that they never had to return. He brushed the hair off of the teen's forehead and gently kissed him goodnight, wishing he could remember his own father ever doing that. Harry was up bright and early the next day. It was remarkable how well rested he felt after a full night's sleep without nightmares, or visions, or potions. Dreamless sleep kept the nightmares and visions away, but because he didn't dream at all, it wasn't really very restful. After cleaning up in the bathing room and dressing in the clean apprentice robes that he found there, he went out into the sitting room and sat down in front of the fire to read until Professor Snape awoke. They had been informed the night before that their meals would be brought to them, since there were still refugees in the Great Hall for another couple of days. After just a few minutes of reading, he found himself brooding as he stared into the fire. He wondered how his friends were doing, who had attacked him, though he thought he remembered Snape telling him it had been Malfoy and his goons, and most importantly, how they were going to get back. He knew Ron and Hermione would be really upset, but he hoped that Ginny was missing him as well. Were they going frantic looking for him? Did they know that Tom had arranged to have him attacked and kidnapped? Would they think he was dead when they couldn't find them? He sunk down into the couch, descending deeper and deeper into his depressing thoughts. Severus came out from their bathing chamber and sat down beside the silent, obviously distressed boy. He drew Harry into his lap, much as he had held him while they had been alone in the meadow, and silently rocked the youth without speaking. Severus knew that Harry would talk to him if he kept silent and waited for the child to work through his own thoughts. After hearing a deep sigh and feeling Harry begin to relax deeply into his chest, he thought it was safe to speak. "Harry, child, I miss them too. Can we talk about it together?" "Yeah, I guess. I just wonder what's happening with them. Do you think they think we're dead or something? Are they still looking for us? I've known Albus for many years, and he wouldn't give up looking until he found us or our bodies. And do you really think the Weasleys, or Sirius or Remus will give up on finding us? We will do our best to get back to them as soon as we can, but in the meantime, we need to learn everything that we can so that when we return, we can kill Tom once and for all. I for one, hate having my life on hold to cater to that bastard. And I'm sure you would like to be just a normal teenager, one without a homicidal maniac trying to kill you every year. Will Professor Dumbledore make me go back to the Dursleys?" Harry said in a quivering whisper, so quietly that Severus could barely hear. "Never. I won't let him send you back. You will be going home with me. Even Death Eaters or Voldemort himself can't get in the wards at my manor. My ancestors have been paranoid for centuries. The wards on the manor are almost as old as the ones on Hogwarts and are even stronger, since we don't have to let in parents and visitors like Hogwarts does." Harry put his arms around Severus' neck and gave him a shy hug, while whispering, "Thank you, Severus." So softly, that the dark-haired man almost felt it against his chest, rather than heard it. Severus gently returned the hug and then pulled back so he could see Harry's face. "It will be okay, Harry, you'll see. Now, let's see about some breakfast so we can go to our first potions class. I am excited to be teaching with Salazar Slytherin. I never thought I would have that opportunity, that's for sure." Less than an hour later, Harry was sitting with Severus finishing up breakfast and chatting companionably about their plans for the day. Harry was still finding it weird to have a pleasant conversation with the man who had belittled, tormented, and hated him for the past 5 years. Severus, however, was finding it remarkably pleasant to have someone to share his quarters and his formerly solitary meals with. He knew that Harry was having a hard time keeping the old Professor Snape separate from the new Severus, and that he had major issues with adults after the years of abuse from his relatives, but he could see small progresses each day. He realized that it would be 2 steps forward and 1 step back, but he wanted to be there to help Harry with every step, good or bad. He vowed to himself to be the father to Harry that his own father had never been. The father that Albus had tried to be for him. That he had never allowed the headmaster to become, no matter how hard the old man tried. As soon as they returned, he would have to show Albus how much his caring and concern, yes, and even love, had meant to him over the years, and to allow the older man into his heart along with Harry. Maybe he too could have a family, after all. "So we will both be heading to the potions classroom first thing this morning. Helga wants you to wait another week before beginning classes that require the use of magic. So for this week you will have potions, occlumency, herbology, arithmancy, ancient languages, and wizarding history, which should be a very interesting class considering it is Merlin who teaches it. Then next week, you will add transfiguration, charms, and defense. Helga also wants you to start walking every morning and afternoon to rebuild the strength and bone density in your legs and to help build up your lung capacity again. If it is all right with you, I would like to join you in your walking exercises. I'd like that, sir. I will have to get used to the idea that no one here wants to kidnap me or kill me, and that it is all right to walk around outside without worrying if a Dementor or Death Eater will attack. Do you think I could find a broomstick here and go flying? I know they don't have anything like a firebolt, but at least it will be flying. I imagine there are brooms here, or I learned from my grandfather how to build a broom when I was about 10 years old. I could show you how if you would like. There is no magic involved in the beginning, so Helga shouldn't complain. Could you, sir? I would love to have my own broom again. Do you know the charms and spells that are on new brooms, too? Not those on a nimbus, or a firebolt, but at least better than the old school brooms that Madame Hooch teaches on. Severus smiled at Harry's enthusiasm. The two walked down the corridor to their first class, chatting easily. They continued to discuss which type of wood would be best for their new brooms, as Severus had decided he would build one and Harry could watch each step and mimic him. Then they could fly together and maybe play some catching games. Severus knew the boy was missing his friends and Quidditch, and hoped he could ease some of his loneliness until he made friends here or they could return home. Upon entering the classroom, they were surprised to discover that there was only Sal and 3 other students present. Harry thought this would be just as good as private lessons. He hoped that Snape's new attitude didn't disappear when he was back in front of a classroom. Apparently Sal and Snape had discussed how they would be teaching over the past couple of days though. Sal had set up one cauldron and Snape had set up another one. The students would each set up 2 smaller cauldrons, each at their own work table. Sal first showed them how to brew a nerve replenisher potion, and then Snape brewed the same type only with modern refinements and ingredients. The students brewed each potion along with the one being demonstrated. Harry found it so easy to learn when someone explains each step and he could watch every reaction and interaction. At the end of the 2-hour period, he was pleased to see that both of his potions were perfect, absolutely the right consistency and color. Snape seemed to be a little surprised to see every student there made an acceptable potion and they were all bottled for use in the infirmary or to be sold in the local apothecary. Sal then spent the next hour discussing the differences and similarities in both potions and why certain ingredients did specific things and how they all reacted with each other as the apprentices took copious notes. Then all the students and the 2 masters discussed ways the 2 potions might be combined to make them more effective or easier to brew. For the first time in his life, Harry was sorry to have his potions class end. Severus was quiet as they walked back to their quarters for lunch. He seemed to be pondering the differences between Sal's classes and his own autocratic, domineering style. Over lunch, he plied Harry with questions about the potions they had brewed and was surprised and flabbergasted to discover that Harry was an intuitive brewer. He did poorly with recipes that required precise timing and directions and was much better with a list of ingredients and descriptions of how and why certain items were added and when. Severus was loath to admit it, but he had really enjoyed teaching the way that Salazar Slytherin taught. Perhaps he could start to teach that way, especially his new classes. He finished eating in deep contemplation, absent-mindedly sending Harry on to the greenhouse for herbology while he returned for an afternoon class with Sal. Severus and Harry went up to Merlin's chambers to have dinner with the family that evening. Harry was excitedly talking about his first ever arithmancy and ancient languages classes. He said that herbology with Helga and Artemis had been interesting but that she really looked tired and he hoped she would rest. It looked like she was ready to have the baby any day even if she said she had another month. Opening the door, Harry and Severus were surprised to find 2 children along with the 6 adults that they had been expecting. The 6-year-old boy was introduced as Galen Gryffindor and the 3-year-old girl was his sister, Isabella, called Bella. Harry immediately liked the 2 and was comfortably on the floor, playing blocks with them in no time. He was reluctant to say goodnight to them when their nanny came to collect them before dinner was served to the adults. But apparently, that was the way children were raised at this time, so Harry didn't say anything about them leaving. Harry was asked about all of his classes and how they were the same and different from the ones he was used to. He was carefully polite when he explained how he found Sal's potions class easier to learn because the teacher was demonstrating every step and explaining how everything looked and smelled instead of having everything written out. He told them he had been cooking since he was 5 at the Dursleys' house and he had never had a cookbook, so he did things by sight and smell and taste. I guess that's why Sal's class was easier for me, because I could watch everything. But Professor Snape couldn't teach that way with Slytherins and Gryffindors in the class. There are too many students, and we would probably blow each other up within 10 minutes of class starting. Plus I guess most students would learn better with recipes, than like I do by sight and sound. He didn't want to insult Severus by complaining about how his classes were mostly incomprehensible to him and many of the other students. He had really understood Sal's class though and would be very comfortable in making the potions again on his own using his notes. Because he could write down things in a way that made sense to him, he understood much better than the text had ever explained it to him. Sal's potion class apparently had no textbook at all. Perhaps the headmaster would let me split my classes so I could teach those like Miss Granger and Mr. Malfoy who do well with precise brewing directions and a second class for those who brew intuitively like you do. The method of teaching the two is totally different and explains why you have always had such difficulty in my class. I am truly sorry for not noticing the reasons for your difficulties all these years, but I refused to see who you really were. Intuitive brewers are very rare and I really did not expect to find one amongst your classmates, even though I cannot say that I really ever looked. I myself am an intuitive brewer, as are most potions masters. Only intuitive brewers can develop and modify potions. Can you think of any other students who you would expect to do much better at potions, but cannot succeed in the precise scientific way in which my classes are set up? Well, I hate to say it, but Neville Longbottom. I mean he knows every plant that's used in any potion. You can always find an answer to any obscure question about a plant from him without him even having to think about it. But it also might be that he's terrified of you, and then you swoop down on us like a vengeful bat in class, watching and just waiting for us to make a mistake so you can pounce. Sorry, sir, I shouldn't have said that, I'm sorry. Severus cringed at the thought of Mr. Longbottom in his newt classes but said, "It's all right, Harry. I know I haven't been fair to the students in my classes. I am too cruel and harsh to the Gryffindors and too lax and lenient to the Slytherins, which doesn't benefit either group. But my every move was being reported to the Death Eater parents and then to Voldemort after he returned. To be a spy, I had to be so preferential and lenient to my own house. You do understand now, don't you?" "Yes, sir, but it's hard to forget 5 years of torment in 1 day. Even if it has been the most eventful 1 day of my life. And now that my head doesn't hurt all the time and I'm not so angry, it's easier to see things in perspective. And I don't have to act like that anymore. I think I will structure at least the newt classes as Sal does his. The students all seem to learn and to be safe even with hazardous materials. But I will still need to intimidate the lower classes to keep them in line, or convince Albus to make each class much smaller." Harry found arithmancy totally fascinating. Too bad he hadn't listened to Hermione when they were choosing electives. He would have enjoyed learning magical mathematics much more than divination with Trelawney. And he found that the better he got at organizing his mind and memories, the more he could remember everything he read and heard, so ancient languages came very easily to him. He couldn't wait until next week when he could begin to use magic again. He was sure he was fine and he had always pretty much ignored Madame Pomfrey, but he was afraid to try with Madame Hufflepuff, especially with both Merlin and Severus backing her up. That was a trio he never wanted to get mad at him. His first lesson with Godric Gryffindor was exhausting. He had Harry and his 6 apprentices riding horses, running around the outside of the castle and dueling with knives and then swords and staffs. He was very patient and had instructed Harry with infinite patience. But once Harry had the basics, he teamed him up with a first-year apprentice named Rafferty, who instantly asked Harry to call him Rafe. The 16-year-old acted pleasantly to Harry, but he was hesitant to trust him completely. There was something just not quite right. Harry had a weird feeling about the teen, especially when they were alone together. He hit Harry just a little too hard, he pushed him just a little too much, he reminded Harry a little of Malfoy or his cousin Dudley when they were planning something. But there was nothing he could directly point his finger at or anything to take to Severus or Godric. So he just shrugged and decided he would keep up his guard around the other boy. Luckily Harry took to horseback the same way he took to flying his broomstick. He felt like he was at home, riding the wind as his horse thundered over the ground. The horse seemed to know exactly what he was thinking and responded without Harry having to consciously direct him. Unfortunately Harry's response to physical combat stemmed from his many years of his cousin Dudley and his gang in Harry hunting. He naturally tended to escape totally, avoid contact, or make as small a target as possible by curling into a ball and protecting his head and chest. None of which would make an effective dueler. He was able to instinctively manage a sword, but only Godric's own. Harry didn't tell the man he had called that sword to him when he was 12 and used it to destroy a basilisk. Harry thought it might take him all 5 years of an apprenticeship to learn to handle any other sword or the long knives the other students handled so confidently. And he didn't think even that long would be enough time to learn to physically defend himself. Harry's week quickly settled into a routine that he found fascinating and exhausting. Severus would join him every morning to run around the castle, though it took him several days to be able to make it all the way around without frequently stopping to catch his breath and rest. And the first 2 times, he had to walk much further than he could run. But his years of Harry hunting with his cousin, and the years of Quidditch and running up and down the stairs at Hogwarts soon had him in shape again. He was pleasantly surprised when Severus patiently waited with him to regain his breath or when he had to stop and walk once again. After morning exercises, they would return to their quarters to clean up and eat breakfast together. Harry really liked the animated conversations they had begun to have each morning as he shared what he had learned the day before with Severus. He had become more secure with calling him Severus and was less likely to think of him as Snape as time passed, and he became more comfortable and confident in their new relationship. Severus was remarkably good at asking leading questions to help Harry figure out the answers to questions he had about his lessons. Harry was surprised at how few textbooks his classes used, but he guessed that made sense since books were very rare and valuable in this time. On Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings, he had potions with Sal and Severus which he enjoyed very much. Then lunch in the Great Hall with the other apprentices and the teachers. Unlike Hogwarts, lunch was a time of heated debates and discussions about all sorts of topics. With the adults sitting amongst the students, there was no barrier between them and they were more like family, sharing a common meal. Harry quickly found that he liked most of his fellow apprentices, although most of them reminded him of Hermione more than Ron. And none of them seemed to have the sense of humor that he so admired in the twins. Perhaps he and Severus could show them how to do some pranks. Of the 19 other students, only Rafe, a 5th-year girl named Abigail, and a 3rd-year boy nicknamed Gabby apparently didn't care for Harry, or Severus for that matter. The 3 treated them as if they didn't belong and were trying to take over the school, if that was at all possible with Merlin and the founders running it and keeping everything under tight control. On the same days, his afternoons started with history, followed by lessons with Artemis in sorting through his painful memories, and ended with being physically exhausted by Godric's classes in horsemanship and physical defense. Severus and Harry would end the afternoon by running around the lake. They would spend the late afternoon working together on their brooms, enjoying the activity together. And after each exercise morning and afternoon, Severus would give Harry a potion he had developed just for him that combined a mild pain reliever, muscle builders, and nutrient potions to help him regain the physical strength that Voldemort had been stealing from him since he was only 15 months old. And it actually didn't taste too bad. Severus found he enjoyed teaching things to Harry and was getting to know the real Harry much better than he ever had in the 5 years he had known him as Mr. Potter. After working for several hours together they would then clean up and head for Merlin's chambers for dinner with the family. Merlin and the founders had adopted the 2 time travelers as family and both of them were very thankful for the opportunity. Neither one had had a proper family growing up, so it was wonderful to be accepted and cared for by others. Harry felt that the relationship with Galen and Bella was rapidly becoming a brother and sister one to him. He missed the brother-sister relationship he had with Ron and Hermione every day, but the 2 little ones eased some of his loneliness and heartache. He hoped Hermione and Ron had turned to each other for comfort in his absence. It was laughable that everyone could see that they fancied each other, but they didn't know it, or at least, they didn't acknowledge it yet. Tuesday and Thursday mornings would be charms and transfigurations, with the afternoons set aside for lessons with Merlin. But none of them could start until Helga, as she insisted he call her, gave the approval to begin using magic once more. So he spent the time organizing his mind, getting new clothes made from the 2 castle seamstresses, and reading, and more reading. It was fascinating to read now and be able to remember what he had read, to be able to discuss theories with Severus and Merlin, and actually understand what he was reading rather than just memorizing facts. By the end of the week, Harry and Severus had both completed their basic broomsticks. All that remained was casting the charms and spells that would allow the broomstick to fly and maintain the balance to allow Harry to complete the fancy tricks he had mastered so easily at Hogwarts. As Artemis had said it would, it had taken him many hours to organize all of his memories, but now that he had finished it only took a few minutes each night as he was getting ready for bed. He was so grateful that the memories could be locked up so that he no longer had nightmares and could sleep restfully all night long. He deliberately opened a book with his best memories of his friends, or his parents each night before falling asleep, and dreamed of his friends, or his mum and dad every night. Magical history with Merlin was much more interesting than Professor Binns had ever made any class. Of course Merlin was alive, but he also didn't talk only about goblins or talk in a droning, monotonous tone guaranteed to put even Hermione to sleep. Merlin talked of the origins of magic and how wizards and muggles were less different than most wizards thought. He told them fascinating stories of elves, centaurs, and other peoples. And none of them were animals like the current ministry tried to say. They were people, just very different people. Harry found out that there were house elves in the castle, though evidently Merlin wanted to give the people in the nearby village an opportunity to be gainfully employed, so there were only a few house elves that were very seldom seen. The few elves they had did jobs with magic that the townspeople couldn't or wouldn't do. Merlin told the history of Camelot and Atlantis from a first-hand perspective. Apparently his grandmother had been an Atlantean before the entire island disappeared under a Fidelius charm back before he had been born. It seemed they didn't want to associate with non-magical people and feared being outnumbered and persecuted, so they voluntarily separated themselves. But Merlin's grandmother had loved and married a muggle and did not want to leave him and her children to isolate herself in Atlantis. So Merlin's father had been raised at home with his mother teaching him magic and his father teaching him muggle ways. And when Merlin had been born, he had been educated the same way, though his father and grandmother taught him magic together. Harry took copious notes and hoped he would be able to take them back with him to write a new history book that was truly interesting for students. So much that he was learning each day had been lost through the ages. He thought some of it might have been deliberately destroyed by wizards who wanted to think they were better than other non-human peoples. Harry was upset to learn of the growing persecution of magical peoples by the Muggles. Merlin cautioned all the apprentices to carefully conceal their magic if they were away from the castle or the nearby village. The townspeople were not magical, but because of the close association of the castle and the many who worked there, they knew of magic and understood that it was no threat to them. The other apprentices invited Harry to go with them to the local pub, the Hog and Mead, on Friday night, but neither Severus nor Merlin wanted him to go, so he stayed with his family, as usual. Harry didn't mind. He liked to play with Galen and Bella, and he felt out of place with the other apprentices. It was too easy to goof up with them. They didn't know that he came from the future and he was supposed to be very careful that they didn't find out. He didn't understand their slang, their games, or half the things they talked about. It was worse than when he first came to Hogwarts without knowing that he was a wizard. At least he could ask his friends. Here there was no one to ask, since the teachers weren't hanging around the students during the times that Harry was liable to get into the most trouble. All of his teachers were careful to make sure that Harry understood. Merlin, Severus, Rowena, and Artemis were able to send messages to him directly using legilimency, and he could ask questions using the same method, but not if he was just hanging out with the other apprentices. Harry still had a tendency to look spaced out when he mind talked to anyone else, and he was limited to a short range of sending messages. He needed to practice his concentration while not looking like he was concentrating so much before it would be believable in a group. On Saturday, Harry had his last check-up with Helga. He was almost skipping in his hurry to tell Severus that he could use magic once again. It was like every good feeling he had ever had all rolled into one. He had never realized how much his magic was a part of him. He didn't notice, but he was radiating so much happiness, he literally glowed with it. Everyone he passed felt uplifted and full of joy. The entire castle was bathed with Harry's exuberance that afternoon. Merlin felt the castle's happiness from his tower chambers and came to find the source of the feelings. He found Harry, ecstatically telling Severus of his good news. Harry had run into their chambers and launched himself at Severus where he was sitting on the couch, reading an old potion manual. Severus had looked up, completely startled at the sight of the boy flying through the air towards him. Luckily he had managed to catch the human missile and didn't drop him. Merlin arrived just a moment later to hear, Severus, Helga says I'm free to do magic again. Can we go practice the spells I learned this week, can we? Severus was laughing at the boy's delight as he nodded, chuckling too hard to actually speak. It was still amazing at how old Harry acted most of the time, and yet could revert to behaving like a small child in situations that he had never experienced before. There seemed to be no normal 15-year-old. Harry was either 3 or 30 it seemed. Of course it didn't help that Harry still had the build of a skinny 12-year-old. Hopefully, the potions, exercises, and lack of Tom's physical drain on him, would soon help him to gain some weight and grow taller. Merlin commented, perhaps Harry, we should go to my shielded workroom. I have a feeling you will have much more power than you can comfortably contain. I need to teach you several ways to control your power before you can be free to just play with it. The two men were happy to follow as Harry grabbed Severus' hand and pulled him up and out the door. Where are we going, Merlin? Harry looked abashed as he had let his enthusiasm get ahead of him. Merlin had to contain his mirth and led the two up to his tower. He opened a thick wooden door that Harry hadn't noticed before. Inside the round stone room, there were no windows, no furniture, just several large pillows on the floor and torches high up on the ceiling. The ceiling was about 15 feet above them and the entire circular room was about 3 feet across. Merlin explained that the room was warded even heavier than the castle. In this room, even an uncontained explosion of pure magic would not be able to escape. Hopefully, we will not allow that to happen. Now pull up a pillow and I will explain several things about wandless magic to you and have you practice each one of them. This will be the only place where you may practice magic until I say you have the complete control that you will need. I will adjust the wards so that you and Severus may enter without me, but Harry, you may not practice on your own until I grant you permission. Promise me. Yes, sir. I don't want to lose control, so I promise not to practice without one of you here. Artemis had to break me out of several terrible feedbacks when I was sorting my memories, so I know that I might need help in control. Thank you for helping me, I appreciate it, but I don't want to be a burden. Nonsense, Harry, that is what being your master means. And Severus is your guardian, and only wants what is best for you, and that means teaching you control as easily and quickly as possible. Plus, it's much easier to clean up an explosion in this room than one with furnishings in it. Merlin gently teased the nervous teen to lighten the mood. Merlin had Harry reach inside of himself to attach his magic to his right hand as he had learned in the infirmary last week. Harry was much faster and Severus had a sneaky feeling that Harry had been practicing that by himself. He couldn't fault the child. He knew that he would have done the same. In fact, he had tried to attach his own magical core to his wand hand several times during the past week, but without much success so far. Maybe he could convince Merlin to show him mentally, as he had shown Harry. I have it, sir. Why is my core so much brighter and larger than it was last week? Merlin looked pensively at the curious child. May I look, Harry? At Harry's confident nod, Merlin locked eyes and entered his mind. He found that Harry was correct. His magical core was pulsing with energy just waiting to be released. It still swirled in beautiful waves of gold and silver, with strands of ruby, emerald and sapphire now added to it. Merlin had never seen a magical core so pure. There were no dark colors or shadows anywhere. Harry's magic looked almost familiar in a way, but he brushed the thought aside for now. He gently left the youth's mind with a mental hug and key. When he broke eye contact, they were both smiling. You were right, Harry. Your core is active and we will need for you to release magic every day so that it doesn't overwhelm you. I did not find out before, when exactly do you turn 16? Severus was also curious to know. Had their travel through time changed Harry's maturational rate? Severus asked curiously, exactly what date is it? We left our time on December the 1th, at about midnight as near as I can remember. I don't know what date it is, but it doesn't seem to be December anymore. We felt the magical pulse on the summer solstice, June 21st. We found you on the morning of the 8th day. It took 2 days to return to the castle and it has been 8 days since you arrived. It is now July 9th. I think Harry's maturation might occur on his birthday during our time without regard to when you left. Or he may mature the 6 months after to make it coincide with his birthday in your time. I am not exactly sure, as this has never to my knowledge occurred before. We will have to watch him closely on both dates. It might even be that he has maturation on both dates, but I don't think that will happen. Harry looked apprehensive. According to your time I will be 16 in 22 days on July 31st. Merlin didn't look too happy at that revelation. I had hoped we had more time. We may need to put your other classes on hold while we work on control. I hope it will occur in conjunction with your own time, but we shall see in 22 days. Well, gentlemen, let us begin. Severus and Harry sat on pillows at Merlin's feet and listened raptly. Harry, now that your magic is in your hand you need to practice strength. If you keep your fingers straight and move them very little when you cast, that will be the weakest spell you cast, especially if you only use one finger. Most of the time, your magic will be perfectly acceptable at this level. This is equivalent to the power you had with your wand or slightly more. Curling your fingers and then straightening them as you cast will send more power. You are not to use this amount of power against any living being unless you intend to seriously injure or kill them. You must keep this amount of power under tight control. The tighter you curl your fingers and then hold them, the more power you will pool to use. Also, the more you move your fingers, the greater the spell power, and the faster the spell will travel. If you curl your hand almost into a fist, hold it a second, and then fling your hand as if you were tossing a ball, that is the most power. That is the amount of power you would need to blast a hole through solid rock or to raise wards upon a large building, never around living beings. We will practice that outside until we know how much power you can send. I prefer to keep my quarters intact. Now try with one finger straight and very little movement at all. Perhaps a slight flick as you cast. Harry looked nervous. The way Merlin had explained it was very clear. He was just afraid of how much power he could throw. What spell should I use, sir? Merlin shook his head slightly. Don't think of a spell, just imagine what you want to accomplish. Wandless magic doesn't require any incantation or specific movement to accomplish it. Just picture clearly in your mind what you want the results to be. Harry thought hard for a moment, held his finger out loosely and flicked it gently. An elaborate tea service complete with Harry's favorite ginger biscuits, hot scones, and clabbered cream appeared on an sophisticated tea table with 3 comfortable leather chairs arranged around it. What? I'm hungry, all right. The 3 laughed and toasted Harry's success with his delightful tea before returning to their lessons. Severus refrained from telling Harry that he didn't think Professor McGonagall could do with one spell what he had just done, even with her wand. And she was his transfiguration teacher. Merlin worked with Harry on magical control for the next hour before telling the boy to go have fun. Severus took Harry back to their quarters where he taught him the spells to make his broomstick fly. Harry ran ahead of Severus in his hurry to reach the entrance hall. When Severus came into view, Harry was leaning nonchalantly against a wall, as if he had been there for hours. What took you so long, Severus? Getting too old to keep up. Severus snarled. I'll show you old, child. He took off from the steps of the entrance and was airborne before Harry could even reply. Harry whooped with glee and followed, launching himself into the air. He swooped, climbed, dove and circled the lake, yelling with glee the whole time. Severus was right, he thought. They are better than the school brooms, but definitely not in the same class as my old Nimbus, let alone a firebolt. After half an hour of the two learning exactly what they could do, they started a game of tag in the afternoon sun, reveling in the freedom flying gave them. They didn't know that they had an audience watching from almost every window that overlooked the joyous couple. Within minutes, several of the other apprentices had asked if they could join in the fun. Soon a loud, impromptu game of tag had erupted among the students along with Severus, Sal, and Godric. No one wanted to quit flying when Rowena called them down to eat dinner in the Great Hall. Dinner that night was lively with discussions on the merits of different types of wood, and how did Harry get his broom to do such spectacular stunts. Harry went to bed early that night, tired but finally feeling that he was included as one of the students, for the first time since they had arrived at the castle. Merlin had quietly talked to Severus while Harry was in herbology class with Artemis about what he thought had happened to make Harry's magical core grow so much stronger. He believed that Harry had been forced to produce so much magic to replace what Voldemort drained off, that he had been powerful since he was an infant, but that he had never had the power available for his own use. Merlin did not believe that the strange, half-alive conglomeration of spells and potions that had made up Voldemort's shadow had been capable of producing much magic or physical life on its own, so he had been taking enough from Harry to keep himself alive until his rebirth 6 months ago. After that event, he tied all of the Death Eaters to him through the Dark Mark to feed off their life energy and magical power, as well as draining Harry through the Curse Scar connection. Severus confirmed that Voldemort was, indeed, a very powerful wizard, so if he had stolen enough to make himself such a powerful wizard, the amount he had drained from Harry must have been phenomenal. And now Harry had all that plus the amount he had formerly been left with. Severus asked Merlin, if Voldemort is using Harry's magic and physical strength to keep himself alive, won't the break in their connection cause him to die without us doing anything? It might have before he tied himself to every one of his followers through the brand you wore on your arm. He can simply drain more magic and physical strength from each one, or he can recruit more followers to make up for the lack. It will take him some time to regain his power, but regain it he will. From what you have told me, he also knows dark magic and potions that will help him that I know nothing about. It would not do to assume that he will be weaker when you next meet him. And that will be the last time they meet. Either Harry must destroy him or he will destroy Harry and then the world. Merlin clasped Severus' shoulder in support and comfort. Rowena has seen it, and as you know she is a true seer. But remember, she has not said that he must be alone, or do it without your help. You are also regaining power each day that you are no longer connected to the evil one. I believe you will play a pivotal role in Harry's success. He must believe with all his mind and soul that he can succeed, and you know with his background, that will be the hardest battle that he will face, but he will win it with your help and guidance. I firmly believe that it will take both of you bonded in familial love to vanquish the evil one once and for all. Severus felt much better. Knowing he had an important role in the upcoming battle made the knowledge of Harry's growing power much more palatable. He was trying not to feel, well, jealous was too strong of a word, maybe left out fit, but his magic seemed to be so powerful and effortless that he wished he could share the experience with him. Severus had not had an opportunity to ask Merlin for lessons on his own. He had been too busy exercising with Harry, teaching his classes, working with Harry on controlling his magic, flying every afternoon with Harry and the other students, and trying to stifle Sal's insatiable curiosity about modern potions. That he fell into bed each night in exhaustion. He made sure that he spent a good portion of each evening, just talking to Harry about both of their pasts, reassuring him when he missed his friends, and talking through his fears and doubts about handling that much power and having to kill Voldemort. After 3 weeks of Harry learning control in the shielded workroom, the day came that Merlin and Severus were ready to see how much power Harry really had. In a clearing far away from the castle, Merlin flicked his hand, conjuring a trio of targets for Harry to aim spells at. The horses they had ridden were safely tied a good distance behind them and shielded by a wall that Severus had conjured with his wand. Now Harry, I want you to conjure and send arrows at the straw target on the far left. Take a moment and picture them in your mind, then picture them hitting the target. Whenever you are ready, son. Harry took a deep breath to center himself as Artemis had taught him, visualized his arrows, picturing them fletched with eagle feathers and metallic green in color. Next he saw them clustering tightly in the center of the target. He opened his eyes, slightly curled his fingers and straightened them. 4 arrows appeared at once, seeming to fly out of the ends of Harry's fingers. They flew straight and steady and thunked into the direct center of the bull's eye, making a precise small diamond. Harry looked at his master and grinned cheekily. Like that? Merlin messed up Harry's hair and laughed at him. Well, I expected 1 arrow at a time, but I guess that works just as well. Now, the next target is made of stone. Curl your fingers a little more, flick them slightly and send balls of fire at it. Probably 1 at a time would work best. Harry smirked at him and repeated his centering and then pictured the balls of fire in his mind. He opened his eyes. He curled his fingers as if he was holding a medium-sized ball. Then straightening his fingers as he twitched his hand toward the large stone column, a flashing stream of burning balls of red and gold flames flew rapidly and accurately down the clearing. They hit with an explosion of fire and a burst of flame that made the target invisible for several seconds. Harry waved his hand and extinguished the flames, revealing his initials neatly burned into solid rock. He turned to his flabbergasted teacher and mentor and gave a small bow towards them. Is that what you wanted, sir? He was delighted to see that he had rendered both men speechless. But he was not prepared for Severus' reaction. The man leapt at him, grabbed him around the middle, threw him to the grass, and started to tickle him. But Harry involuntarily flashed back to his uncle. Harry screamed, curling tightly into a ball with his arms protecting his head, his body racked with uncontrollable shudders. Severus immediately let go of him, crouching down on the grass next to him and talking softly to him without touching him. Harry, child, it's Severus, you know I won't hurt you. I am so sorry, child, I didn't mean to frighten you. Harry, calm down, your uncle isn't here, he can't hurt you ever again. I'm here, son, and I love you. I won't ever hurt you, please believe me. He chanted over and over again. After a couple of minutes, Harry started to uncurl. Severus reached hesitantly to rub Harry's back. Harry shuddered once and then leaned back into the soft caress. His breathing evened out as the flashback left him. Severus pulled Harry into his lap, still murmuring apologies to the terrified boy. Harry grabbed him in a hug and held him as if he would never let him go. Severus noticed that Harry was calming, but that he was still as white as could be. I'm sorry, Harry, did I cause you to flash back to your relatives? I was just really happy and surprised at what you could do. Do you not want me to play like that again with you? Harry was shaking his head at Severus. No, just start slower so I can see your face before you touch me. If I could have seen you smiling, I would have known you weren't upset or angry at me, and then I think I would have been okay. I haven't had a flashback since we locked up the memories of the Dursleys and put Parseltongue passwords on all the books in the door. Severus held the boy tight to his chest and ran his fingers through his short, unruly hair for several more minutes. He wondered idly to himself if Harry's hair might be more manageable if he grew it longer. In a startled thought he realized that in the 5 weeks that he had been caring for Harry, his hair had not grown an inch. It was exactly as it always was. In fact, thinking back, he never remembered Harry's hair ever looking different. Harry, he asked, when was the last time you had a haircut? Harry laughed ruefully. My aunt tried to shave my head when I was about 8, and my hair grew back just like it always was overnight. And that's the last time it was cut. She gave up on it and I never have been able to do anything with it. It just won't lay flat no matter what I put on it. Harry, you do realize that your hair should reach down to your ankles if that is the last time you cut it. I have to trim my hair about every 3 or 4 weeks to keep it the same length. Do you know what a metamorphagus is? Yeah, Tonks told me all about it. Why, when we are done here, we need to explore your talents. It is not normal to never cut your hair and for it to never grow, child. Oh great, just another way to not be normal, muttered Harry to himself. Oh child, I am so very glad that you are not normal. And I love you no matter what you can or can't do, child. Severus wasn't sure that Harry would accept the fact that he had told him he loved him. But Severus was regretting more every day that they continued to remain in the past, that he had never told Albus that he loved him, even though he suspected that the old man knew it, but he didn't want the opportunity to tell Harry that he was loved to slip away. The child in his arms just hugged him tight once again and murmured against his chest, "I love you too, Severus." Harry then pushed himself up and moved away to stand in front of Merlin. Merlin was pleased that the two had made such progress in such a short time, though he knew it was in great part due to the ritual that they had shared. It was one of the major reasons that he and Artemis would not participate in the ritual with Harry. It would have been too hard on the boy to have formed that strong an emotional bond with either of them and then had to leave them behind when he returned to his own time. He and Artemis had agreed that in order to defeat the evil one, they would not tell the two the reason the ritual was most often cast between parent and child or lovers only. Once the bond was in place and the two were comfortable and accepting of it, then they could explain why they had neglected to inform them of the parent-child bond that would most likely form. No, he certainly wasn't going to tell them yet that they were bonded because of the magical ritual they had shared. Let them continue to develop and expand it naturally until it was so strong that the knowledge that it began artificially would not be a hardship. Merlin pretended he had not witnessed the touching moment between the two who were fast becoming father and son, and directed Harry back to their lesson. "Well, despite, or maybe because of your showing off, I grant that both those exercises were very well controlled and that you received the exact results that you intended, am I correct?" Harry nodded in agreement. "Yes, sir. What would you like me to do now?" "Well, Harry, there is only one more thing we need to find out while we are here, and then I will permit you to join classes with the other apprentices, although I doubt there will be much that they can teach you except in potions, arithmancy, healing, and herbology. I suspect Godric and Rowena will have a difficult time finding things you can't do on the first try in transfiguration and charms. But I still need to learn to duel with Godric, and Rowena has promised to test to see if the visions I used to get were just because of the scar or because I have a little seer ability. Not that I want that. That is true, child. I suppose they can still teach you much in those subjects. Though if it is all right with you, I would like to attend your first transfiguration and charms classes. I can't wait to see the expressions on their faces." Severus piped up. "I think I need to observe those classes too. I need to bring back ideas for teaching those subjects in our time. I wouldn't miss it for the world. In fact, I can't wait to see McGonagall and Flitwick when we return also. And I will help you to prank the headmaster, Harry. The old man needs to be speechless once in a while, don't you think?" Harry gulped back his laughter. Was Severus actually offering to help him prank his headmaster and his professors? "What about Sirius and Remus, too? I understand they pranked you all the time." "Yes, but without the unreasonable hatred that old Tom fed me, I can admit I pranked them equally." "Don't worry, we'll get them too, brat. Now, back to your lesson, child." Merlin was chuckling at the interplay between the two. Was it only 5 short weeks ago that they were awkward and self-conscious around each other? He was happy to see the two lonely men become a family. "Now, Harry, I want you to aim, full blast at the last boulder. Curl your hand completely into a fist, bend your elbow and fling your arm while straightening your fingers." "Are you sure, sir? I don't know how much power that will release." "Yes, young Harry, I will cast a strong shield around us so that we cannot be injured. Close your eyes, center yourself, and let your magic flow." Harry stepped away, closed his eyes, took a deep breath and imagined a bolt of lightning coming from his outstretched fingers. He curled his hand into a fist, waited a moment for the power to pool in his hand, drew his arm across his chest and opened his eyes. He saw a glimmer of gold surrounding the clearing, holding in his power. He nodded at Merlin, simultaneously flinging his arm straight while he opened his fingers and flung his power out in a white bolt of energy. There was a mighty boom, and everything was obscured in a cloud of dust. When the dust cleared, the boulder was completely gone. It had been pulverized into a fine gray powder that had been contained by Merlin's global shield. Merlin and Severus both had their mouths open, just staring at the not quite 16-year-old. Severus recovered first. "And you say his power will increase on his birthday? Are you sure? Child, never get angry with me, please." "And yes, Severus, his power will increase, but perhaps into other areas, such as elemental, though I think we just witnessed an air elemental spell being cast." I think I saw lightning form in midair and join into the power of his spell. Tell me, Harry, what did you visualize before you released your magic? I thought of a bolt of lightning coming from my hand and hitting the rock. Harry was very subdued. How was he ever going to use that amount of power? He was very afraid he would lose his temper and hurt someone, or maybe a lot of someone's. I thought so, child. You unknowingly added the power of lightning to your spell. I thought you had the potential to be an elemental, the first time I touched your mind. And you have just confirmed that you are an air elemental. Though with the lightning bolt on your forehead there really wasn't much doubt. I believe you used the power of air to throw the evil one's spell back upon himself when you were just a baby also. It would make sense. After all, there are too many mothers who die protecting their child for that to be the only reason that you survived. Merlin continued while holding onto Harry's shoulder. Harry, remember when I told you after the ritual that you would be unable to lose your temper and hurt another living being? This is what I meant. You will be unable to use that power against another living person unless you are defending yourself or others, and then only the amount that is necessary. The power within you will only be truly accessible for the good of people. And you are too pure of heart to want to hurt others. That will keep people safe. I never use the full amount of power available to me, ever. It just means you will never run out of power, no matter how long you cast spells, that you will never exhaust your magical reserves. We just have to find a way to channel your energy into constructive endeavors. It was a very quiet group that rode back to the castle that afternoon, each lost in their own thoughts. What would happen to Harry on his birthday in only 2 more days? After dinner that evening, Harry was sitting comfortably curled next to Severus on the couch. He loved feeling the older man's arm as a comfortable warm weight on his shoulders, reminding him of the care and now the love the other gave to him. They were just watching the fire in a companionable silence deep in their own thoughts, when Harry spoke. Severus, may I see your magical core? Or is that too personal? I don't know what wizards think about that. I have to admit, I've never thought about it, Harry. I have seen Albus, and he has seen mine, because he taught me occlumency when I became a spy. I believe both would have to be proficient at occlumency, but since we both are, I can't see why not. I don't mind, and I admit to being curious to see yours if you don't mind. Harry turned so they were facing each other and looked deeply into the mind of the man he was hoping would soon let him call father. They locked eyes and Harry found himself looking at a glowing magical core of cool greens, silvers, and sapphire blues. An image of a slightly taller, older Harry appeared standing in Severus' mind. He spoke in a slightly older voice. Severus, can I show you how to draw your magic out to be accessible for wandless magic? Would you like that? Severus just took Harry's hand in his mind and thought, lead the way, son. Harry showed him how to separate a gleaming silver strand, pull it gently without breaking to his hand and attach it magically there. Then he left Severus' mind with a soft, I love you, Dad. And eye contact was broken. Now, think of what you want to accomplish. It helped me to say the incantation aloud the first few days. Take your time and breath deep and center yourself first. Now try a Lumos. Severus closed his eyes, centered himself and said loudly, Lumos. Just as Harry's hand had glowed in the infirmary, Severus' entire hand lit with a bright silver glow. You did it, exclaimed Harry. Severus laughed as Harry had done, then shouted, Accio pillow, and removed the pillow that Harry was sitting on. Harry retaliated with a flung pillow and the fight was on. It took only a few minutes before the sitting room looked like a battlefield with pillows and books strewn about and the two engaged in a tickle fight in the middle of the floor. They both flopped, exhausted and still slightly giddy and out of breath on the floor, when Harry swept his hand in a slow movement with his fingers pointed straight out and everything was returned to its rightful place. Harry, you are dead useful. I won't need a house elf with you in the house. Yeah, but I demand clothes and wages, and days off, and tickle fights and ice cream sundaes at Fortescue's and Quidditch tickets, and… Enough, a house elf would be cheaper and less demanding. But I will keep you around just because I like you. Severus pulled Harry up off the floor and with a quick hug and a swat on the behind he sent him off to bed. The next morning was Harry's first transfiguration class with Godric. He smiled to see both Merlin and Severus sneak into the back of the classroom. Godric was explaining how to transfigure an inanimate object into an animal by having the class turn a quill into a bird. The other 8 apprentices in the classroom were having varied success, but no one had yet managed a complete transformation. Godric came to Harry and was patiently going over the steps necessary for him to catch up to the class. Now, Harry, have you learned about inanimate to animal transfiguration in your classes before? Or should I have you start on inanimate to inanimate first? No, I haven't had that yet, that is next year's stuff, but your directions seemed really clear. I'd like to try it if I may, sir. At Godric's nod, Harry pictured a bird that he knew really well in his mind, took a clearing breath, curled just one finger and flicked. A phoenix just like Fox appeared where Harry's quill had sat. With a short trill, the phoenix took off and flew around the room, trilling happily and landing back on Harry's shoulder. Merlin and Severus were choking with laughter in the back of the classroom as Godric stood stunned. The other apprentices were crowded around and trying to pet Harry's phoenix. Godric opened his mouth, shut his mouth, opened it again and said, "Good job, Harry. I don't think I need to help you any more with that." He then turned away and walked up to Merlin, who was having a hard time staying on his seat. "Grandfather, you could have warned me, couldn't you?" Then he smacked him alongside his head and without another word, he returned to the front of the room, called his class to order and returned to his lesson. The next lesson was Charms with Rowena. She was trying without much success to have her 4 first-year students do Wingardium Leviosa on fluffy pillows that they were to put into several large wooden crates. She welcomed Harry to class, and motioned Merlin and Severus to sit in the back and admonished them to remain quiet so as not to disturb her students. She bent over Harry and was asking him where his wand was and if he already knew this spell. Harry assured her he knew the spell really well and that he didn't use a wand. "So Harry, tell her about what you did with this spell when you were 11. Severus called from the rear of the room, smirking behind his hand and whispering to Merlin as if they were 11 themselves. "Yes, Harry, what did you do with a levitation spell, at 11 you say? My, that's young to be able to effectively levitate something. Well, my 2 classmates and I used Wingardium Leviosa to elevate a mountain troll's own club over his head, and then we dropped it on him and knocked him out until the teachers could come to save us," Harry shyly said. Rowena looked shocked at Severus. "A mountain troll? Surely he's joking." "No, and I don't know who was more stunned when we found 3 little 11-year-olds standing over an unconscious fully grown mountain troll, the students themselves or the teachers who came to rescue them. Professor McGonagall gave them 5 points for sheer dumb luck, as I recall." Severus was smiling at the memory while everyone else looked rather horrified. Rowena recovered quickly. "Well then Harry, why don't you demonstrate your knowledge of this spell for us?" Harry thought about what he wanted to happen, pictured it clearly in his mind, curled one finger, opened his eyes and looked at Severus and Merlin, who were still giggling like children in the back of the room. With a look of utter mischief, Harry blinked, flicked open his finger, and both Merlin and Severus found themselves neatly floated and placed into the big crates. Rowena and the rest of the class burst out in laughter at the shocked expressions on the 2 wizards. Harry just smirked and said, "That's what you get for making fun of me, you two." Rowena motioned him to have a seat and continued on with her class, after she could get the students to stop laughing, that is. That afternoon, every one of Harry's teachers came to Merlin's office demanding a staff meeting to determine what, if anything, they could teach his new apprentice. Severus was awakened about 2 in the morning by a sharp rapping on the door to their quarters. One of Helga's healer apprentices motioned for him to follow her, telling him, "Lady Helga's in labor and Lord Slytherin wants you to be with him in case any potions are necessary. They are in the infirmary, Master Severus." Severus pushed open the infirmary doors to find Merlin, Artemis and Godric trying to calm down a frantic Salazar Slytherin. "Sal, I've been through this twice, it's okay, she knows what she's doing, she's a healer." "How many babies has she delivered?" Salazar looked at his brother-in-law like he had 2 heads, but none of them were hers. Merlin looked at Severus and smiled. "You wouldn't happen to have a calming draft for the new father, would you?" Severus just reached into one of his robe pockets, pulled out several vials, selected one and handed it to Sal, who opened it and swallowed it without even looking at it. Sal promptly passed out and the other men laid him down on another infirmary bed and shook their heads. They conjured comfortable chairs and sat down to talk quietly and wait. They all knew a first baby might take a while, even though magical births were much easier and faster than Muggle ones. By 6, Salazar had rejoined the waiting men, much calmer and able to carry on a conversation, though his mind and gaze tended to wander to what was happening beyond the curtains at the other end of the room. They couldn't hear anything through the silencing spell that Rowena had cast, so they were all startled when Rowena pushed back the curtain to display a beaming but exhausted and sweaty Helga holding her new son in her arms. Sal jumped up, knocking the chair he had been sitting in down, and ran to hug his wife and new son. After a round of congratulations and best wishes, the others left the new parents alone to get to know their new son. Severus felt a new wave of love filling his heart. He had never thought he could have a son, and now he had Harry. Since he was no longer a Death Eater or a spy, and his heart was no longer filled with bitterness and hatred, perhaps he might find love for himself, and maybe even have children. He thought Harry would love to have younger brothers and sisters. He was so good with Galen and Bella. His thoughts were interrupted at the sight that greeted him when he opened the door to their quarters. The table was tipped over, a breakfast platter was spilled onto the floor and a goblet had been dropped halfway to the door. Severus scooped up the goblet and smelled it. He couldn't identify the foreign potion hidden in his son's pumpkin juice, but there was certainly one there. Carefully cupping the goblet so as to not spill any of its precious residues, he fled through the halls to return to Salazar, hoping he was still in the infirmary. He yelled at a passing servant to bring Merlin and the others back to the infirmary. He crashed through the doors, shouting to Sal, "Harry's been poisoned and he's gone. I don't recognize this potion. Help me, help Harry, please." Sal rushed to Severus, sighed and carefully took the goblet from his shaking hands. He smelled it, dipped his little finger into the residue and touched it to his tongue. It's a powerful hypnotic. Whoever took Harry has rendered him unconscious for at least 2 days. And when he wakes he will be weak, disoriented and subject to hallucinations. I know how powerful that child is. We have to find him before he wakes to give him the antidote, or there is going to be mass destruction when his magic goes wild with no control. Merlin and the others had entered as Sal began speaking and they all went white. Merlin started issuing orders to organize search parties. Rowena went to go scry and see if she could find a location for them, while Sal left to begin brewing the antidote so every search team could have it with them. Godric left to go to the village to find volunteers to search, and Artemis began questioning the servants and other apprentices to find out if they had seen or heard anything. It was less than an hour when they all met up in the Great Hall to find out that no one Artemis had questioned had seen or heard anything. They had no clues to follow. Severus was frantic to find his boy. He tapped Merlin on the shoulder and quietly reminded him, "Tomorrow is Harry's 16th birthday." Harry knew it was dark. He was cold and hungry and his stomach was balled up in cramps. He thought he was back in his cupboard at the Dursleys, but part of his mind thought that couldn't be right. His Severus, his father, had promised him he never had to be there again. And his Severus never broke his promises. But part of him still doubted it as he sank back into darkness. He woke again to pain, stretching him, pulling him in all directions. He couldn't see, he couldn't breathe. "Daddy, help me," he screamed in his mind over and over again until he slipped into unconsciousness once again. Severus was delivering vials of antidote to each of the men in his search party when a flash of pain caused him to drop to his knees. He could hear in his mind, "Daddy, help me," in a terrified chant of horror and pain. Merlin rushed to the fallen man and placed a cool hand upon his forehead. He looked up at Godric and quietly told him, "Harry is calling for him. But he is in tremendous pain and is giving no useful information." Rowena came to the entrance hall, dressed in traveling clothes. Upon reaching her husband and grandfather, she drew them aside. "I can find Harry, but all I can see is darkness. He must be in an enclosed space, most likely a small cave. I cannot make out anything else, except that we need to travel to the northwest towards the mountains. I should be able to tell you more when we get closer." The other groups were sent in different directions in case Rowena was unable to find Harry. The small group of Rowena, Godric, Merlin and Severus with 3 of the older apprentices mounted up, starting out of the courtyard, followed by a spare horse for Harry and a pack mare of supplies. They would be traveling light and quickly, and all were accomplished riders. Severus had learned to ride as a child at his grandparents' manor and had kept several mounts at his own manor house until he no longer returned there over the summers. The group set out at a steady but ground-eating pace, heading towards the mountains just visible in the distance. They didn't stop except to water the horses, eating their own meager lunch as they rode onward, ever onward, the dark forbidding mountains growing larger each hour. Harry drifted in and out of consciousness, hearing snatches of conversation, none of it making any sense to his befuddled mind. He knew somehow that he had to continue fighting the fog that threatened to overwhelm him. He stubbornly fought to push the memories of Uncle Vernon back into his locked room. It took almost all of his energy and every bit of his concentration, but he did it finally. Somehow he managed to open the door that contained his new memories of Severus. Now if only he could open one of the books. His mind faded back to black once more and he slipped out of consciousness. The small search party had been traveling more than 6 hours when they stopped to give the horses a much-needed rest, even though they were only about 2 more hours' ride to the foothills of the mountain that Rowena said was their destination. They would need to rest and sleep some, or they would be of no use when they found the boy. And they were all determined that they would find him. Each of the riders had been able to doze while riding, but it wasn't really a restful sleep, just enough to keep the body going, and now they needed real rest and a chance for a hot meal. After their stew was eaten and the hot tea, with added endurance potions that Severus had supplied, was consumed, Rowena pulled a small bowl from her pack and set it up to scry for Harry again. Nothing more. He is still in an enclosed space. I still believe a small cave, since I hear echoes, and it is dark. He is cold, hungry, in pain, and very frightened. He is trying to fight flashbacks to some kind of cupboard. Perhaps, grandfather, if you linked with Severus, you could use the ritual bond to reach Harry and help him regain some control. Severus turned bloodshot, weary eyes on Merlin and questioned, "Ritual bond? I am willing to do anything to find Harry. What do you need me to do?" The desperation of their search was evident in the tone of his voice. Merlin sat next to Severus on the mossy ground of the forest clearing and reached both hands out to hold the younger man's shoulders. "A bond was forged between the two of you when you performed the ritual together. When I placed a hand on each of your foreheads and led you to the waterfall, the bond was formed, and the water of the Innocence Lake sealed it and magically blessed it. It has grown in strength with every passing day. Remember when I told you, the ritual must be performed by someone who knows and cares for the one cursed, and that it must be done with the purest of motives? Well, you were the one person there that fit the qualifications. Neither Artemis or I would want to form a bond with a young man knowing that he would be returning to his own time, and we would have to sever that bond and cause him such emotional trauma. You were willing to help him with only the best of intentions, so the bond with you would be strong, and as you would return with him, the bond would not be severed. I am sorry we did not tell you at the time, but we felt, and still do feel, that the destruction of the Evil One is the only way that Harry can live to grow up. Also, I firmly believe the bond will be vital for Harry to destroy the power of the Evil One once and for all, so that he will never return. Which is also your goal, am I correct? Yes, I am more than ever willing to do anything in my power to stop that evil so no more lives, on either side of the fight, are destroyed through Tom's madness. I am not upset about the bond, though I might have been at the time. I understand why you did not tell me. Now, we need to find Harry. His uncle was very abusive and locked him into a small cupboard for weeks at a time. If Harry is stuck in that memory, it is likely his magic will explode in an uncontrollable manner soon." Severus was calming under the touch of the old wizard and able to lock eyes with him quietly and with renewed purpose. Merlin found the strong, glowing bond that stretched from Severus' mind to Harry's without much trouble, but he was having difficulty reaching Harry's confused consciousness. Merlin felt the touch of Godric on his right shoulder, Rowena on his left, and sensed the strength and power the two were feeding to him. He pushed his determination down the link and broke through the pain and terror of his young apprentice. Harry, child, it is Merlin. I am here with Severus to find you. I need you to calm down and talk to me." "Hush, child, it's okay, your uncle is not here and he cannot reach you anymore." "Severus, I want to go home, take me home." Please, I'll be good, I promise, let me out, I'm hungry, please, Severus. Harry's voice was cracking in pain and distress. Harry, do you remember someone slipping you a potion in your juice? Remember back to eating breakfast, you took a drink, what happened then? Think, Harry, it's important. Merlin tried to bring Harry to enough awareness to help them find him. Severus, is that you? Are you really here now? You didn't come when I called you. You told me you wouldn't leave me, where are you? Merlin told Severus to take over, talking to Harry as the child needed to hear him. Child, I'm coming. Do you remember what happened? I found your goblet halfway to the door. Did someone come? Who took you out of our rooms? Come, son, I need you to help me find you. I will take you home as soon as we find you. Fight the potion. I'm proud of you, son. Sal said the potion would last 2 days and you have fought it enough to talk to us already. I love you. Help me find you. Severus was having to battle to keep his desperation and frustration out of his voice. He knew Harry needed reassurance and calm to fight the potion. A memory that wasn't his own flashed across his mind. He was eating breakfast and reached to take his first sip of cold pumpkin juice when he heard a noise at their door. Thinking it was Severus with news of Lady Helga, he stood and started to walk to the door. He took a sip, grabbed at his stomach and fell, but before his eyes closed he saw Abigail and Rafe rush through the door and throw a thick cloak over him. A second flash showed a view of the floor of the forest moving jerkily underneath him, accompanied by the uncomfortable feeling of being tied upside down over the back of a horse. The next flash showed a campfire with about 30 dirty, mean-looking men. One of the men, younger and cleaner than the others, was railing at the 2 apprentices. No, I wanted the potion's master, not his brat. You have failed me, what am I to do with this worthless child? Abigail bowed her head at the man, saying, Master Severus will come to find the boy. He will follow and be easy to capture out here away from the castle. We were unable to get anywhere close to Master Severus. When we bribed the serving girl to dose the breakfast tray, we had no way of knowing that the Lady Helga would give birth and the master would be in the infirmary surrounded by all the other masters. When we broke into their quarters, we expected both of them and would have left the child. But you can use him to catch the other, my lord. She lowered her head in contrition and humility. The man thought on the girl's words for a few minutes, finally nodding, perhaps I can salvage the situation. Fine, you will receive the reward after all. Leave us now and return without anyone noticing that you have been absent. I may need your services in the castle again. Perhaps I can have you poison my father's whole family. After all, I am his heir, not that brat the whore just gave birth to. The final vision Harry sent was of a small cave with a crude pallet in one corner when he was dumped unceremoniously onto it. His 2 captors laughed and left, betting with each other on how long he would remain alive, and if hunger or thirst would be what killed him. They took the torch with them and left Harry alone, cold and hurting in the dark. Merlin and Severus lost the connection then as Harry lost his battle to remain awake. Rowena said, I got the directions from the bond. We need to head slightly south, but I am seeing an ambush ahead about an hour's ride. There are about 10 archers in the trees, another 15 behind bushes and rocks, and the remaining men, including the leader, are gathered in front of a cave, in case we get through. The 4 discussed options and asked questions to help Rowena bring her vision into sharper focus. It was found that there was a way they could circle around the ambush, but it would involve going up the mountain on a narrow track, going past the cave and then circling back. Or they could just follow the trail they were on and pretend they were unprepared for the ambush, while having full shields and wands drawn. It was decided that unfortunately they didn't have the time to circle up the mountain and they would need to trigger the ambush, but Merlin and Godric would slip through the woods on either side of the hidden forces and the 2 groups would catch them between them. Merlin reminded the 3 apprentices that they should try to stun, but if necessary, they should kill to save themselves and the others in their party. They had traveled about 45 minutes, their nerves getting tauter at every step the horses took closer to the fight. Severus reached up to his head in pain, his eyes rolled up into his head and he slipped, bonelessly to the forest floor. Merlin was beside him in a moment, holding the man's head and shoulders up while trying to rouse him. Harry's awake. He's close to losing it, help me center him. We need to hurry, he's panicking. Severus managed to gasp out around the blinding pain in his forehead. The two locked eyes and forced the bond with Harry to open once again. Severus kept his voice as calm and soothing as he knew how. Harry, let me in. Let me help you lock these memories away again. Come, child, I know you can do it. Severus, where are you? I can hear you, but I can't see you. I thought I was back in my cupboard and I could hear Uncle Vernon coming to get me again. I hear footsteps and I see a light coming. Is that you? If possible, Severus could hear the gasping, heart-rending sobs in the child's voice as he tried to regain control. Severus felt the pain in his head receding as Harry regained control. No, Harry, we are still not there. You must draw yourself into your mind and hide. Do not let those men know you are awake and talking to us. It's important. They must think you are still unconscious. I know you can do it, Harry. I am proud of you, son. Harry smiled at Severus' proud thoughts and quietly drew his mind into a safe room where he could live in his memories of flying with Severus and the other apprentices. He cut off the connection to his body, though he wasn't quite sure how he knew to do that. He just knew it was very important to do it now. He was vaguely aware of the conversation the three men who came into his cave were having, but it was just below his conscious mind. However, Severus and Merlin could hear what the men were saying and were painfully aware of what the three planned on doing to the helpless child. Slytherin didn't say we couldn't have our fun with the brat, now did he? I won't kill him, yet. The biggest man in a dirty red vest was trying to convince his two companions that they should let him do something to the boy. No, Henry, he might need him later. I've seen what boys look like after your fun, and this one would be of no use to him after that. Slytherin would cut off those balls of yours and make you eat them. He wants the boy alive, so alive he will be. We were just sent to check that he's still breathing, the potion's still working and that's all. Said the smallest of the three. The third man spoke up. Slytherin wouldn't just kill us, remember what he did to that witch that he caught last month. I still have nightmares about her before she died. No, it's not worth it. Maybe you can have that Rafe boy. He's pretty useless and Slytherin wasn't happy with either one of them. Hey, Mac, do you think he'd let you and me have Abigail? That witch needs to be taught her proper place. Her parents are farmers. Who does she think she is, with her nose stuck in the air all the time like she's better than us? I'd like to teach all of her family a lesson they wouldn't forget. The three had reached Harry by now and the words of the other two had apparently had a chilling effect on the big man. He contented himself with a few kicks to Harry's ribs and laughed malevolently. He's still out, let's go tell Slytherin. With a last kick at Harry's head, the three took the torch and left Harry in the darkness again. Severus shuddered in Merlin's touch, took a deep breath and said a silent prayer of thanks that Harry had been spared further ity. Harry, son, they're gone. You're safe to come out. Harry, I need you to talk to me, son. Harry peeked out of the room in his mind and saw Severus standing in the outer hall. He ran to him and hugged him. Are you here now? Can we go? I hate this place. Please help me, Severus. Severus noted that the mental Harry was now several years younger than the real one. I'm sorry, child. We still have to get through Slytherin's bastard son and about 30 of his followers, find your cave and get you out. But we are getting closer all the time and you are really helping us by staying calm and talking to us. Lady Rowena can see where you were when you were talking to Merlin and I. I am so proud of you for realizing that you were stuck in a flashback and that it wasn't real. Now, I need you to tell me if those men hurt you when they kicked you. Can you do that for me, son? Severus spoke encouragingly, as if Harry actually was the age he was projecting in his own mental image. It hurts to breath on the left side again. That brute kicked me right where my ribs were broken before, but I don't think they're broken again. One might be cracked, but mostly bruised. My head is bleeding, but I don't think it's more than a cut. Doesn't feel like a skull fracture or a concussion. I'm guessing I will be fine with a couple of potions. I hope you have a headache one and probably a blood replenisher. My scalp always bleeds so much, Madame Pomfrey always makes me take at least one. Severus cringed that the child spoke so knowingly about how a skull fracture or a concussion felt like. And yet he was sure the boy had suffered both before while in the loving care of his relatives. Severus gave Harry a hug and told him he would have to leave his mind in order to continue his rescue. He was so proud of the boy for keeping his head in such trying circumstances. Harry clung to Severus, not wanting to be alone again, appearing even younger than he had before. Severus reminded Harry that he could return to his memories and stay safe there until they could come and get him. Harry nodded, wiped his face and turned back to the door he came out of. Severus was delighted and somewhat astonished to find the door labeled, "My Father." Rowena helped to shaky Severus back onto his horse and they started slowly down the forest trail once again. He noted, absently, that Merlin and Godric had already left the party to circle around the men waiting in ambush. It was just after daybreak, the air was crisp and clear, a beautiful summer day, if not for the grim task ahead of the rescue party moving stealthily through the woods. Severus halted them about 10 minutes later, asking Lady Rowena, "How much further are they hiding, my lady?" "They are just around the next bend in the trail. I cannot sense my grandfather or Godric, they are totally shielding now. We will need to wait for a signal from them. It will take them much longer to travel surreptitiously through the woods." The men ahead are relaxed, some are almost asleep from watching the entire night. Their leader doesn't think we can find them until much later tonight. He thinks we have to look for traces and tracks to follow. I can see that he has a moderate amount of magic, but it is wild and untrained. He prefers to use brute force and physical strength. He has absolutely no mind shields and does not understand talking through a mental bond. His thoughts are so open that he is unknowingly projecting them to be seen easily. The 5, 2 masters and 3 apprentices, tied their horses in a small clearing where they could graze and rest, and then sat down on logs to wait for Merlin and Godric to slip into place. The apprentices were all top students of Godric and were his best duelers, in both magical and muggle means. They were nervous, but keeping it under control. This would not be the first battle for any of them. Rowena knew that she would stay back from the actual fighting, supplying shields, and allowing the trained fighters to bear the brunt of the upcoming combat. The single most destructive force the dirty, untrained group of brutes that hid unknowingly just ahead of them had to be afraid of, though, was one former, now coldly furious, Death Eater who had just found a son, only to have him hurt and kidnapped by these ruffians. And as any Hogwarts student could tell you, a pissed-off Severus Snape was nothing to be trifled with. Godric and Merlin had an advantage over their prey. As fully trained, very powerful wizards, they could both become invisible and totally silent at will. They had separated from the path and circled around to the waiting 15 hiding in the bushes behind the tree-sitting archers. Merlin was casting wandless sleeping spells as fast as he spotted another opponent. Godric was following behind his grandfather and freezing them and binding them. His spells were so strong that no one but Merlin or he could reverse them. After dealing with the backup fighters, Godric sent a message to his wife to come ahead. Before the hapless tree dwellers could put arrow to bow, Severus was sending spell after spell at every tree in sight. The 3 apprentices were amazed at the speed, knowledge and creativity of the spells that Master Severus could send. With elegance and grace, he moved as if in a bizarre dance, wasting not a single movement. He froze 2 into surreal ice sculptures, 1 into a big, fat, croaking toad, blasted several completely out of their trees and turned one with a red vest into a cockroach. The apprentices stopped gawking and began sending their own spells after one archer got a lucky shot in and managed to hit Severus' horse in the rump. Severus just jumped safely down as she fell, without missing a beat, and continued self-assuredly spelling at the rapidly dwindling number of opponents. Rowena merely watched, maintaining a protective shield around the apprentices, as the potions master gracefully sent spells at every one of their adversaries without missing a beat as the few wizards among their group tried to hit him with stunners, blasting curses, and anything else they could try. The archers never had a chance. They were just too slow to fight his wrath. Rowena hoped, as soon as Harry was safe and sound once more, that she could see her husband duel this new friend. She thought they might be equally matched, and she knew Godric would love the challenge. In fact, she thought impressed, he might give even her grandfather a demanding match. In less than 20 minutes, the rescuers had 25 stunned and bound captives hidden in a large cave. They left them guarded by the 3 apprentices, and after sending messages to Sal and Artemis to come with their groups to collect the criminals and lock them in the dungeons of the castle for the sheriff to deal with, the 4 set off again in search of Harry. "Harry, child, I need you to come out of your room and talk to me." "Come on, Harry, it's safe now, we are getting closer to you and Rowena needs you to talk to me so she can see where you are." Severus had to cajole Harry. It seemed he was too happy in his mind. Severus hoped he could bring Harry out. He was afraid of losing the child in his own mind if he stayed hidden too long. But he didn't want to force entry like he had in occlumency lessons. He valued the child's trust and he cared for him too much to cause him that pain ever again. "Harry, it's Severus and Merlin. Godric and Rowena are here with me. We need to know who else is by you. We're almost there to bring you home." "Home? Will you take me home, now Severus? I hurt, and I'm cold and hungry. Please take me home." Severus was worried. Harry's voice seemed much too young for the boy, and it kept getting younger and younger as he spoke. "Daddy, go home, now. Hungry." All of the adults were concerned. Up until this time, Harry had been confused and in pain, but now it seemed that Harry was reverting back to a young child. They needed to find him quickly before he blockaded himself, in his mind, into his childhood. The link was still open and they could hear talking coming closer to Harry. "Dear God, don't let it be that brute again," prayed Severus. He looked at Rowena hopefully. "Yes," she said, "I've got him. He's about a furlong to the south. The others have all deserted the area and slipped off in different directions. We can send the others out to find them, but I don't think they'll find anyone." Through the link with Harry's mind they could hear the man getting closer and closer to the boy. "Come on, little boy, you're all mine now, no one's here to save you. Boy, where are you?" The words unconsciously mimicked Uncle Vernon's familiar bellow and Harry lost it. Severus was blasted backwards by a surge of raw power down the mind link he shared with Harry. He flew back into Godric, who managed to catch him before he too fell backwards with the force. The ground rumbled, the trees shook and a blast of gray dust blew out the opening of a cave just barely in sight. Stunned, the 4 looked at each other before running. Severus made it to the entrance before all the dust had settled. He had his wand out removing bucketfuls of debris before the others arrived and quickly followed his actions. It was tiring, dirty work because they had to be careful not to hurt Harry, but every minute meant less air for the child. Rowena assured them she could still see Harry, so he was still alive, but she couldn't give them any more information. "It's frustrating. I can tell he's there, but I can't get him to answer." "Severus, are you getting anything more?" "No, just pain, fear, and overwhelming darkness. He's panicked and scared to death. But it doesn't feel quite right. I don't know what's wrong. We just have to get him out of there as fast as we can." Severus never stopped digging through the dust as he spoke. Godric yelled as he came to a leg. By the clothes, it was the brute that was tormenting Harry and he was dead. They removed him and found an encrusted shell of dust that was almost perfectly circular and hard as any boulder. The others stepped back and allowed Severus to gently dig under the edge. He made a hole big enough to slip under, like a dog digging under a fence, and slipped his head and shoulders into the bubble. He went perfectly still and silent before slowly backing out, gently dragging something behind him. With the bundle wrapped in a dirty robe, he sat with it on his lap and gently pulled back the edge. Green eyes looked up at him in delight. "Da-da!" Harry yelped. Severus fainted. Rowena grabbed the toddler while her husband grabbed his dada. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.